With your abilities, it would not be difficult for you to establish a dynasty. However, can you do what Gu Hai does? His Majesty is determined to get you. If you do not obey, His Majesty will destroy you at all costs. After all, you are too smart. Sima Changkong said sullenly. Takashi Ryushin? Haha. He wants to kill me? Gao Xianji glared. Kill? It is not just His Majesty. The people of the various major factions think the same. If you do not join a faction, they will definitely destroy you to eliminate future problems. Otherwise, it will be problematic when you compete with them in the future. How can those dynasties and sects compare to my great martial emperor dynasty? Before this humble one left, His Majesty already said that as long as Lord Gao joins the great martial emperor dynasty, His Majesty will make you the top commander of the army. You will be below one person and above everyone else. Sima Changkong said sullenly. Haha. Takashi Ryushin really thinks highly of me. Gao Xianji narrowed his eyes. It is not that he thinks highly of you but that he admires you greatly. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. Lord Gao, you can only bring out your full potential under the person who admires you the most. What can you do under Chen Tianshan? He is just a good-for-nothing. Don't you feel wronged? Even as an outsider, I feel wronged for you. Sima Changkong said sullenly. Perhaps this touched Gao Xianji's sore spot. Gao Xianji clenched his fists and said, Mr. Sima, please. I won't be sending you off. Gao Xianji was officially expelled. Sima Changkong also knew that it was about time. If he said anything more, it would be counterproductive. Standing up, Sima Changkong bowed slightly and said, In that case, this humble one will take his leave. Before you leave, I hope that Lord Gao will consider this. His Majesty has already made it clear that as long as Lord Gao is willing, the doors of the great martial emperor dynasty will always be open to you. Humph! Gao Xianji snorted coldly. Sima Changkong slowly left. Gao Xianji sat down, feeling somewhat tired. Gao Xianji looked in the direction of the royal court in the distance. He appeared somewhat confused. Gao Xianji's subordinate, Bai Lizhan, quietly walked over after sending off Sima Changkong. Lord, Mr. Sima might not be wrong. Chen Tianshan is not worthy of being above you, Bai Lizhan advised. Get out! Gao Xianji shouted. Yes. Bai Lizhan left bitterly. Gao Xianji sat alone in the hall, looking in the direction of the royal palace in the distance. At this moment, he felt bitter. Your Majesty, are you still here? Gao Xianji felt pained in his heart. Gao Xianji actually did not believe Chen Tianshan when he said that Gu Hai was in closed-door cultivation and would return. His luck was gone, and there was no news of Gu Hai in the world. He was almost 90% sure that Gu Hai was already dead. Only a glimmer of hope supported Gao Xianji to believe that Gu Hai was still alive. However, could he really be alive? The study was already filled with invitations from many factions. Gao Xianji had not seen any of them. This was because Gao Xianji still had some faith. However, this faith was now wavering. It had been 5 years. 5 years. There was still no news of the emperor. The commoners had always said that the emperor was in closed-door cultivation and would return soon. However, it had been 5 years. Some of the commoners did not believe it anymore. Could the emperor still come back? Gao Xianji felt a little disappointed. Gao Xianji turned his hand and took out a few booklets. The booklets had the words Sun Tzu's Art of War, 36 Stratagems, and Tian Xiuan's Art of War written on them. Some books of the Art of War that Gao Xianji had never heard of were given to Gao Xianji by Gu Hai. Gao Xianji felt as if she had received a treasure and was very grateful. Seeing these booklets of the Art of War, Gao Xianji felt as if she had seen Gu Hai. Gao Xianji had been tempted by Sima Changkong's bewitchment before. However, when she saw these booklets, she suddenly thought of Gu Hai's cultivation of her. In addition to the kindness of recognizing her talent, he also taught her. 5 years? I can't even endure 5 years of the Emperor's cultivation. Am I going to betray him? Ah, Gao Xianji, it has only been 5 years. Are you going to go back on your word? Is the Emperor's grace of rebirth only worthy of you remembering him for 5 years? Gao Xianji's eyes suddenly turned red. She clenched her teeth. Ha! Even a pedantic person like Chen Tianshan can uphold his bottom line. How can I, Gao Xianji, not be loyal? Am I not even comparable to him? Your Majesty, I will continue to wait for you. Gao Xianji burned all the invitations from the various factions in the study. She did not receive any invitations from any faction. Similarly, she did not reject any faction. Chapter 728. Boundless Celestial Capital, Mo Yike's residence. Mo Yike sat by the pond in the courtyard. He held a fishing rod in his hand and caught the fish in the pond. Beside him was a go board with 31 lines. The fish nibbled at the bait continuously. Pulling the line now was the easiest way to catch the fish. However, Mo Yike did not move. He just smiled as he watched the fish spit out the hook. It wasn't until the fish finished eating the bait that Mo Yike lifted the hook and put the bait back into the water. At this moment, the white-clad Qin Zibai walked over slowly. "Milord," Qin Zibai said respectfully with a complicated expression. "Zibai? There are no outsiders here. There is no need to be reserved. Come, accompany me fishing," Mo Yike said with a smile. "Milord, earlier, Sima Chongkong came to visit, but I refused to let him in," Qin Zibai said respectfully. "Sima Chongkong? Ah. His father, Sima Zongheng, betrayed the Long Zhanghua. Now the Deqian people hate him to the bone. How dare he follow Takashi Ryushin?" Mo Yike said with a smile. "Milord, earlier, when the other factions sent people, it was fine if you refused. Now, Sima Chongkong came. Why did you refuse to let him in?" Qin Zibai asked somewhat unwillingly. Mo Yike turned his head and looked at Qin Zibai. "Zibai? Are you thinking of leaving the Han dynasty? Before my father passed away, he told me to follow Milord. I am slow-witted, but my father definitely would not harm me. Wherever Milord goes, I will go. However, the Emperor is already dead. I just feel that it is not worth it for Milord." Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. "Why is it not worth it?" Mo Yike looked at Qin Zibai. "Isn't it that useless Chen Tianshan? He is extremely pedantic. My Han dynasty is besieged on all sides, but he wants to be a coward and not let others do anything. How can he be conferred the title of Tianshan King? How can I be superior to Darren?" Qin Zibai said unwillingly. Mo Yike shook his head. "You're wrong. His Majesty's decision is correct. Ah! The Han dynasty is surrounded by enemies on all sides. Do you really think that sending troops to defend against the enemy is enough? It's not that simple. If His Majesty was in court, all of this would be fine. But now that His Majesty isn't here, the hearts of the people are scattered. Once the troops are sent out, they might not be able to return," Mo Yike said in a low voice. Qin Zibai was slightly stunned. "The more troops we send, the faster the Han dynasty will scatter. Even though the Han dynasty is being attacked from the front and the back, Chen Tianshan is still able to preserve most of his strength," Mo Yike said solemnly. Really? Qin Zibai asked in a strange tone. "Your Majesty is really good at judging people." Chen Tianshan was cowardly, afraid of trouble, and extremely pedantic. I knew that these were all flaws. However, they were great advantages for the Han royal dynasty. Due to Chen Tianshan's cowardice, he would not do anything rash. He does not know if his next step will be dangerous. He would rather not leave. Mo Yike sighed softly. Even if Milord says that Chen Tianshan can preserve the Han dynasty for a longer time, His Majesty is no longer here. Milord, what is the point of continuing to defend? Qin Zibai asked anxiously. Mo Yike raised his head and looked at the sky that had lost its luck and was now covered with dark clouds. He sighed slightly. Indeed, if Gu Hai died, what was the point of continuing to defend the Han dynasty? What was the point of defending for a long time or a short time? With Mo Yike's intelligence, he naturally saw through Chen Tianshan's thought. However, the more he saw, the more he felt that Gu Hai had no chance of surviving. Mo Yike didn't feel good either. "My lord, previously, you told me that a great calamity might befall the boundless celestial capital?" Qin Zibai looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike nodded. "Why is that?" Qin Zibai asked. "After the Deqian Empire was destroyed, its territory fell into chaos. Hence, it did not pose much of a threat to us in the past 5 years. However, in the end, Long Zhangguo died at His Majesty's hands. The people that Dragon God Ing brought back saw it clearly." Long Zhangguo? Do you know how many loyalists he had? The Deqian Empire's territory gradually stabilized. Those factions and clans that were loyal to Long Zhangguo in the past will definitely shift their hatred to my Han dynasty. The Great Wu Celestial Empire sending troops is just the beginning. After that, there is still the Great Ing Empire and the surrounding factions eyeing us covetously. Mo Yike said bitterly. "My lord, since that is the case, why are you still staying here? Right now, all sides are trying to recruit you. It is time for you to wait for the right price. His Majesty is no longer here. My lord, you have to plan for your own future. Even if it is not for yourself, you have to think for those who follow you." Qin Zibai said. Mo Yike put down the fishing rod and looked at the chessboard at the side. This was the chessboard that Gu Hai had left for him. 31 heavens and earth chessboard. After Gu Hai comprehended it, he did not hide it and passed it to Mo Yike. Looking at this chessboard, Mo Yike felt extremely grateful to Gu Hai. In these 5 years, Mo Yike had gradually comprehended the 31 chessboard. However, even after comprehending it, Mo Yike was even more reluctant to part with it. "My lord." Solemnly, Qin Zibai bowed and requested. "His Majesty is dead?" Mo Yike was even more certain of this. However, even though he was certain, Mo Yike still felt the most uncomfortable. "Wait a little longer." Mo Yike shook his head. "Why?" Qin Zibai asked, feeling confused. "In this world, I only submit to His Majesty. Those factions are not qualified for me to submit to them. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer." Mo Yike shook his head. "Yes." Qin Zibai sighed inwardly and nodded. Although Mo Yike was not willing to interact with outsiders, he did not reject them. This made Qin Zibai feel much more at ease. At the very least, my lord was not as stubborn as Chen Tianshan. In the main hall of the embroidered uniform guards headquarters in boundless celestial capital, Montez sat in the main seat. 2 rows of embroidered uniform guards stood around him. At this moment, a man covered in blood, who had just been tortured, knelt on the ground. Montez showed a sullen expression as he looked at the man who seemed to have been tortured. "Humph! Hong Gang, this Great One has treated you well. You have been following this Great One since a long time ago, and this Great One promoted you. Now, you are the embroidered uniform guard's 10,000-man commander. To think that you dare to collude with the great martial Emperor Dynasty's people? My lord, this lowly one was helpless. His Majesty has already passed away for 5 years. What is the point of guarding him?" Hong Gang complained in dissatisfaction. "How presumptuous!" Montez glared. "His Majesty has only left the court for 5 years. To think that you dare to commit treason and slander him, spreading lies to mislead the public. Men, beat him to death," Montez said while glaring. My lord, don't do that. This lowly one is doing this for your own good. In the past few days, many factions have sent people to invite you. However, you rejected all of them. Chen Tianshan is pedantic. My lord, why are you like this as well? We have followed you for many years, swearing loyalty to you. However, you cannot drag everyone into the fire pit. Our embroidered uniform guard system is only valuable now. Once the various factions divide the Han dynasty, our embroidered uniform guard system will be useless. We will not be valuable anymore. Hong Gang said anxiously. Beat him to death. Montez glared. Yes. A embroidered uniform guard stepped forward and quickly beat Hong Gang with a heavy staff. My lord, please reconsider. My lord, I am not wrong. I am not wrong. As long as you are loyal to the great martial emperor dynasty, you will have contributed greatly. You will still have a high position in the great martial emperor dynasty. Hong Gang said anxiously. Beat him. Montez glared. Boom, boom, boom. After repeated beatings, Hong Gang was finally beaten to death. The other embroidered uniform guards felt fearful and did not dare to say anything. If you dare to commit treason again, this will be your outcome, Montez said while glaring. Yes. The embroidered uniform guards shivered and answered. After dragging Hong Gang away, the embroidered uniform guards also withdrew. Montez was left alone in the hall. At this moment, his eyes were filled with madness. He did not know if the emperor was dead. No, it was very likely that he was already dead. The various factions had extended olive branches, but Montez did not accept them. It was not that Montez was very loyal to Gu Hai, but that Montez knew his own ability. His ability was not strong, unlike monstrous geniuses like Gao Xianji and Mo Yai. His ability was too replaceable. Only the emperor appreciated him. The other factions did not appreciate his ability, but the embroidered uniform guard system. As long as he joined a faction, once the embroidered uniform guard system was taken over, he would not be far from death. But if he continued to wait, it would be torturous. Your Majesty, can you really return? Montez's eyes flashed with a strong desire. Montez could only regain his high position because the emperor returned. However, if the emperor did not return, could he only wait for death? Or hide his identity and start all over again? The various factions' letters of invitation lay on the table in front of Montez. He read them one by one. However, no matter how he looked, he could not see anyone appreciating his ability. Humph! Montez tossed the letters aside, feeling depressed. Xiao Chen wanted to find a wise master, but it was hard to find one. He might as well waste his time here. At the very least, he had a high position and authority now. After the morning assembly, Chen Tianshan returned to his residence. A large number of cities fell in the surroundings. However, Chen Tianshan felt helpless. In the hall, Liangyi? Are you looking for me? Chen Tianshan looked at a handsome man before him. Third grandfather. The man, Chen Liangyi, showed a somewhat awkward expression. What's wrong? Are you like those people, trying to persuade me to join a faction? The great martial emperor dynasty? Chen Tianshan glared. No. Third grandfather, I am not trying to persuade you to join a faction, Chen Liangyi immediately said. That's good. Chen Tianshan sighed softly. Liangyi, back then, your father's death attracted the emperor's attention. The emperor treated the Chen nation extremely warmly. Although you are not very capable, the emperor still conferred you a noble title. You should be satisfied. Do not be like those people, always thinking of betraying the nation, Chen Tianshan instructed. Chen Liangyi sneaked a glance at Chen Tianshan. Third grandfather, I know that you treat me the best. We are also the closest people. However, there are some things that I do not know if I should say. As long as it is not betraying the nation, you can say whatever you want. Chen Tianshan shook his head. Third grandfather, how could I possibly think of betraying the nation? All of this belongs to my Chen clan. How could I sell it? Chen Liangyi shook his head. Chen Tianshan's pupils suddenly constricted. He looked coldly at Chen Liangyi. Back then, I was the one who gave the Chen nation to the emperor in the Han dynasty. Now, third grandfather is the Han dynasty's Tianshan king. Now that the emperor has fallen, third grandfather is the most powerful person in the dynasty. Naturally, you should take back what belongs to my Qin nation. Third grandfather, don't you think so? Chen Liangyi whispered. Impudent! Chen Liangyi, how dare you? Chen Tianshan glared and immediately stood up in anger. Chen Liangyi fell to his knees. Third grandfather, what did I say wrong? Back then, Gu Hai was just a wealthy merchant of my Qin nation. Didn't it all belong to my Qin nation? Third grandfather, now that Gu Hai has fallen, all of this naturally belongs to us. You can also ascend the throne and rule the world. We will regain our nation's destiny, and we will no longer have to fear the four factions. Chen Liangyi shouted anxiously. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Chen Liangyi, you are really crazy. You actually want to swallow the Han dynasty? Ha! Men! Send Chen Liangyi to the imperial prison. Chen Tianshan glared. Yes. A large number of guards immediately rushed into the hall and grabbed Chen Liangyi. Third grandfather, I am doing this for your own good. For your own good. Third grandfather, this belongs to my Qin clan. Third grandfather, don't arrest me. Chen Liangyi exclaimed in horror. Chen Liangyi, reflect on your mistakes in the imperial prison first. Humph! Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The Han dynasty can only be the emperor's Han dynasty. The moment it is no longer called the Han dynasty, it will be the end of the nation. Take him away. Chen Tianshan said with a glare. Yes. Third grandfather. Chapter 729. As time passed, more and more Dahan cities were plundered by the four factions. Reports of defeat reached the infinite celestial capital. At this moment, the Dahan officials were very anxious. Within the Dahan, the citizens felt increasingly uneasy. Did something really happen to the emperor? Otherwise, why did the emperor not appear when so many cities were lost? Every day, there were arguments in the soaring palace hall. The people argued endlessly about sending troops to quell the attacks from all directions. Chen Tianshan endured tremendous pressure every day. If not for his inflexibility and stubbornness, he might have broken down long ago. Every day, he had to deal with the anxious officials and reports of defeat from all directions. Chen Tianshan also felt anxious. However, what could he do? Send troops to quell the rebellion? Indeed, if he wanted to, he could send Gao Xianji. Or send another team to quell the rebellion quickly. The emperor handed the immortal demon army to him. That was an army that could suppress countless wars. However, Chen Tianshan did not dare to do so. He was worried that if he sent an army out, it would never return. Without the emperor, the people's hearts would scatter easily. As long as one army abandoned the Great Han, what followed next would be the collapse of the Great Han Empire. What Chen Tianshan needed to do was maintain stability. He needed to stabilize the Han dynasty, stabilize the Dahan officials, and stabilize everything in the infinite celestial capital. As long as he could stabilize everything, the Han dynasty would not fall apart. Lose the cities? Chen Tianshan could not care about that anymore. Furthermore, as long as the emperor returned, the factions that swallowed the Dahan cities would have to spit them out. Furthermore, they would spit them out several times over. As long as the emperor returned, wait. Just as Chen Tianshan was resisting the pressure from all directions, a figure appeared and disrupted the order in the infinite celestial capital. A large number of Xuanwu surrounded a black-clad man and arrived at the soaring palace hall's plaza. Montez, Gao Xianji, and Moyaik, and the others all walked out of their residences and arrived at the soaring palace hall's plaza, looking at this black-clad man who suddenly appeared. Greetings, Crown Prince. Countless officials suddenly bowed in surprise. Chen Tianshan's expression changed. Impossible! You're not the Crown Prince! Montez exclaimed in shock. The man in black was none other than Guqin. Guqin smiled at Montez. Commander Meng, don't you recognize me? The Crown Prince was killed by Tai Chu. I was not the only one who saw it. Many people saw it. Now, the whole world knows that the emperor was angry because of the crown prince's death. He personally went to the heaven realm to kill Tai Chu. You are not the crown prince, the crown prince is already dead. Montez glared and shouted. When Montez shouted, everyone's face sank. Who are you? You dare to impersonate the crown prince? Chen Tianshan glared. All of the officials were doubtful. Their previous excitement had long disappeared, and they all looked at Gu Qin with gloomy expressions. Before Gu Qin could speak, a man in white behind him sneered. What? The Han dynasty was no longer surnamed Gu? Or do you want to usurp the throne? Everyone's expression sank as they looked at this man in white. Prime Fengyu, calm down. I'll do it. Gu Qin waved his hand. Prime Fengyu? Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. The Silver Moon sees Prime Fengyu? Isn't that the Xuanwu race's prime? Chen Tianshan and the others knew that the Xuanwu race's prime had died, and the Xuanwu god possessed Shanghai Hen. Shanghai Hen led the Xuanwu race to become the Han dynasty's nation beast. Unfortunately, the evil Prime Fengyu's consciousness still remained in the Xuanwu god. In the end, it separated from Shanghai Hen's body, giving the Xuanwu race 2 primes. Prime Fengyu? The Sky Chess Pavilion? Meng Tai, do you remember the letter I wrote to you? I don't know if you still remember. Do you remember how I wrote it? Gu Qin smiled. Huh. Montez was stunned. That letter? The Dahan is in a difficult position. I, Gu Qin, am Montez. If there are any mishaps, I, Montez, will not allow any small fries to disrupt the order of the court. When my imperial father returns, I will eliminate all evil, Gu Qin said. Meng Tai stretched out his hand and took out a letter. Then, he carefully read it. As he read, his expression changed. Identical? Also, when you followed me to the solar deity shrine, I spoke with you alone several times. Gu Qin said one by one. How is that possible? How do you know? Montez looked at Gu Qin blankly. Montez's blankness stunned the others. Could it be that he was really the crown prince of Gu Qin? Lord Gao Xianji, I remember that I spoke with you alone before. The first time. Lord Mo, I remember the last time we went fishing together. At that time, I told you. Lord Chen, I remember that when we were mortals, you and I worked together seamlessly. Gu Qin continued to recall. At this moment, Gao Xianji and the others were shocked. Not a single word was missing. The things that Gu Qin said were all things that only the two of them knew. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Meng Tai bowed respectfully in shock. Greetings, Your Highness. The surrounding officials also bowed respectfully. Chen Tianshan, Gao Xianji, and Mo Yike frowned slightly. How did you come back to life? Gao Xianji asked curiously. That day I did die. But fortunately, I received the inheritance of old man Guanxi and was one of the 9 sons of Guanxi. Guanxi's mark allowed me to come back to life. Until today, I have returned to my original state. Today I have returned. Gu Qin smiled. Old man Guanxi? Sky Chess Pavilion? Mo Yike frowned slightly. Yes. Gu Qin nodded. Greetings, Your Highness. May I know why Your Highness has brought the Xuanwu clan here? Mo Yike looked at the large number of Xuanwu behind Gu Qin. Mo Yike acknowledged Gu Qin. The surrounding people also bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Highness. Gu Qin nodded and looked at Chen Tianshan. Lord Chen, you have worked hard all these years. Although Chen Tianshan was not smart enough to tell if the crown prince in front of him was real or fake, he had learned to read people in the past 5 years. Even someone as smart as Mo Yike could tell that this was Gu Qin, so he could not be wrong. Greetings, Your Highness. Chen Tianshan said happily. It is natural for me to work hard. I am just a little tired. Now that Your Highness is back, it is great. Gu Qin nodded. Yes, I know that Lord Chen has worked hard all these years. However, Lord Chen, don't worry. You can rest now. Chen Tianshan was confused. The Han dynasty is still my father's dynasty. As a son, I have to share my father's burdens. Lord Chun took up the burden of the Han dynasty because he worked hard for the Dahan. I will remember this. Now you can rest. I will help you take care of the Han dynasty. They are attacking from all directions. It is time to take some of their arrogance. Otherwise, the Han dynasty will be too cowardly. Guqin said with a smile. Your Highness is wise. I am willing to lead the army to quell the rebellion. Your Highness is wise. I am willing to lead the army to fight the enemy. It is great that Your Highness is back. That is great. We don't have to suffer from those bastards anymore. The warlike officials cheered excitedly. Emoyike, Gao Xianji, and Montez narrowed their eyes at Guqin. They felt that something was wrong, but they did not say anything. Chen Tianshan's face darkened. Now that the crown prince is back, he wants to seize power? No, the authority of the Han dynasty belonged to the emperor in the first place. The crown prince was the heir apparent. There was nothing wrong with him taking over. However, Lord Chen, do you have any objections? Guqin asked with a smile. Chen Tianshan's eyelids twitched as he struggled in his heart. After a while, Chen Tianshan took a deep breath and said, Your Highness, you are the heir apparent. Originally, since the Emperor is not here, we should listen to you. However, I would like to say this. In the end, you are just the heir apparent. We the officials, Chen Tianshan said, we the officials, 3 times. After the 3rd time, all the officials looked at Chen Tianshan, not knowing what he wanted to say. We the officials are only loyal to His Majesty. Chen Tianshan shouted. Everyone's expressions immediately turned solemn. The crown prince wants to take over the authority of the Han dynasty. As long as His Majesty agrees, we will do our best to obey. Your Highness, may I ask, do you have His Majesty's imperial edict? Chen Tianshan shouted solemnly. Chen Tianshan's shout immediately suppressed the excitement of all the officials. Indeed, the officials no longer wanted to listen to Chen Tianshan. They had been looking forward to the crown prince's return. Finally, they would not have to suffer anymore. However, Chen Tianshan's declaration that they were only loyal to the emperor made all the officials revert to their original state. Who would dare to go against the emperor's orders? You all want to rebel against the emperor? Chen Tianshan showed a stern expression, and his tone was resolute. Many of the officials wanted to say something. However, as this involved the crime of rebelling against the emperor, they could not say anything. Mo Yike and Gao Xianji also looked at Chen Tianshan in shock. Perhaps they had looked down on Chen Tianshan in the past. However, Chen Tianshan's rejection made the two look at him in a new light. Even the two of them could not display Chen Tianshan's loyalty to the emperor. This was the crown prince. Guqin's expression turned sullen. Lord Chen, are you making trouble for no reason? Imperial father is not around, and you hold on to an imperial edict to do whatever you want? This crown prince is the heir apparent of the Dahan. Are you not paying your respects when you see me, or do you want to seize my Gu clan's empire? Guqin said coldly. Guqin's voice contained a questioning tone. Many of the officials looked at Chen Tianshan doubtfully when they heard that. The imperial edict is the decree of the ruler. Furthermore, I am the Tianshan king that His Majesty personally conferred. My status as a prince is no weaker than yours. Guqin's crown prince, if you are loyal to His Majesty, please guard the limitless celestial capital and wait for His Majesty's return. Chen Tianshan rebutted. Chen Tianshan, it looks like you really want to seize my Gu clan's empire. Today, this crown prince will represent my father in subduing you, a treacherous official, to restore order to the world. Guqin said coldly. Behind him, Feng Yu slowly released a strong aura that pressed down on Chen Tianshan. At this moment, the countless officials seemed to be divided into 2 factions, with many of them supporting Guqin. The Gu clan's empire? Ah, Your Highness, you misspoke. This is not the Gu clan's empire but His Majesty's empire. Did you bring the Xuanwu clan here today to seize the nation? The imperial edict is here. Who dares to go against it? Chen Tianshan raised the imperial edict that Gu Hai had conferred upon him in the past. Then, he glared at Guqin, opposing him. Chapter 730. The Gu clan's empire? Ah, Your Highness, you misspoke. This is not the Gu clan's empire but His Majesty's empire. Did you bring the Xuanwu clan here today to usurp the nation? The imperial edict is here. Who dares to go against it? Chen Tianshan raised the imperial edict that Gu Hai had given him in the past and glared at Guqin, starting a tit-for-tat confrontation. The moment Gu Hai's imperial edict appeared, everyone's expression sank, turning grave. Feng Yu prepared to make a move. However, in the next moment, Guqin extended his hand and stopped her. The imperial edict was the ruler's decree. Even if it was Guqin, as long as he made a move, he would be rebelling against the ruler. Although the officials supported Guqin, they could not support him more than Gu Hai. No matter how much they supported him, they could not rebel together with Guqin. Qin Tianshan? Tianshan King? Do you know that this crown prince has been supervising the nation for many years only because imperial father heard of this crown prince's death? You have an imperial edict, but so do this crown prince. Guqin smiled as he took out an imperial edict. Your Highness, you do have an imperial edict. However, Your Highness, this is His Majesty's final order. Your imperial edict is from the past and is no longer effective. Hence, I hope that Your Highness will not get involved in this matter and take care of yourself, Qin Tianshan said sullenly. However, this is an imperial edict in the end. No matter what, the ruler is not joking. The ruler's decree is like a mountain. Isn't that so? Guqin smiled. Huh! Chen Tianshan's expression sank. If the ruler is not joking, then this crown prince's imperial edict will always be effective. Various officials, imperial father asked this crown prince to supervise the nation. Various officials, are you willing to respect the imperial edict? Guqin suddenly looked at the others. This lowly official is willing to respect the imperial edict and listen to Your Highness's orders. This lowly official is also willing to listen to Your Highness's orders. A small portion of the officials immediately spoke up, willing to follow Guqin. After all, they had been too disappointed in Qin Tianshan over the years. He was too cowardly. Such a person is not worthy of leading me. However, some of the officials who were already disheartened in the first place agreed. It has been a long time since the Han dynasty has dealt with the opportunists. Chen Tianshan snorted coldly. The official who had just defected to Guqin immediately shrank back, but he did not dare to speak. Guqin looked at Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and Montez. The three of you, if this consort were to once again oversee the Han dynasty, I would like to request the three of you to assist me. Guqin looked towards the three of them. Crown Prince. Chen Tianshan's eyes widened. You're starting to poach people? The three of them had great authority in the Han dynasty, and as long as they agreed, Guqin would be able to gather almost half of the officials, and they would be able to compete with him. Montez's eyelids twitched. Speaking of which, if Guqin was sincere in his invitation, Montez would have agreed. However, Guqin was looking at Gao Xianji and Mo Yike with anticipation, so he could only treat it as an invitation. Montez's heart trembled, and he revealed a cold smile. The hint of intimacy he had prepared was instantly erased. Perhaps he did not have great wisdom, but Montez did not lack such petty tricks. Montez did not say anything, but he looked at Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji shook her head. Your Highness, I'm sorry, but I only respect His Majesty. I only listen to His Majesty's orders. Guqin frowned slightly, but he did not refute Gao Xianji. She was a talented general, and she had 100,000 celestial army under her command. It would not be easy to subdue her. Guqin was more interested in Mo Yike, because Guqin understood Mo Yike's ability. Lord Mo, the Han dynasty needs a wise man like you. It would be a waste of your talent if you continue to idle around in your residence. Guqin looked at Mo Yike. It was as if he was trying to sow discord between Mo Yike and Chen Tianshan. Mo Yike smiled. Your Highness, the King of Tianshan has already made it clear. The Han dynasty is the Emperor's, and the Han dynasty does not belong to the King of Tianshan or your Highness. Moreover, it is a pleasure for me to idle around in my residence, and I don't feel that it is a waste of my talent. Mo Yike had rejected Guqin. Guqin's expression sank slightly. Your Highness, it is my Dahan's blessing that you are still alive. However, if you want to manage the nation again, please wait until His Majesty returns. This old official also wants to hand over my authority. However, this old official is even more loyal to His Majesty. Before His Majesty returns, this old official will not take a step back. Guqin said solemnly. Oh? If Imperial Father does not return, you will not let go of the Han dynasty? What if Imperial Father never returns? Guqin asked sullenly. How presumptuous! Chen Tianshan glared. How can His Majesty not return? The surrounding officials also burst into an uproar. Chen Tianshan, stop lying to yourself and others. Also, stop lying to everyone. Imperial Father already fell in Solar Divine Palace. Why do you want to use Imperial Father's name to dominate the Han dynasty? Are you trying to usurp the throne? Guqin glared. His Majesty fell? The expressions of the surrounding officials immediately turned unsightly. Speaking of which, when Gu Hai's luck disappeared, all the officials had guessed it. However, no one was willing to accept this fact. Gu Hai was like a spiritual pillar supporting everyone. How could it disappear just like that? No one could take it anymore. Only when Chen Tianshan said that the Emperor was in closed-door cultivation and would return soon did everyone find some hope. Even though some people kept saying that the Emperor was dead, as long as the person in the highest position, Chen Tianshan, did not say so, everyone thought that those people were just spreading rumors to mislead the crowd. However, the person in the highest position, the Crown Prince, said that the Emperor was dead. Was the Emperor really dead? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Chen Tianshan was the Crown Prince. Would the Tianshan king dare to kill the Crown Prince to correct the people's hearts? Your Highness, what nonsense are you saying? His Majesty will definitely return. Are you trying to rebel? Rage flashed in Chen Tianshan's eyes. Rebel? Ha 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 ha. What a big accusation. Guqin, I am the Crown Prince of the Han dynasty. The current Crown Prince is the heir apparent, the Han dynasty's heir apparent. What does the heir apparent mean? Can you explain it to me? Heir apparent? Chen Tianshan's eyelids twitched. The expressions of all the surrounding officials changed. The heir apparent is the reserve emperor. When the emperor dies, the heir apparent can ascend to the throne. He can ensure that the nation does not fall apart or fall into chaos. He can protect the Han dynasty and its eternal foundation. Guqin shouted. How presumptuous! The emperor is not dead yet. Crown Prince, you dare to usurp the throne? Chen Tianshan shouted while glaring. The one who is trying to usurp the throne is you, Chen Tianshan. My father is already dead. Everyone knows that. The luck will not lie. You are using the imperial edict to deceive the officials and the world. Are you trying to change the Han dynasty? Guqin said while glaring. That is to say, Your Highness Crown Prince, you are bringing Prime Feng Yu and the Xuanwu race back to the Han dynasty to usurp the throne? Chen Tianshan asked while glaring. The Xuanwu race is the Han dynasty's national beast. It is only there to stabilize the foundation of the Han dynasty. When evil spirits wreak havoc, we should eliminate the national traitor. Today, this Crown Prince will eliminate the traitor on behalf of my father. Officials, today is the time for you to make contributions. Follow this Crown Prince and take down the national traitor Chen Tianshan. We will restore the might of the Dahan. Guqin shouted. Yes! The people who sided with Guqin earlier immediately shouted excitedly. However, the other officials were still in shock. They had not recovered from the shock of the emperor's death yet. Prime Fengyu took the lead and instantly grabbed at Chen Tianshan. With Guqin's orders, she needed to eliminate Chen Tianshan immediately so that the other officials would not have a choice. Kill! Prime Fengyu arrived at Chen Tianshan's side in the blink of an eye. Shing! Suddenly, the sound of a sword rang out. A white sword light instantly slashed at Prime Fengyu in the sky. Who is it? Prime Fengyu's expression changed as she struck out with her palm. Boom! The sword intent in the sky suddenly exploded. At the same time, tens of thousands of sword chi charged at Prime Fengyu. Dongfang Bubi, Duguqiubai, Zhang Sanfeng, and Shimen Chuexu attacked almost at the same time. All of them looked very sharp. Break! Autark Fengyue shouted. Boom! All the sword intent and sword chi shattered. Although the four experts were strong, they were only from the Middle Heavenly Palace. Prime Fengyu was from the Upper Heavenly Palace. Even so, they were immediately forced back by Prime Fengyu. The four of you, why are you protecting the traitor Chen Tianshan? Guqin asked with a glare. Shimen Chuexue and Duguqiubai's eyes turned cold. At this moment, Zhang Sanfeng also frowned as he looked at Guqin. Guqin's crown prince, Chen Tianshan, is not the traitor. You are the traitor. I have already seen that hypocrite Yu Buchuan. Do you think you can fool him? Humph. If Prime Fengyu makes a move on Chen Tianshan again, I will not protect him anymore. Dongfang Bubi said coldly. Huh. Guqin appeared somewhat confused. The four of us will keep an eye on you and kill you. Dongfang Bubi said coldly. How dare you? The Xuanwu clan members immediately glared. Whoosh! Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and Montez quickly shielded Chen Tianshan behind them. Your Highness, please conduct yourself with dignity, Mo Yike said coldly. Although everyone did not like Chen Tianshan at this crucial moment, they still stood on his side. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Indeed, only Imperial Father can make you submit. You look down on anyone and any faction. However, I will have to offend all of you today. Guqin said coldly after taking a deep breath. As Guqin spoke, he gently formed a hand seal. Buzz! The ritual array in the sky suddenly shook. Zhang Sanfeng, Shimen Chuexue, Dongfang Bubi, and Duguqiubai's figures swayed, and they nearly fell over. Guqin had reached out and grabbed a jade-green saber in the air. The saber gave off surging fog, connecting to the ritual array in the sky and controlling the four expert. The life entrapment saber? Chen Tianshan's expression changed. Imperial Father taught me how to use the life entrapment saber. Now, these four sword cultivators can't help you, Guqin said coldly. Your Highness, we are willing to follow you. Your Highness, we are willing to serve Your Highness. Your Highness, no, Your Majesty, we are willing to serve Your Majesty like dogs and horses. Many of the officials immediately surrendered to Guqin. Many of the embroidered uniform guards also turned their backs on Montez, willing to submit to Guqin. This immediately frustrated Montez. Guqin smiled coldly. Just as Guqin was about to continue killing, ha 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 ha, I came at the right time. This is going to be a good show. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the sky. Everyone looked up. At this moment, they saw a huge flying ship flying over. Several men stood on the flying ship. The one at the front was the former Deqian Marquis Aotian, Long Aotian. He was the son of the dragon god Ing. Long Aotian stood at the top of the flying ship. Behind him on the deck, there were many coffins lined up vertically. Long Aotian. Guqin's face darkened. Don't worry, Guqin. I am not going to fight for the country with you. I only want two people, Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. I will take them with me. Long Aotian said with a sinister smile. Below, Mo Yike, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, and the others raised their eyebrows as they looked at this uninvited guest. Chen Tianshan, Gu Qin, and Long Outyan suddenly entered a stalemate, facing each other head-on. Just as the three sides were facing each other, in a restaurant not far from the soaring palace hall, a group of people in black robes stood in the restaurant. They were guarding the four corners of the restaurant, looking respectfully at the man in black robes at the very front. This man was none other than Gu Hai, who had rushed back. Gu Hai stood at the window with his hands behind his back. He looked at the dispute in the soaring palace hall square in the distance. He did not go forward, only narrowing his eyes. The person standing next to him was the black-robed man, Chang Ming. "Your Majesty, this is the information I have collected. Now that the Crown Prince of Guqin has changed, do you want to?" Chang Ming said respectfully. "Let's wait a little longer. I want to see what other evil spirits there are." Gu Hai smiled coldly. Chapter 731. With the arrival of Prime Feng Yu and Prime Shangguan Hen, Silver Moon Ocean had already become the territory of the Xuanwu clan. At Silver Moon Island, Shangguan Hen sat in a small courtyard with a Guqin figurine placed before him. He was drinking alone. Elder Miao Chen stood respectfully at the side. He frowned slightly and said, "Prime, I have already checked outside. He is still there." Shangguan Hen's hand paused, and he revealed a cold smile. Sky Chess Pavilion? He is still monitoring me? Good. Prime, do we have to keep going against the Sky Chess Pavilion? Elder Miao Chen asked with a bitter smile. "We are not going against the Sky Chess Pavilion. I am doing this today to protect the Xuanwu clan." Prime Feng Yu? He was arranged by Old Man Guanxi back then, right? The Xuanwu clan was nearly destroyed last time. If we are not careful this time, we will be consigned to eternal damnation, Shangguan Hen said gravely. Why? Miao Chen asked, confused. Because of the Emperor. It is not like you have not heard of the news from the celestial realm. Who killed Taiwa? Who killed Tai Chu? Who killed Long Zhanghua? Shangguan Hen asked gravely. However, Gu Hai was lucky. Lucky? In the past, many people thought that Gu Hai was lucky. However, many of those people died. After following Gu Hai for so many years, I am very clear about this. Do not look at the process or Gu Hai's cultivation. Look at the result. Today, if we follow the Sky Chess Pavilion and betray the Han Dynasty, the Xuanwu clan will disappear from this world in the future. Shangguan Hen said gravely. That can't be. Isn't Gu Hai dead? You saw the corpse. Shangguan Hen looked at Miao Chen. No. If we had Gu Hai's corpse, the Han Dynasty would have collapsed long ago. Yes, countless people think that the Emperor is dead, but I don't think so. His life is too tough, so tough that even Long Zhanghua can't compare to it. He will come back, and when he comes back, it will be time for those people to be wiped out. Shangguan Hen said in a deep voice. Yes. Miao Chen nodded suspiciously. How's the news going? Shangguan Hen looked at Miao Chen. Supreme Venerable, you are currently trapped in the Silvermoon Sea. But rest assured, there are still many Xuanwu clan members who are loyal to you. According to your request, we have already dispatched a large number of Xuanwu clan members to spread the news. The Sky Chess Pavilion and Grand Emperor Dynasty's troops have already spread the news in advance. I believe the limitless heavens is already prepared. Miao Chen nodded. Unfortunately, there is still nothing I can do. If the Emperor were in court, this news would be enough. I hope Qin Tianshan can hold on. Shangguan Hen sighed softly. However, Supreme Venerable, if you spread the news to all the factions, won't there be more people with ill intentions heading over? That's right. With so many people harboring evil intentions, the more murky the waters are, the more advantageous it is for Qin Tianshan. I hope that he can make good use of this opportunity. Furthermore, it would be even better if this news reached the Emperor's ears. Shangguan Hen had just finished speaking when the Qin figurine in front of him suddenly spoke. Supreme Venerable, this is the limitless heavens. Guqin's crown prince is leading Prime Feng Yu and a group of Xuanwu clan soldiers to force Qin Tianshan to abdicate. The situation is already at its climax. The great Ying dynasty's Long Outian has arrived with a flying boat and a coffin. The Qin figurine spoke. News from the limitless heavens. The great Ying dynasty also sent people over? Miao Chen's expression changed. Looks like the news we leaked about the great Wu dynasty and the Sky Chess Pavilion taking action work. The great Ying dynasty also sent people over? Good. The more people there are, the more muddied the waters. Chen Tianshan, you have to hold on. Shangguan Hen's eyes flashed with anticipation. Shangguan Hen's advance warning was not only because the great Ying dynasty had sent Long Outian. All the major forces also sent people to go there. The two dynasties and three lower sects were in high spirits because they had been constantly attacking the Han dynasty's cities. It should be known that the city lords of the Han dynasty had all gone through the baptism of the Azura Path's secret realm. Now they had all reached the early stage Celestial Palace. Being able to attack the Han dynasty's cities under such circumstances meant that these 5 factions were very powerful. At the very least, they had lower Celestial Palace experts, and even middle Celestial Palace experts. Now, the 2 emperors and 3 sect masters each led a group of experts to hide in the surrounding mountains and forests. They coldly looked at the limitless heavens in the distance. Long Outian and Guqin only valued the Dahan army commanders. However, the Dahan army did not only have these few talents. There were also other slightly weaker talents. These small factions were determined to get them. Now that the war was about to start, it was the best time to fish in troubled waters. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. In the sky above the limitless heavens capital, Long Outian looked down at Guqin with a cold smile. Mr. Mo, Mr. Gao, my father admires the 2 of you very much. Solemnly, he sent me here to invite the 2 of you to the great Ying dynasty as guests. I hope the 2 of you won't mind. Long Outian looked at the 2 of them again. Visit the great Ying dynasty as guests? I don't have the fortune. Mo Yike shook his head and smiled. I don't have the fortune either. Gao Xianji also said coldly. You don't have the fortune? It's a blessing that my father values you. The 2 of you don't have to decline. It's settled. Long Outian said overbearingly. Long Outian, are you sure you want to go against me today? Guqin looked at Long Outian coldly. Long Outian looked at Guqin with a cold smile. Dahan's crown prince? I didn't expect that you would become the Sky Chess Pavilion's lackey. Guqin, don't waste your breath on him. He won't be able to cause much trouble. Feng Yu's eyes turned cold. She reached out and hit the flying ship in the sky. Long Outian's eyes turned cold. Instantly, a black shadow blocked in front of Long Outian. Boom! The black shadow's palm and Feng Yu's palm were locked in a stalemate in the air. A large amount of air current was stirred up. The wind blew and created a storm in the limitless heavens. Zombie? Jiangchen? Autarch Fengyue looked coldly at the shadowy figure. It was a zombie wearing an emperor's robe blocking in front of Long Outian. Haha, Supreme Fengyue. You are much weaker than you were 800 years ago. Long Outian laughed coldly. Do you think I can't do anything to you? Go, take Long Outian down. Feng Yu's eyes turned cold. Roar. Dozens of Xuanwus roared and rushed into the sky. They emitted a strong aura as if they had opened the heavenly palace. A bunch of country bumpkins. You want to fight me? Open the coffin. Long Outian's eyes turned cold. Boom. All of the coffins on the flying boat let out a loud sound. Suddenly, the lids of the coffins opened. When the coffins opened, Guqin and the others' faces darkened. They saw that there were zombies in official and military uniforms standing in the coffins. There was a yellow talisman in between each zombie's eyebrows. 10,000 Jiangchen zombies? Guqin's face changed. Boom. 10,000 zombies rushed out. They immediately pounced on the dozens of Xuanwus. Roar. In an instant, the Xuanwus were trapped in the center of the zombies. A lot of screams came from the Xuanwus. Bastard. Feng Yu's face changed. She rushed toward the Jiangchen's emperor. Boom. With a flip of his hand, he instantly slapped away the group of zombies. Immediately, the black tortoises that had soared into the sky escaped. However, as they escaped, their bodies were covered in wounds. Large pieces of their flesh were bitten and devoured by the zombies. Peak nascent soul level zombies? No, they even opened the heavenly palace? Feng Yu's face darkened. Roar. The zombie emperor roared. The 10,000 zombies immediately flew behind it and looked coldly at the Xuanwus. Peak nascent soul level? These are the zombies in a cave that my father found. Each of them has a talisman seal on their forehead. Once the seal is removed, all the zombies will open the heavenly palace. Do you believe it? Long Outian sneered. Open the heavenly palace? Guqin narrowed his eyes. All right, I won't play with you anymore. Guqin, you take the Han dynasty. I only want Mo Yike and Gao Xinji. You can't stop me. Of course, you can try. Long Outian said coldly. Long Outian, do you think you can defeat everyone with these heavenly palace zombies? Have you forgotten about Gao Xianji's 100,000 heavenly soldiers? Guqin sneered. 100,000 heavenly soldiers are only peak nascent soul level. How many heavenly palaces do they have? Since I dared to come here today, I am confident that I can take them away. Long Outian said coldly. Is that so? I wonder if you will agree, Mr. Sima? Guqin suddenly looked at a building in the distance. Long Outian turned around. He saw a group of people in green robes standing at the top of the building. The two leading them were Sima Changkong and the former Dragon Crown Prince, Ao Xing. Sima Changkong? Ao Xing? You want to stop me too? Long Outian's face darkened. Roar. Suddenly, a large number of people in green robes behind Ao Xing expanded and turned into more than 4,000 giant dragons floating in the air. Each of them looked ferocious as they glared at Long Outian's 10,000 zombies. Guqin's crown prince, you have good eyesight. You can see me here? Sima Changkong frowned and looked at Guqin. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Sometimes it's the first to get the prize and the slowest to get the prize. Guqin smiled. Yeah, the first to get the prize and the slowest to get the prize? But what will I get if I help you? Sima Changkong smiled. It's not about what you will get, but what will you lose if you don't help me? Guqin shook his head and said. The situation was getting more and more complicated. The forces that were trying to take advantage of the situation were getting more and more conflicted. They did not know what to do. The square of the soaring palace hall was like the center of a whirlpool. Everyone was getting more and more anxious. Only Gu Hai gently picked up a cup of tea in a restaurant not far away. As he sipped the tea, he looked at the chaotic lightning in the surroundings. While Gu Hai was sipping his tea and looking at the outside world coldly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow flew into the restaurant where Gu Hai was. Who are you? How dare you? How dare you? The group of black-robed vampires was on high alert. Even Chang Ming's expression changed. He stood beside Gu Hai and was about to attack. It's okay. Gu Hai waved his hand. Chang Ming looked at Gu Hai in confusion. However, he was still wary of the black-robed person who suddenly appeared. The black-robed person suddenly stared at Chang Ming, giving Chang Ming a sense of danger, as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. Mosquito Dauren, isn't it impolite to stare at my subordinate like that? Gu Hai smiled faintly. Chapter 732. The moment the Mosquito Dauren entered the restaurant, he stared at Chang Ming. The chaos element bead that he tried so hard to get was in the hands of the person in front of him. As long as he killed him, the chaos element bead would be his? The Mosquito Dauren wanted to attack, but he stopped himself. This was because Gu Hai was standing at the side. In the past, the mosquito Daoran felt that Gu Hai was pretending to be weak. He pretended to be weak, but his strength was monstrous. All along, no one believed him, but in the end, those who didn't believe him were all dead. The Qing Emperor was dead, Tai Chu was dead, Taiwa was dead, and even Long Zhangguo was dead. Outsiders said that Long Zhangguo died because he was at the end of his road, and Gu Hai just got close and gave him a light stab. Everything was a fluke. However, in the eyes of the mosquito Daoran, it was all nonsense. Fluke? Try killing the Qing Emperor by luck? Try killing Tai Chu by luck? Try killing Taiwa by luck? Or who was lucky enough to go to the dragon-slaying kingdom to take a look? It wasn't a fluke, but Gu Hai deliberately pretended to be weak, waiting for you to fall into his trap. Everyone said that Gu Hai was dead, but look, Gu Hai looked so radiant. How was he dead? This was also the reason why the mosquito Daoran had been waiting in the infinite celestial capital for 5 years. Originally, the mosquito Daoran was still watching the battle outside, but suddenly, his nose sniffed and smelled Gu Hai's blood. He immediately became alert and flew over. Mosquito Daoran, aren't you impolite to look at my subordinate like that? Gu Hai smiled slightly. No, I'm just looking. The mosquito Daoran immediately smiled apologetically. However, he resisted the urge to make a move. At the side, Chong Ming suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Chong Ming really felt mosquito Daoran's killing intent. Gu Hai, where have you been for the past 5 years? Why is there no news of you anywhere? Mosquito Daoran asked curiously. Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoran and smiled, but he didn't explain. However, this made Mosquito Daoran feel even more mysterious. I was planning to retrieve the heaven-splitting axe, the Bell of Chaos, the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, and the 10-direction annihilation. Unfortunately, they are all broken. I can only postpone what I told you before. Gu Hai looked at the sky above the limitless celestial capital. It's all right. I can afford to wait. There's still 50 years left. Mosquito Daoran smiled awkwardly. Chong Ming, Mosquito Daoran is here today. I will also tell you that Mosquito Daoran formed an alliance with me and wanted to obtain your Chaos Element bead, but I stopped him. In the future, when he does 2 more things for me and obtains one of the top 15 magic treasures in exchange for it, I will agree. Gu Hai looked at Chong Ming. Chaos Element bead? If your majesty wants it, you can take it at any time. There is no need for any treasures in exchange. Chong Ming said solemnly. Mosquito Daoran's eyes lit up at the side. I will naturally do what I promised. Don't worry, you are a true subject. I will not let you suffer losses. Gu Hai said while shaking his head. Yes. Chong Ming nodded and retreated to one side. Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai with satisfaction. Since Chong Ming had agreed to Gu Hai's request, his Chaos Element bead would not be able to escape. Gu Hai, your limitless celestial capital is so lively. You have been gone for 5 years and it hasn't dispersed? However, there are a few factions that have come with ill intentions. Mosquito Daoran looked into the distance. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Yes, they have come with ill intentions. However, they are not considered to be anyone important. Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Soaring Sky Hall Plaza. Guqin, Sima Chongkong and Long Outian were in a deadlock. Aside from Long Outian's boundless fighting spirit, Guqin and Sima Chongkong were still using their auras to suppress the others. At this moment, the 3 factions were about equal in strength. All of them wanted a share of the Han dynasty. However, none of them gave in at this moment, verbally provoking them. They used their auras to threaten but did not rush to make a move. Given this, the Dahan subjects in the Soaring Sky Hall Plaza were like outsiders, cast aside. Or rather, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They no longer had the right to speak. Lord Mo, Lord Gao, Lord Montez. Chen Tianshan said seriously. Tianshan King? The three looked at Chen Tianshan in confusion. Originally, I thought that I had the ability to defend the Han dynasty and wait for His Majesty's return. However, it looks like I no longer have that chance. I have a request for all of you. Chen Tianshan looked at the three. Request? The three asked, feeling confused. Lord Gao, His Majesty personally promoted you. I believe that your loyalty to His Majesty is unquestionable. I will not say much about how His Majesty treats you. I only want to say that if anything happens to me, I implore Lord Gao to wait for His Majesty for some more time. 10 years? No, I am not asking for too much. Just 5 years. How about defending the Han dynasty for another 5 years? Chen Tianshan solemnly bowed to Gao Xianji. Tianshan King, what do you mean by that? Gao Xianji asked with a frown. Lord Mo, I also implore you to wait for 5 years. It is not for anything else but for His Majesty's appreciation of your talent and appreciation. Chen Tianshan suddenly bowed to Mo Yike. Tianshan King, you can't. Mo Yike's expression changed. Lord Meng, please believe that His Majesty will definitely return. He will definitely return within 5 years. You will still rule the world, and the Han dynasty will continue to grow. It will become an imperial dynasty or even a celestial dynasty. Don't lose the Tongtian shortcut for short-term gains and losses. Chen Tianshan said to Montez. Tianshan King, what do you want to do? Montez's expression changed. In the distance, Gu Hai suddenly felt moved. At the same time, he gained a new understanding of Chen Tianshan's abilities. Is Chen Tianshan a coward? No, Chen Tianshan saw through many things. He had a deep understanding of Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, Montez, and the others. However, he never showed it. Chen Tianshan King did not know how to do things, but he knew how to conduct himself. Chen Tianshan King did not have enough intelligence, but he never made any major mistake. What I am most thankful for is having a subordinate, Chen Tianshan. Gu Hai sighed from afar. Mo Yike, Gao Xianji, and Montez also seemed to be getting to know Chen Tianshan for the first time. The three of you, if something happens to me, please protect the Dahan. I don't ask for 10 years. 5 years is enough. After blocking the bandits for 5 years, His Majesty will definitely return, Chen Tianshan said solemnly. Tianshan King, what are you planning to do? Montez asked anxiously. Right now, the situation was not something he could control. Be it the dragon race, the Xuanwu race, or the zombie horde, they all had countless heavenly palaces and heavenly palaces experts. What else could the Dahan rely on today? Many of the officials looked at the Tianshan King in disdain. Tianshan King, do you think you are the emperor? Now that you are at the mercy of others, you think you can resist? Immortal demon army, heed my command. Chen Tianshan suddenly shouted. Boom! Suddenly, countless guards flew over from the surroundings of the soaring palace hall. Their strong auras formed a surging storm, instantly causing the expressions of the three factions' experts to change. This aura. Sima Changkong's expression changed. 500,000 soldiers suddenly flew out from the surroundings of the boundless celestial capital. The army soared into the air, representing the Yuanying state experts. The expressions of the various faction experts hiding in the dark in the distance also changed. What? The Han dynasty has 500,000 soldiers from the Yuanying state? That's impossible. 500,000 soldiers from the Yuanying state? Wouldn't that sweep through all the other dynasties? The strongest dynasty? No, that's not right. It doesn't seem to be the Yuanying state. The expressions of the various faction experts changed when they saw the 500,000 soldiers charging at Chen Tianshan. Immortal demon army? Quick, take down Chen Tianshan! Guqin exclaimed as he pointed at Chen Tianshan, glaring. Sima Changkong also reacted, knowing that the situation was bad. Crown Prince Aoshing, quickly attack and take down Chen Tianshan. The situation is not good. Chen Tianshan, you ant, How dare you resist? Long Outian glared. A large number of zombies immediately charged over. Seeing the dragon race, the Xuanwu race, and the zombies charge over, Chen Tianshan smiled coldly. Immortal demon army, heed my command. There is no need to worry about this king's safety. This king died for the Dahan race. Kill Sima Chongkong, Long Outian, and Guqin at all costs. This is the military order. Kill, 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 kill. Roar! Hong! The 500,000 soldiers suddenly unleashed their Tongtian auras. The moment the powerful immortal demon army appeared, a torrential storm surged and shot toward Guqin, Sima Chongkong, and Long Outian like arrows. Oh no! Guqin's expression changed as he soared into the air and fled into the distance. Before the others could react, they wondered what was going on. Why did Guqin flee? However, in the next moment, everyone figured it out. They are not from the Yuanying state but the Heavenly Palace? Suddenly, a dynasty's ruler's exclamation came from the forest in the distance. 500,000 heavenly palaces? Is this a joke? 500,000? 500,000? His dynasty was already very strong, but only 3 people could open heavenly palaces. In the past, the predecessor of the Han dynasty, the Shunlu dynasty, even the Emperor Huang Fuchaoga, was from the Yuanying state. Even then, the dynasty did not have a single heavenly palace. However, the Han dynasty still hid such a monstrous army? This was an undefeatable army? If this army had been sent out in the past, how could he have attacked the city? The expressions of the various factions changed dramatically. The 2 dynasties and 3 low-tier sects immediately felt like they were facing destruction. I told you not to attack the Han dynasty. Who encouraged me back then? It's over. So many heavenly palaces? No, all of them opened heavenly palaces? Our sects are in danger. Our dynasty is in trouble. The various factions cried out in alarm. Sima Chongkong, Long Outian, Ao Xing, and Feng Yu all widened their eyes. Kill Chen Tianshan. Feng Yu charged straight at Chen Tianshan. No. Save me first. Guqin cried out in alarm. Guqin knew how terrifying this army was. They would not care about him at all. As long as they gave the order, they would kill him with all their might. Bastard! The other Xuanwu clan members, go and kill Chen Tianshan. I will save Guqin. Feng Yu's expression changed. Whoosh! Immediately, Feng Yu arrived in front of Guqin. However, at this moment, Guqin was surrounded by hundreds of divine demon soldiers. Furthermore, they were charging straight at him. Boom! Prime Feng Yu pushed aside the divine demon soldiers and flew into the air with Guqin. Chen Tianshan, you are crazy! Guqin roared in shock. Kill! Aside from the zombie emperor, the other soldiers, quickly go and kill Chen Tianshan. High in the sky, Long Outian's flying ship instantly exploded. If not for the zombie emperor's fast reaction, he would have been killed. Long Outian showed an expression of shock. Crown Prince Ao Xing, be careful. Sima Chongkong's expression changed as he dodged. However, the divine demon army was too strong, and there were too many of them. The dragon race could not stop them at all. Elders, I'll protect Mr. Sima. You all go and deal with Chen Tianshan. Just kill him. Ao Xing exclaimed as his expression changed. Boom! A large number of experts charged at Chen Tianshan. Chapter 733. The sky above the soaring sky palace plaza was in chaos. Chen Tianshan suddenly understood that he couldn't avoid today's calamity. Guqin had brought along Supreme Feng Yu. Supreme Feng Yu had gone to the Heavenly Palace, and the Han dynasty didn't have a Heavenly Palace. Even if he tried to hide, he wouldn't be able to escape. If Guqin succeeded in seizing the country, the first person they would kill would be him, the Heavenly Mountain King. Because the Han dynasty didn't need a second voice. As for Sima Chongkong's appearance, he didn't have good intentions. However, from the conversation between Guqin and him, the two sides seemed to have some kind of alliance. Long Outyen didn't even put him in his eyes. He wanted to capture Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. If the two were captured, the people of the Han dynasty wouldn't be too far away. Therefore, Chen Tianshan ordered the 500,000 demon god army to kill the three of them: Guqin, Sima Chongkong, Long Outyen. Guqin died, but the Han dynasty wouldn't be seized because of Guqin. The Xuanwu clan represented by Supreme Feng Yu wouldn't be able to seize power. No one cared about them. Sima Chongkong died, and the dragons were in chaos. Long Outyen died, and the group of zombies dispersed. As long as the three of them died, this calamity would come to an end. Even if he died, even if Supreme Feng Yu and Ao Shing wanted to take revenge, as long as he died, the revenge would be over, and the Han dynasty would be saved. As long as they died. As for the future, he couldn't care less. He just hoped that the emperor would return soon. 500,000 heavenly palaces, such a terrifying number, even the heavenly palaces wouldn't dare to recklessly face them. The unified army and the ferocious killing intent caused the three's expressions to change. As such, Supreme Feng Yu had to quickly protect Guqin. Ao Shing also had to immediately protect Sima Chongkong. The zombie emperor also had to protect Long Outyen immediately. Otherwise, if the three of them died, everyone's efforts would be for naught. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out in the air as Paragon Fengyue and the rest of the God-Devil army were sent flying. However, this army of gods and demons was trained by Gu Hai and was absolutely loyal to him. So what if they were sent flying? He continued to kill. His killing intent from back then in the Azura Dao secret realm was revealed once more. He didn't care about the three of them at all. Although they were all heavily injured, he still had an army of 500,000. How could he be afraid of them? Rumble! The shockwaves seemed to form 3 super tornadoes. The warriors wielding swords and sabers charged into the tornadoes without any fear of death. The huge tremors caused the experts below to feel a chill in their hearts. 500,000 lower celestial palaces, that can't be wrong. How could there be 500,000 lower celestial palaces? How did the Han dynasty do it? In the past, I thought that the Han dynasty was just a weak dynasty that got lucky and connected with the Longzhonghua. Now I realize that I was completely wrong. The Han dynasty is so strong that the Longzhonghua thinks highly of the Han dynasty. How can they be so strong? Back when we conquered the Han dynasty's cities, every city lord had a heavenly palace. I already found it strange. It turns out that the Han dynasty actually had so many heavenly palaces? The surrounding experts trembled in fear. However, the Xuanwu, zombies, and dragons of the heavenly palaces roared as they charged at Chen Tianshan. First Legion, protect the Tianshan king, Gao Xianji shouted. Boom! A large group of soldiers immediately charged over from all directions. Gao Xianji's 100,000 heavenly soldiers were on the same level as the army of gods and demons. They quickly rushed over from all directions, revealing the powerful auras of the heavenly palaces. What? The dragon elder's expressions changed. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions sounded. A large group of dragons, zombies, and Xuanwu were blocked. The First Legion's attacks were even more brutal. They quickly started killing. Countless dragons, zombies, and Xuanwu were killed. Activate the city defense formation. Protect the people. Mo Yike waved his hand. The boundless celestial capital trembled from the battle, but it slowly stabilized after the formation was activated. Rolling fog appeared from all directions, protecting the people of the boundless celestial capital. At this moment, the people and officials of the boundless celestial capital stared at the Han dynasty's army of gods and demons in disbelief. Our Han dynasty is so strong? Lower celestial palaces? So many? So many? Why didn't I know? How is this possible? His Majesty has laid down a great foundation. Many officials were shocked. Some were pleasantly surprised, while others were frightened. Everyone had different thoughts. Montez waved his hand, and the experts of the embroidered uniform guards stood in front of Chen Tianshan to protect him. They watched as the dragons, zombies, and Xuanwu were killed by Gao Xianji's 100,000 celestial soldiers. Although there were many celestial soldiers, they were all lower celestial palaces. There were still some middle celestial palace experts among the dragons, Xuanwu, and zombies. Although they couldn't do anything to the 100,000 celestial soldiers, they could still get closer to Chen Tianshan. Rumble. The huge impact knocked away the celestial soldiers one after another. 10 middle celestial palace experts were already close to Chen Tianshan. Qin Zibai. Mo Yike shouted. A bamboo cane appeared in Qin Zibai's hand and struck at one of the middle celestial palaces, Xuanwu. Boom! That Xuanwu was sent flying. Middle celestial palace? Qin Zibai? Suddenly, the middle celestial palace experts recognized Qin Zibai. Boom! 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 Qin Zibai instantly blocked 3 middle celestial palaces. Furthermore, he held the upper hand. Quickly attack. If we kill Chen Tianshan, the divine demon army might be leaderless. We will block Qin Zibai. You all continue to charge and kill Chen Tianshan. Quickly! A dragon race elder shouted. Boom! For middle celestial palaces immediately blocked Qin Zibai. Then, the middle celestial palace experts charged at Chen Tianshan again. Stop him! Montez shouted. Boom! 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 The middle celestial palaces knocked back Montez, Gao Xianji, and the embroidered uniform guards. In the blink of an eye, Chen Tianshan was isolated. The embroidered uniform guards and the celestial soldiers could not stop the middle celestial palaces. In the blink of an eye, the Xuanwu middle celestial palace at the very front charged to Chen Tianshan. No one was around Chen Tianshan anymore. No one could save him. Ah! Today I, Cui Jin, will make this contribution. Die. That Xuanwu elder stabbed his sword at Chen Tianshan with a ferocious expression. Tianshan's sovereign. Mo Yike, Gao Xianji, and Montez immediately exclaimed. However, Chen Tianshan did not close his eyes at this moment. Instead, he suddenly started laughing loudly. Regret flashed in his eyes as he laughed. This subject, Chen Tianshan, can no longer be loyal to your Majesty. May the Dahan live for 10,000 years. May your Majesty live for 10,000 years. Chen Tianshan roared at the sky. His roar was inconspicuous amid the rumbling in the surroundings. However, this inconspicuous roar was like a heavy hammer pounding on the hearts of all the officials. Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, Montez, and the other officials immediately felt ashamed. The quality of the Tianshan sovereign was not something that a little bit of intelligence could compare to. For the first time, Mo Yike and Gao Xianji discovered that they were not comparable to Chen Tianshan. In the past, they had looked down on Chen Tianshan's ability. However, looking at it today, they found themselves laughable. However, even as everyone showed anxious expressions, Cui Jin's sword had already arrived at Chen Tianshan's face. It looked like Chen Tianshan would die at Cui Jin's sword. Just at this moment, a bone-like spike suddenly shot out of the ground under Chen Tianshan's feet. The earth spike instantly grew longer and longer. It shot straight for the tip of Cui Jin's sword. Clang! The bone spike clashed with the tip of the sword. The strong hardness made Cui Jin's sword pause. What? Cui Jin's expression changed. Around them, the other people also revealed confused expressions. Bone spike? Bone spike? Could Chen Tianshan still have other tricks up his sleeve? However, when they looked at Chen Tianshan again, he also showed confusion. This is? Many people felt confused. How could a bone spike block Cui Jin's sword? Why did the bone spike save Chen Tianshan? Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Chen Tianshan's mind. Bone spike? Bone attack? This is. Chen Tianshan immediately felt a lump in his throat. His eyes lit up, and tears of excitement welled up in his eyes. His entire body suddenly trembled. I'm back! I'm back! Chen Tianshan cried tears of joy as he trembled. What kind of treasure is this? Die. Since Cui Jin's sword attack failed, he flipped his hand and sent a palm strike at Chen Tianshan. At this moment, Chen Tianshan no longer feared Cui Jin. Instead, he revealed a look of excitement and joy. Just as Cui Jin's palm strike was about to land on Chen Tianshan's face, suddenly, another bone spike shot out of the ground and instantly pierced through Cui Jin's palm. Then, it tore through his wrist and headed for his chest. Cui Jin screamed in pain. Boom! The bone spike instantly pierced through Cui Jin with a loud sound. Blarg! Cui Jin vomited a mouthful of blood. The bone spike did not stop there. It continued to grow, growing larger and taller, increasing in number. It instantly soared into the air, looking like a huge mountain of bone sabers piercing high into the sky. Cui Jin looked like he had been torn apart. He struggled in the air, trembling. He could not believe this strange scene. A mountain of bones pierced through him? Why, blarg! Cui Jin vomited a mouthful of blood. In despair, he took his final breath. The sudden change confused all the people attacking Chen Tianshan. How could it be like this? However, this was not over yet. Boom! Hundreds of bone spikes instantly appeared in the surroundings of the soaring palace plaza. The moment the bone spikes appeared, they pierced all the people attacking from the central heavenly palace plaza into the air. However, this time, the bone spikes were not as ruthless as they were to Cui Jin. The bone spikes only made them lose all combat prowess, piercing through their bodies and sending them into the air. It was like hanging their corpses as a warning to others. Many bone spikes soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, they formed a terrifying mountain of bone sabers in the plaza of the soaring palace plaza, startling everyone in the surroundings. The moment the bone spikes appeared, Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and Montez seemed to have guessed something. They immediately showed wild joy on their faces. The Dahan has not flourished yet. How can I bear to let my beloved official leave? Chen Tianshan, you have suffered for the past 5 years. A deep voice came from the mountain of bone spike. Chapter 734. The Dahan is not at his prime yet. How can I bear for my beloved official to leave? Chen Tianshan, you have suffered in the past 5 years. A deep voice came from the bone peak. The voice was not loud, but it had a strong penetrative power, instantly reaching the ears of countless people. Everyone who heard this voice felt startled. Everyone turned their heads at the same time to look in the direction of the voice, at the soaring palace hall's plaza. Suddenly, a man in black brocade robes appeared. A cloud of dust lingered around this man. Through the dust, one could vaguely make out his silhouette. However, that silhouette excited all the officials and ordinary citizens of the Han dynasty. This official, Chen Tianshan, greets your majesty. Long live your majesty! Chen Tianshan suddenly bowed in excitement. Chen Tianshan's bow made everything clear. The person standing in the slowly dispersing dust was not a bystander but the emperor, who had disappeared for 5 years. This official, Gao Xianji, greets your majesty. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! This official, Mo Yike, greets your majesty. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! The two immediately shivered and shouted. Although they felt overjoyed, they also felt nervous. After all, although the two did not betray the Han dynasty, they still thought about it. They did not cooperate with Chen Tianshan when he was regent in the past. There was a sense of guilt and worry. This official, Montez, greets your majesty's return. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! However, Montez was the most excited. Like Chen Tianshan, he was so excited that his nose turned somewhat sour. Fortunately, I have been firm. Ah! The emperor is back! The emperor is back! I can protect everything. I no longer have to be on tenterhooks. I no longer have to worry about anything. The dust slowly scattered, revealing Gu Hai's figure. That's right. It is the Emperor. Is the Emperor really still alive? The Emperor is back? Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. All the officials immediately bowed. However, the officials who bowed had different attitude. Most of them felt excited, but a small group of them felt fear and trepidation. After all, they had dared to support the Crown Prince's ascension to the throne, which was tantamount to rebellion. Welcome back, Your Majesty! Gao Xianji's 100,000 celestial soldiers shouted excitedly. The roar of the 100,000 celestial soldiers reverberated in the sky. In the sky, the 500,000 god-demon army was still fighting. Gu Hai's voice could not be heard clearly, but the mountain of bones in the distance attracted the attention of the entire god-demon army. The next moment, voices calling out to the Emperor suddenly rang out from all around the square of the soaring palace hall. The Emperor is back? Look, in the soaring sky palace square, the Emperor has really returned. Roar. He's back. Brothers, kill them for me. Kill these 3 traitors to congratulate the Emperor on his return. The army of gods and demons seemed to have been injected with adrenaline as they charged into the high-altitude battlefield without any regard for their lives. In the high-altitude battlefield, the expressions of Ao Xing, Feng Yu, Sima Changkong, Long Aotian, and Guqin all changed. No, impossible. Everyone lowered their heads and looked down. Below them, Gu Hai was indeed standing in the soaring sky palace square. Although he was very far away, in the eyes of the crowd, it seemed like Tongtian's figure was there. The moment Gu Hai appeared, the aura of the Han dynasty changed. In the forest far away, the various factions that were preparing to take advantage of the situation opened their mouths wide as a look of shock flashed across their eyes. Impossible! How is Gu Hai still alive? Gu Hai is back? Is he really back? Isn't he dead? It has been 5 years, isn't he dead? The leaders of the various forces all had terrified expressions on their faces. With the return of Gu Hai and the 600,000 celestial soldiers, all the leaders of the various factions were in despair. Is the heavens toying with me? Didn't they say that Gu Hai was dead? The moment the hundreds of bone sabers appeared in the plaza, they immediately pierced through the experts of the 3 factions. As for the dragon race, zombie race, and Xuanwu race, even if they charged, what could they do? With 100,000 celestial soldiers here, they immediately swarmed over. None of them could leave or flee. With Gu Hai's appearance, the entire situation instantly turned upside down. Gu Hai ignored the others. Instead, he carefully helped Chen Tianshan up. Chen Tianshan, you have been tired. I am back. I am back, Gu Hai said with a smile, feeling moved. At this moment, Chen Tianshan cried as Gu Hai helped him up. Your Majesty is back. Even if this official dies, I will have no regrets. Chen Tianshan said emotionally. Die. With me around, who dares to kill you? Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai guffawed. For now, Gu Hai ignored Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, Montez, and the other officials. While Gu Hai ignored them, Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, and the others continued to bow respectfully. At this moment they felt very nervous. They knew that the Emperor was dissatisfied with them, so no one dared to stand up. Gu Hai ignored Gao Xianji and Mo Yike's bows. Then, he turned his head to look at the sky. Let's go, let's go. Gu Qin grabbed Supremacy Fengyue in horror and fled into the distance. The Black Tortoise Clan. Supremacy Fengyue seemed reluctant. After all, her subordinates were down there. Quick! Quick, go! If we don't go, we won't be able to escape. Quick! 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 Gu Qin cried out in horror. Sigh. Fengyue hesitated for a moment. Then, she pulled Gu Qin and fled into the distance. Where do you think you're going? The army of gods and demons immediately swarmed over. Go away! Boom! Feng Yu immediately broke through the army of gods and demons and fled into the distance. The moment he saw Gu Hai, Gu Qin knew that this mission had failed. No one knew Gu Hai better than Gu Qin. Only Gu Qin knew how powerful Gu Hai was. Gu Hai just appeared? No, he must have been back for a while. If he wanted to attack, who could escape? No one could escape? Feng Yu went to the heavenly palace? So what? Gu Qin had an innate fear of Gu Hai. He worshipped him blindly. Not even the heavenly palace. Run! Run! Gu Qin and Feng Yu immediately fled into the distance. Gu Hai watched as Gu Qin and Feng Yu flew into the distance. He frowned, but he didn't stop them. Buzz! In the distance, the life entrapment blade in Gu Qin's hand trembled, as if it was trying to break free from Gu Qin's grasp. Hold on to this blade. This blade is made from a fragment of the heavenly Go chest. Bring it back to the Sky Chest Pavilion. Quick! Gu Qin handed the life entrapment blade to Prime Feng Yu. Boom! The life entrapment blade was too strong. It instantly broke free from Gu Qin's grasp and turned into a ray of light that shot towards Gu Hai. Heavenly Go chess? Feng Yu's expression changed. She wanted to chase after it. Don't chase. Don't. Let's go. Gu Qin's expression changed. He pulled Feng Yu and turned into two rays of light that shot into the distance. Bang! The life entrapment blade flew back to Gu Hai, and Gu Hai grabbed it by the hilt. Buzz! He squared the life entrapment blade and activated the array again. Whoosh! In the sky, Dongfang Bubi, Zhang Sanfeng, Shimen Chueshua, and Dugu Qiubai suddenly regained their consciousness. Ancient Emperor? You're back? Zhang Sanfeng smiled. Greetings, Ancient Emperor. The four of them bowed at the same time. Gu Hai nodded. On the other side, Sima Chongkong and Ao Xing's expressions changed when they heard the cheers from below. Gu Hai is back? He's still alive? Ao Xing's expression darkened. Go, go, go! Sima Chongkong suddenly cried out in alarm. My dragon tribe! Ao Xing said unwillingly. Quick! I'm using His Majesty's token to command you to take me away. Quick! Sima Chongkong took out a token with a roar. Ao Xing's expression darkened. He seemed to be unwilling. Roar! With a loud shout, Ao Xing transformed into a huge black dragon and instantly brought Sima Chongkong along as he flew into the distance. Rumble! The dragon's body was huge. It shook off the divine demon army and flew to the horizon. Mr. Sima, do you have to be so afraid of Gu Hai? What about my dragon tribe? Ao Xing was still unwilling. Gu Hai is back. Something big is going to happen. You're lucky that you're still alive. Quick! Sima Chongkong shouted. Boom! Ao Xing's speed was even faster as he swiftly flew into the distance. Only Long Aotian didn't run away when he saw Gu Hai. Long Aotian's expression darkened when he saw Gu Hai return. Speaking of which, Long Aotian had seen Gu Hai's abilities in Divine Farmer City. However, he felt that Gu Hai was just using tricks. So what if Gu Hai is back? Father ordered us to take Mo Yike and Gao Xianji away. We must take them away. Gu Hai, you saved me in Divine Farmer City, but I'm not going to kill anyone from the Han Dynasty. I only want Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. Don't worry about the Divine Demon Army. Bring me down and take down Gao Xianji and Mo Yike. Long Aotian shouted. Roar! The zombie emperor roared. In an instant, it broke free from the divine demon army and brought Long Aotian to the plaza of the Soaring Palace Hall. Whoosh! They arrived at the plaza of the Soaring Palace Hall in the blink of an eye. In Long Aotian's opinion, no matter how strong Gu Hai was, he couldn't be from the Soaring Palace Hall. He had Jiang Chen's zombie emperor, so he was definitely the strongest person here. How dare you! Impudent! Release the arrows! Gao Xianji's 100,000 celestial soldiers roared and charged forward. Thousands of arrows rained down on the zombie emperor. However, the zombie emperor was impenetrable. No attack was effective. He swooped down and was about to reach Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. A huge threat rushed into Mo Yike and Gao Xianji's hearts. The two knew that Long Outian was coming for them. However, they didn't dodge. They maintained their respectful posture because the Emperor didn't allow them to rise. Quick, quick! Long Outian looked at the two excitedly. How stupid. They didn't dodge? You saved me a lot of time. Catch them, and we'll leave. Long Outian shouted excitedly. At this moment, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. Chen Tianshan stood behind Gu Hai. He was very confident in Gu Hai. Long Outian? Both sides ran away. You're the only one who isn't afraid of death. Since you're here, you don't have to leave. Gu Hai snorted. Chapter 735. Long Outian? Both of them ran away. You're the only one who isn't afraid of death. Since you're here, you don't have to leave. Gu Hai said coldly. As Gu Hai spoke, a large number of vines suddenly appeared, forming a large net that instantly surged towards Long Outian and the zombie emperor. Break! Long Outian shouted. Boom! With a chop, the vines were cut open, but they didn't wither. Instead, they doubled in size and continued to wrap around the zombie emperor. The zombie emperor's energy shield was fierce, but the vine's explosive power was also fierce. Bang! The energy shield was instantly pierced by the vines and rushed toward Long Outian. Roar! The zombie emperor roared furiously and swung countless energy blades. Instantly, a large number of vines exploded. However, even as the vines exploded, more appeared and wrapped around the zombie emperor. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge ball of vines. Bang! Long Outian was thrown out before the vines wrapped around him. After all, the vines were poisonous. Roar! Boom! The zombie emperor roared again, and the ball of vines around it exploded. The zombie emperor broke free, but it was too late. At this moment, a large number of bone-piercing blades appeared around Long Outian. Whoosh! Long Outian was sealed in the bone cage by dozens of bone-piercing blades. The bone-piercing blades stopped around Long Outian's body and didn't pierce him. Long Outian felt his scalp go numb as he looked at the experts around him, who were all pierced. The zombie emperor pounced to save Long Outian. The bone-piercing blades suddenly pressed against Long Outian's skin. Long Outian's hair stood on end. Don't move! Long Outian shouted. Long Outian knew that if the zombie emperor took another step forward, he would be pierced into a sieve by the bone-piercing blades. The zombie emperor froze. Long Outian was shocked and didn't dare to move. Ancient Emperor, I have no intention of harming the people of the Han dynasty. It's just that my father is eager to invite Gao Xianji and Mo Yike as guests. I have no intention of harming the people of the Dahan. Long Outian said with a hint of fear. After all, his life was now in the hands of Gu Hai, so he could only compromise. Gu Hai stared at Long Outian and smiled coldly. I know. Otherwise, you would be a pile of broken pieces by now. Yes. Ancient Emperor, please forgive me. We worked together in Shenong City in the past. Gu Hai, on account of our past cooperation, please. Long Outian begged for mercy. Buzz. Suddenly, a large number of bone spikes retracted around Long Outian. Long Outian was finally free. Swish. The zombie emperor surrounded Long Outian to protect him. Many thanks, Ancient Emperor. We won't disturb you any longer. Gu Hai, goodbye. Long Outian said in fear. I already said it. Do you want to leave together? Gu Hai asked coldly. Long Outian's expression changed. Only the two of you can leave. The rest of the Jiangchen zombies, stay. Gu Hai said coldly. Alright. Long Outian nodded but did not dare to argue. Go back and tell Dragon God Ing that I don't owe him anything in the heavenly realm. He owes me, Gu Hai said. Alright. Long Outian answered, feeling confused. Swish. The zombie emperor carried Long Outian and instantly soared into the air, shooting into the distance in the blink of an eye. Long Outian fled. With a thought from Gu Hai, the countless bone spikes that soared into the sky instantly shrank back into the ground, vanishing. Bam! 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 Instantly, the dragons, zombies, and black tortoises all fell from the sky. Capture them! Chen Tianshan shouted coldly. Yes, the 500,000-strong divine demon army answered. Dragons, zombies, black tortoises, all of the living ones were captured. Of course, only half of them were left alive. With Gu Hai's return, a great crisis was instantly resolved. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! The ordinary people in the city immediately shouted excitedly. Earlier, everyone thought that Dahan was finished. Who could have imagined that the moment the emperor returned, the crisis would be resolved? The group of people who had been arrogant earlier were scared witless in the blink of an eye. If not for the emperor deliberately letting them go, none of them could have escaped. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! The 500,000-strong divine demon army roared excitedly. The 500,000-strong divine demon army had entered the Azura Dao's secret realm with Gu Hai. Their true loyalty was to Gu Hai. They only obeyed Gu Hai's orders. For the past 5 years, the 500,000-strong divine demon army had worried day and night. Now that the emperor returned, everything would be fine. Loud cheers rang out everywhere. At this moment, the experts of the various factions in the forest in the distance trembled in fear. What should we do? Leave. Leave. Quickly leave. Once they discover us, no one can leave. Quick. Old Demon Gu is back. It's over. What should we do now? It turns out that the Han dynasty did not send troops in the past, not because they were weaker than us, but because they were waiting for Gu Hai to return. 600,000 opening palaces? Are they going to sweep through the world? My sect is in danger. My dynasty is in danger. The various powers of the 4 directions were cowering in fear as they fled. In the small courtyard where Shangguanhen was in the Silver Moon Sea. Prime, is Chen Tianshan going to die together with us? If he dies, the Han dynasty will truly fall apart. Miao Chen said worriedly. Shangguanhen frowned slightly. The wine cup in his hand froze in the air as he revealed a worried expression. The Qin figurine before him was still reciting. Prime. His Majesty is back. Gu Hai is back. The Qin figurine recited the voice of the boundless heavenly capital's messenger. Whoosh! Shangguanhen suddenly stood up, and the wine in his cup spilled all over the floor. His Majesty is back? Really? Shangguanhen suddenly showed a pleasantly surprised expression. However, he also felt somewhat worried that the news was fake. Yes, it's His Majesty. That's right. The Bone Mountain pierced through all the people who charged at Chen Tianshan. Prime Guqin and Feng Yu fled. Sima Chongkong and Ao Xing also fled. Only Long Aotian rushed to the soaring palace hall. The vines bound the zombie emperor, and Long Aotian was imprisoned by the bone cage. Long Aotian lost? The Qin figurine repeated. Gu Hai is back? Miao Chen also felt pleasantly surprised. It's His Majesty. It can't be wrong. Prime. His Majesty is back. The Qin figurine repeated. Ha 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 ha. Good. Good. Shangguanhen smashed the wine cup in his hand to the ground in excitement. At the plaza of the soaring palace hall, the officials were still paying respects. Gu Hai still did not let them rise. Instead, he took out the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal with a flip of his hand. Luck out! Gu Hai shouted coldly. Roar! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Rumble! The surging luck soared into the sky of the boundless heavenly capital. Amid loud sounds, it quickly covered the sky above the soaring palace hall and continued expanding. It's back! My Han dynasty's luck is back! The citizens cheered in the distance. The divine demon army and countless guards showed wild joy on their faces. When Chen Tianshan saw the surging luck in the sky, He also showed excitement on his face. Although he knew that the luck would return as long as the emperor returned, he still felt excited when he saw the luck. At this moment, all the officials in the imperial court bowed respectfully. They felt the luck in the sky but did not dare to raise their heads, feeling tormented. Chen Tianshan looked at the officials with some pity in his eyes. However, he did not say anything. After being the regent for 5 years, Chen Tianshan could tell that the emperor was warning these officials. Although the emperor left this time, it did not mean that he would not leave next time. This warning served as a warning to the officials. Chen Tianshan took a deep breath and looked at Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai was still looking at the luck cloud sea above. In the distance, the expressions of the various forces that were quietly fleeing suddenly changed. What? Why is there so much luck? It's still increasing? This is the luck of the Han dynasty. No, it has already surpassed it. The Daewon Imperial Dynasty's luck? No, the Daewon Imperial Dynasty's territory was first occupied by the Deqian. Even if the Dahan took it a few years ago, the luck they obtained should not be that much. Why is it still increasing now? Why is it still increasing? Kill Long Zhanghua? Yes, it must be because he stole the Deqian's luck? The various factions experts suddenly quivered in shock. The Han dynasty's luck had already covered the entire sky above the limitless celestial capital. It was extremely vast and was still expanding. The citizens of the limitless celestial capital all raised their heads and bowed to the emperor in the direction of the soaring palace hall. Citizens of the Han dynasty, I am back, Gu Hai said. Buzz! The huge luck cloud sea churned, and Gu Hai's voice instantly spread to the Han dynasty's cities through the luck cloud sea and into the ears of all the citizens of the Han dynasty. In Qinglu City, the originally bustling street suddenly fell silent. All the citizens looked up at the sky as if they had been hit by a spell. Did I hear wrongly? Yes, you're right. Is that the emperor's voice? Is the emperor really still alive? The king of Tianshan was not lying. It's really the emperor. The emperor is back. With a boom, the entire street was in an uproar. The entire Qinglu city was in an uproar. All the citizens of the Han dynasty were suddenly in an uproar. For a moment, countless congratulatory voices came from all directions. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Countless voices seemed to be transmitted through the luck cloud sea. For a moment, the entire Han dynasty was in an excited cheer. At the same time, surging luck came from all directions and surged into the luck cloud sea. At the center of the luck cloud sea, the surging luck cloud sea seemed to be condensing into the embryonic form of a super golden dragon. The golden dragon is faintly discernible. This is forming the golden dragon of luck? Chen Tianshan's eyes suddenly lit up. Golden dragon of luck? A golden dragon formed by luck cloud sea was the symbol of an imperial dynasty. Their luck cloud sea had already reached this level? Chen Tianshan set up the altar. The Dahan needs to ask the heavens for instructions and become an imperial dynasty. Gu Hai said. Yes. Chen Tianshan answered excitedly. At the side, Gao Xianji Moyaik, and the others who were bowing felt bitter. Chapter 736. Chen Tianshan quickly set up a huge altar in the square of the soaring palace hall. There was a huge table on the altar, and a golden scroll was placed on the table. It was the scroll used to establish the country, and it was also the first imperial edict of the Dahan. Gu Hai entered the soaring palace hall, changed into a black dragon robe with golden threads, and put on a flat imperial crown. He slowly walked out of the soaring palace hall. Chen Tianshan seemed to have become the master of ceremonies as he shouted, "Go to the altar, please go to the heavens." Gu Hai slowly stepped onto the altar. He looked up at the providence clouds above. Gu Hai suddenly bowed to the heavens. Today, Gu Hai of the Han dynasty, please go to the heavens and bear witness that the dynasty has reached its limit and is about to ascend to the imperial dynasty. Today, I offer my blood to the heavens to show my sincerity. I, Gu Hai, will treat my people and the Han dynasty well. Gu Hai shouted. Boom! The sea of providence clouds in the sky shook, and Gu Hai's voice instantly spread throughout the Han dynasty. Countless people paused. The emperor is going to ascend to the imperial dynasty? Is the emperor worshipping the heavens? The infinite celestial capital is ascending. Countless people were shocked, and then they looked forward to it. Roar. Below the ground, the Han dynasty's dragon vein seemed to have sensed Gu Hai's thoughts. It suddenly roared, and the entire Han dynasty shook. Above Gu Hai's head, above the sea of providence clouds, countless gusts of wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere, as if a thought had descended on the Han dynasty from the unseen world. At this moment, let the heavens bear witness. This heavens is not immortal six Daos, but the immortal dome itself. The immortal dome nurtured life, including immortal six Daos. Immortal six Daos only had the highest attainment and grasped the laws of the immortal dome. Immortal six Daos was the heavens, and the heavens were the masters of life. The heavens that Gu Hai worshipped were the entire immortal dome. When establishing a dynasty, one had to worship the heavens above and the earth below. When establishing an empire, one would only worship the heavens and not the earth. Gu Hai roared. His voice seemed to connect with the entire immortal dome, fusing with all the laws of heaven and earth. Gu Hai extended his hand and cut open his right hand. Blood stained his right finger. Then, on the golden silk scroll in front of him, Gu Hai once again wrote a large Han character. This was the first imperial edict of the Dahan. In the past, when the dynasty was established, the word Han was written. Now, the word Han was written again. As soon as the word was spoken, countless strands of fate descended from the sky and rushed toward the imperial edict. Rumble! It entered from one side and flew out from the other, returning to the sky again. The golden scroll suddenly burst out with dazzling golden light, as if it had a mind of its own. Boom! Countless gusts of wind swept towards the golden silk scroll, as if the heavens and earth were sensing the weight of the scroll. 3 kneels to the heavens! Gu Hai shouted. With a shout, Gu Hai was the first to kneel. Rumble! In the infinite celestial capital, all the subjects suddenly prostrated. At the same time, the sea of fate clouds sent a message to all the citizens of the Dahan, causing them to kneel as well. Kowtow to the heavens, please accept the worship of the Jin Emperor Dahan. Gu Hai shouted and led everyone to bow towards the heavens. Countless people heard Gu Hai's voice and followed suit. At the same time, they shouted, Kowtow to the heavens, please accept the Jin Emperor Dahan. Kowtow to the heavens, please accept the worship of the Jin Emperor Dahan again. Gu Hai told the people again and bowed to the heavens. Kowtow to the heavens, please accept the worship of the Jin Emperor Dahan. Kowtow to the heavens, please accept the worship of the Jin Emperor Dahan 3 times. Kowtow to the heavens, please accept the worship of the Jin Emperor Dahan. The citizens of the Dahan shouted. Roar! Wind howled above Gu Hai's head. Under this howling wind, a large amount of colorful lights appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards the golden silk scroll. Buzz! The scroll suddenly emitted a large amount of colorful lights. Gu Hai immediately felt a trace of joy. This procedure had been passed down for countless years. When the colorful lights descended, it was the seal of permission from the heavens. The colorful lights were the proof of an imperial dynasty given by the heavens. I, Gu Hai, thank the heavens for allowing me to accept the seal of the imperial dynasty and establish the Dahan imperial dynasty. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. As Gu Hai shouted, he stood up and raised the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Then, he smashed it down on the golden silk scroll. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine seal landed on the golden silk scroll. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai, the heaven-suppression divine seal, and the scroll seemed to have fused into one and released a 7-colored light that soared to the sky. The seven-colored light immediately rushed towards the sea of fate clouds. Above the sea of fate clouds, a seven-colored light also bloomed. The light was still spreading and instantly rushed towards the ground. Roar! Suddenly, a huge golden dragon rushed up from the ground. It was the dragon vein. After being hit by the colorful light, the huge dragon head also released a seven-colored light. The light was still spreading. Buzz, buzz, buzz. From Gu Hai's body, the sea of fate clouds, and the dragon vein, it shot towards the infinite celestial capital's subjects. Instantly, all of them emitted a seven-colored light. Through the sea of fate clouds, it seemed to spread to all of the Han dynasty's subjects. In an instant, the seven-colored light spread to the infinite celestial capital. Countless subjects looked at the colorful light emitted from their bodies in shock. Was this the heavenly blessing of the Dahan? A blessing from the heavens? It's so comfortable. It's like taking a hot bath. Did the emperor succeed and become an imperial dynasty? This light loosened the bottleneck of my cultivation that I've been stuck at for many years? It seems like I'm going to break through? The illness in my body has been completely expelled? What an auspicious sign. Countless subjects felt the changes in their bodies excitedly. The blessing lasted for a joss stick's time. Whoosh! In an instant, all the seven-colored light seemed to disappear and rush towards Gu Hai. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine seal and the golden silk scroll made a loud noise. It was as if all the seven-colored light in the Dahan's world had gathered under the seal. At this moment, all the light on the scroll seemed to have been retracted. At this moment, the golden silk scroll seemed to have changed color, turning into a dark gold color. Gu Hai lifted the heaven-suppressing divine seal gently. Buzz! The scroll lost all its light, but Gu Hai suddenly felt a spiritual connection with it. He saw 3 seven-colored words printed on the back of the scroll. They seemed to have appeared out of thin air, but they also had an ancient and vast aura. 3 words. Investiture of the gods. The investiture of the gods is out? Gu Hai's eyes lit up as he looked up at the sky. The surging sea of providence clouds in the sky suddenly compressed toward the center rapidly. The surging providence squeezed toward the fledgling golden dragon and slowly squeezed it into a golden egg. Woo 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 woo. In just a short while, the sea of providence clouds had shrunk by half, and it was still shrinking until there was only 1/3 left. Suddenly there was silence. All the providence seemed to form a vortex, surrounding a golden egg in the center. Gu Hai waited. The golden egg brewed for an hour. Suddenly, as if the eggshell had broken, there was a crisp sound. Crack! The eggshell broke. In the next moment, the broken golden egg exploded with a loud bang. Hong! With a super loud bang, the eggshell exploded. Countless providence also exploded in all directions. In the center of the explosion, a golden light suddenly rushed down and rushed towards Gu Hai's body. Buzz! Gu Hai was immediately attached to the golden light. Gu Hai's body suddenly swelled up as if filled with endless power in an instant. Gu Hai's 7 orifices emitted golden light. Roar! Gu Hai raised his head and roared. He actually let out a sky-shaking dragon roar, and a vigorous vitality instantly shook the world. Roar! The dragon vein also suddenly roared as if it was happy for Gu Hai. Roar! Gu Hai opened his mouth and spat out a long golden dragon. It was a super giant dragon that was thousands of miles long. Rumble! The 1,000-mile golden dragon rushed toward the sea of providence clouds. Suddenly, countless providence surrounded it as if it was swimming in the sea. It was extremely carefree. Golden dragon of providence? The symbol of the imperial dynasty? Chen Tianshan's face lit up with joy. The golden dragon swam in the sea of providence clouds for a while, seemingly very excited. At this moment, Gu Hai's expression was actually somewhat similar to the golden dragon's. This was because Gu Hai realized that the golden dragon's vision was his vision. It was as if he was the golden dragon. My golden dragon of providence! Gu Hai revealed a look of joy. Roar! The golden dragon of Providence suddenly roared. It stood on the sea of Providence clouds and was extremely excited. The golden dragon of Providence looked into the distance. In an instant it actually saw a place far away. Qinglu City? Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. The golden dragon's vision was his vision. He could see as far as the golden dragon could see. The golden dragon kept looking around. After looking around, it saw the entire Han dynasty. What the golden dragon could see was what Gu Hai could see. As long as Gu Hai was in the infinite celestial capital, he could see all the places in the Han dynasty, no matter which city it was. No wonder the emperor wanted to refine the golden dragon. No wonder Xiu the Great's vision could see the empty city and dragon vein city from the capital city. It was because of the golden dragon of Providence. The investiture of the gods is out, and the golden dragon of Providence appears? Does this mean the advancement is successful? Gu Hai was overjoyed. Tell all the people of the Han dynasty that you have the support of the heavens and the hearts of the people. From today onwards, the Han dynasty no longer exists. There is one more Han imperial dynasty in this world. Gu Hai shouted. Roar! The golden dragon of Providence roared. Gu Hai's voice instantly spread to all the people in the world. The Han imperial dynasty? Success. The emperor is amazing. No, it's His Majesty now. His Majesty is amazing. Long live the Han imperial dynasty. Long live the Han imperial dynasty. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. In an instant, countless people stood up and bowed. Imperial dynasty and imperial dynasty were just two words apart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Only when one reached the imperial dynasty would one have the qualifications to conquer the world. When one reached the imperial dynasty, one would at most be struggling at death's door. Long live the people! The voices from all over the world reached the sea of Providence clouds. The endless voices seemed to explode in the infinite celestial capital. This was the atmosphere of a great nation. Countless people followed suit and shouted, "Long live the emperor!" Roar! The dragon vein roared, as if it was also congratulating. Then, it sank into the ground again. Wherever the dragon vein passed, countless trees and flowers grew on the ground. It was a thriving scene. In the sky, the golden dragon of Providence slowly lay on the sea of Providence clouds. It inhaled and exhaled Providence to strengthen itself. The Han imperial dynasty ruled the world. Chapter 737. The Han imperial dynasty was established. Gu Hai stood on the altar and looked at everything below. While the people were cheering, the officials were still standing respectfully. It was quite awkward. Chen Tianshan, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Here. Chen Tianshan immediately said respectfully. How many cities of the Han were lost while I was away? Gu Hai said indifferently. Reporting to the emperor, in these 5 years, the great emperor dynasty captured 10 cities of the Han, the Yongjing dynasty captured 8 cities. The Yehui dynasty captured 8 cities, the Funxiang Valley captured 6 cities, the Blue Cloud sect captured 5 cities, and the Reliance sect captured 7 cities of the imperial dynasty. A total of 44 cities were lost. Chen Tianshan said respectfully. 44 cities? He, First Army Commander Gao Xianji, listen up. Gu Hai said coldly. Gao Xianji and the others were still bowing respectfully, not daring to stand up. They were happy for Gu Hai's return, but they were also very nervous. After all, they had actually loosened their grip on the Han dynasty and did not listen to Chen Tianshan's orders. When they were bowing respectfully just now, they felt very guilty and hoped that they could make up for their mistakes. Now that Gu Hai gave the order, Gao Xianji instantly quivered. Here! Gao Xianji suddenly said excitedly. Gao Xianji is appointed as the Day 1 Marshal to lead the First Army and take charge of the 26 cities of the Imperial Dynasty and the Yongjing Dynasty. Those who offend the Dahan dynasty will pay back 100 times. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty! Gao Xianji suddenly shouted. This shout was unusually loud, and at the same time, he was very happy. Was the Emperor giving him a chance to redeem himself? 4th Army Commander Mo Yike, listen up, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Here. Mo Yike took a deep breath and stepped forward. Funxiang Valley, Blue Cloud Sect, and Reliance Sect have provoked the Han Dynasty, seized our cities, and harmed our people. Their sects shall be exterminated, and Mo Yike shall be appointed as the Commander-in-Chief of Daewon Jingua to exterminate the 3 sections. Those who offend the Dahan will pay back 100-fold. Gu Hai ordered. This subject obeys Your Majesty's order. I will not disappoint Your Majesty. Mo Yike shouted. Chen Tianshan, present, announced to the world that the Dahan Imperial Dynasty is taking revenge for the Dahan Empire by attacking the 3 sects and 2 dynasties. If anyone dares to ally with them, kill them without mercy. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. Gu Hai nodded. He then looked at the group of officials who were still in fear and trepidation. Everyone rise, Gu Hai said slowly. Thank you, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. All of the officials secretly exhaled as they bowed respectfully. Gu Hai then put away the heaven-suppressing divine seal and investiture of the gods and slowly stepped down from the altar. In the distance, Sima Changkong and Ao Xing were flying quickly. No one was chasing after them anymore. Mr. Sima, you were not like yourself before. You don't have to be so afraid of Gu Hai, right? Ao Xing transformed into his human form and looked at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. I am not afraid of Gu Hai. Even if I am caught by Gu Hai will not kill me. Then why are you? Ao Xing was puzzled. I am worried about His Majesty, Sima Changkong said bitterly. Martial Emperor? Why are you worried about His Majesty? Ao Xing raised his eyebrows and revealed a confused expression. Sigh. Sima Changkong sighed slightly. Ao Xing's expression suddenly changed. You mean, your family? Sima Changkong nodded. If you are caught by Gu Hai, your family will be finished? No, the Sima family will be finished? Your father, Sima Zongheng, betrayed His Holiness. Countless nobles and experts in the Deqian area hate your family to the core. If it were not for the martial emperor's powerful means to protect your family, perhaps they would have all been killed by now. The martial emperor admired your ability, so he protected your family. If you are caught by Gu Hai, will you die? Even if you don't die, even if you are captured, as long as someone fanned the flames and you defected to Gu Hai, your family will immediately be annihilated. You escaped just to save people? Ao Xing frowned. Sima Changkong nodded. Prince Ao Xing, no, Supreme Ao Xing is smart. You are really living a hard life now. Ao Xing shook his head. But this time, these dragons were captured and killed by Gu Hai, which made you suffer a heavy loss. Sima Changkong said with a wry smile. Them? In fact, it's nothing much. If he dies, then he dies. My dragon clan will soon have a strong dragon clan army that is even stronger than the North Sea Dragon Palace in the past. A strong dragon clan army that is countless times stronger. Oh? Strong dragon tribe army? What do you mean? Speaking of which, I am also curious. I remember that you were only at the peak of the Middle Celestial Palace. How did you reach the Upper Celestial Palace now? Sima Changkong said in surprise. You don't know a lot. Do you think I will so easily lead the North Sea Dragon tribe to pledge loyalty to His Majesty? Haha, you don't understand, but His Majesty has the ability of the Tongtian. His Majesty opened the Nether Realm Dragon Tomb. Ao Xing said excitedly. Nether Realm Dragon Tomb? Sima Changkong said blankly. Yes, the Nether Realm Dragon Tomb of the Dragon Tribe is the place where the human souls of the Dragon Tribe belong after they die. That place, except for my father, no one can enter it. His Majesty opened the dragon tomb and released the human souls of the ancient dragon tribe. Countless underworld dragons are about to be revived. I am the new supreme dragon tribe and the first to have the power of the dragon tomb. This is just the beginning. I will become stronger and stronger in the future. Ao Xing said excitedly. Congratulations, Supreme Ao. Sima Chongkong congratulated with a frown. Just as the two were talking. Buzz. They saw a rainbow-colored light in the distant sky. In the distance, countless Dahan citizens were also emitting rainbow-colored light. The rainbow-colored light soared into the sky, and the entire Dahan territory was dyed in rainbow-colored light. This is? Ao Xing's eyes widened. Emperor dynasty? Gu Hai has become an emperor dynasty? That's right, that's right. Gu Hai killed His Holiness and obtained boundless luck. Dahan Emperor Dynasty? This is bad. Sima Chongkong's expression changed. Report to His Majesty immediately. Guqin and Feng Yu were flying quickly, and they could no longer see the infinite celestial capital in the distance. Guqin, what are you afraid of? I am from the heavenly palace. What is Gu Hai's cultivation level? Feng Yu said with a frown. Are you stronger than the Qing Emperor? Guqin said coldly. The Qing Emperor? Haha, who does he think he is? Feng Yu said coldly. I'm talking about your current strength, not your peak strength 800 years ago. Guqin said solemnly. Feng Yu's expression froze. Even the Qing Emperor didn't manage to get anything out of this. How can you deal with Gu Hai? Did Gu Hai's earlier appearance mean that he just returned? No, based on my understanding of him, he definitely didn't just come back. The infinite celestial capital must have made arrangement. If we don't escape now, we won't be able to, Guqin said solemnly. Wait until I recover my cultivation. Then wait until you recover your cultivation before you try to put on airs. Something big is about to happen in the Sky Chess Pavilion. We can't mess up now, Guqin said solemnly. Feng Yu looked at Guqin curiously. Gu Hai is your adoptive father. Didn't you want to acknowledge him just now? Haha, my life was given to me by the pavilion master. Furthermore, I've already cut off all my emotions and desires. I'm only loyal to the pavilion master now. If you continue to talk about this topic, you'll only be laughed at in the Sky Chess Pavilion. Guqin sneered. Buzz. At this moment, countless rainbow-colored lights appeared in all directions. Advanced? The Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Feng Yu's expression changed. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty is in trouble. Guqin frowned. The infinite celestial capital. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty had successfully advanced. Gu Hai didn't call for a court meeting. Instead, he quickly went to the upper study to look at the memorials. Gao Xianji and Mo Yike started to prepare their troop. In the past, the various dynasties and sects had invaded the Dahan. Now they retaliated. They were righteous. The citizens, soldiers, and officials had all been suppressing their anger. At this moment, almost the entire country responded to Gu Hai's order and prepared to send troops everywhere. In the upper study, Gu Hai kept reading memorials. There was only one person in front of the desk, Montez. Your Majesty, the embroidered uniform guards have been in charge of monitoring the officials. Some have secretly surrendered, some have wavered, and some have already colluded with other dynasties and sects to destroy the Han dynasty. They've all been recorded. Some, like the king of Tianshan, have sworn to defend the Dahan with their lives. They've already been compiled into a book and are awaiting your Majesty's instructions. Montez said solemnly. The emperor of a dynasty is addressed as the emperor. The emperor of a dynasty is addressed as your Majesty. Gu Hai stopped reading memorials and opened the list of names. Gu Hai looked through the names of the officials who had sworn to defend the Han dynasty with their lives. Solemnly, he placed them on the side of the desk. Although Gu Hai didn't say anything, Montez understood that this group of officials was about to rise up the rank. In a country, there were many capable people, intelligent people, and eccentric people. However, the most important thing to the emperor was still the most loyal people. Not all positions required extremely intelligent people. Those positions that didn't require great intelligence were naturally best given to this group of loyal people. Montez didn't dare to report this list carelessly. This was because Montez knew that His Majesty had another secret system besides his monitoring system. There was no need to make His Majesty suspicious of him because of some small bribes from some officials. Gu Hai then looked at the list of officials who were wavering. This was the majority. I haven't been in court for 5 years. It's normal for them to waver, Gu Hai said calmly. He placed this list in another pile of memorials. Obviously, there was no reward or punishment. Gu Hai looked at the remaining list of officials. These are people who have already betrayed the dynasty. Some have colluded with foreign enemies but haven't done anything yet. Some have already harmed the interests of the Dahan. There are even traitors who opened the border gates and exterminated the entire family of the city lord. Montez said respectfully. Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly. Gu Hai threw that list of names into a brazier at the side, and it immediately burned. Gu Hai didn't say anything, but Montez already understood. He bowed respectfully and didn't mention it again. Next, it was the matter of the embroidered uniform guards. Back then, I asked you to control Lu Yacheng and bring Crown Prince Ao Shun back to the boundless celestial capital. Am I right? Where is Lu Yacheng and Ao Shun? Gu Hai looked at Montez. Your Majesty, Lu Yacheng was taken away by the Sky Chess Pavilion. Crown Prince Ao Shun suddenly went into seclusion and is temporarily in Lu Yacheng. I don't know if he was discovered by the Sky Chess Pavilion. Montez said bitterly. Oh! Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Our boundless celestial capital used to be the Thousand Islands Sea's 9-5 Island. The Thousand Islands Sea is a huge game of chess. Without the 9-5 Island as a chess piece, the Sky Chess Pavilion used Lu Yacheng to make up for it. At that time, Crown Prince Ao Shun was in seclusion underground. I didn't have time to call him. Montez explained. Chapter 738. Our boundless celestial capital used to be the 9-5 Island of the Thousand Islands Sea. The Thousand Islands Sea is a huge game of chess. Without the 9-5 Island, the Sky Chess Pavilion used Lu Yacheng to fill the gap. Crown Prince Ao Shun was in seclusion underground. I didn't have time to wake him up. Montez explained. Seclusion? He was seriously injured then. Gu Hai frowned. His injuries were not serious. When I woke up, I saw Crown Prince Ao Shun alone. He was the first to wake up, and he seemed to have woken up long before us. If I'm not wrong, he must have cried before. When I asked him, he didn't answer. He only told me before he went into seclusion that he would repay your Majesty when he came out. Montez explained. Gu Hai nodded. What about the Qin figurines? Gu Hai asked. After Sima Chongkong, Long Aotian, and the others found out about the Qin figurines, the Dahan's Qin figurines might be in danger. Therefore, Mr. Mo decided to talk to Yun Mo for a while, revealing the secret that Yun Mo could create Qin figurines. He also announced to the world that he would auction them in the Silver Moon Mountain Villa. As a result, although some of the Dahan's Qin figurines were taken away, some of the secret ones were kept. Yun Mo is now very popular, Montez said with a smile. The Qin figurines communication is no longer a big secret? Never mind. If it isn't, then it isn't. Since the previous network was destroyed, I'll just start over. Oh right. Your Majesty, the embroidered uniform guards just sent a message today. It's about the Sun Wukong that your Majesty asked me to investigate, Montez said with a serious expression. Sun Wukong? Gu Hai's expression changed. Yes, it's the Sun Wukong that His Majesty condensed using a grand formation. After Sun Wukong escaped, he headed to the Holy Mountain in the west. I just received news that Sun Wukong has wreaked havoc in the Holy Mountain, Montez said with a strange expression. Montez still couldn't understand why Sun Wukong was looking for trouble with the present Buddha. And then? Gu Hai looked at Montez. When Sun Wukong passed through the 500 Arhat formation and continued to charge in again, his original anger slowly subsided. No, it was said that Sun Wukong was completely stunned at that time. He felt like he had hit the wrong person. Later on, for some unknown reason, Sun Wukong was given the title of Victorious Fighting Buddha by the current Buddha. For the time being, we're staying in the Holy Mountain Holy Land, Montez said. Victorious Fighting Buddha? A strange expression appeared on Gu Hai's face. Yes, some people said that Sun Wukong was not happy in the Holy Land of the Spirited Mountain. It was as if he was forced to be named the Victorious Fighting Buddha. I don't know the details, but for the time being, I know that Sun Wukong is in the Holy Mountain Holy Land. There, Sun Wukong opened up a cave abode by himself. I think it's called Huagua Mountain, Water Curtain Cave. Montez explained. Since you found him, it's good. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Montez revealed a puzzled expression. Why does your Majesty care about that monkey? He had already run away and was disobedient. However, to Gu Hai, that monkey was extremely important, because if Gu Hai wanted to summon someone from Earth, he had to send Sun Wukong back. Sun Wukong was unruly and did not listen to orders. However, Gu Hai had already greeted the immortals on Earth. Those immortals were very much looking forward to coming to the Six Paths Immortal Dome. If they were summoned, they would definitely be a great help. The prerequisite was to send Sun Wukong back to the immortal world on Earth. Gao Xianji and Mo Yike organized the army very quickly. On the third day, Gao Xianji led the first army to conquer a group of cities. Although Mo Yike did not have 100,000 heavenly soldiers like Gao Xianji, Mo Yike had recruited a large number of Yuanying state experts over the years. Mo Yike commanded and Qin Zi led the troop. In 5 days the army spread out in all directions. The citizens of the Dahan all knew that Gu Hai had returned and had advanced to the imperial dynasty. At this moment the people were in high spirits, and the news quickly spread in all directions as if it had grown wings. The citizens of the 44 conquered cities quickly received the news. The emperor is back. Ha 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 ha, these sons of bitches. You want to increase our taxes? Increase taxes? Increase taxes as soon as you conquer a city. Let's see what you're going to do. The Han dynasty? It's the Dahan imperial dynasty now. The emperor, no, His Majesty will send people to rescue us soon. Everyone, remember, don't pay taxes. Don't pay taxes. We are citizens of the Dahan imperial dynasty, not your lousy Yehue imperial dynasty. When the emperor is around, who dares to be impudent? Invading the Dahan while the emperor is in seclusion is courting death. The Dahan imperial dynasty had a unique charm when it was in power. The citizens naturally supported the Dahan imperial dynasty. Moreover, the cities had just been conquered. How could they control them deeply? Gao Xianji's army arrived. In the blink of an eye, riots broke out in the cities to welcome Gao Xianji's army. Occasionally, there were troops who lost their city gate. However, under Gao Xianji's 100,000 heavenly soldiers, they broke through almost instantly. Fight? How could they fight? The strongest people defending the cities were only at the peak of the Yuanying state. Before the 100,000 heavenly soldiers, they were nothing. In the blink of an eye, all the cities were conquered. It was too fast. Gao Xianji took less than half a day to retake each city. The 100,000 heavenly soldiers swept through. Only the cities that the great martial emperor dynasty conquered had heavenly palace experts. Unfortunately, they were not enough to deal with Gao Xianji. Soon, all the cities were conquered. As for Mo Yike, although Mo Yike did not have 100,000 heavenly soldiers, he left many hidden trump cards. Mo Yike split his army into many groups. When he arrived at the various cities, he actually had many spies in the cities. Working together, Mo Yike used even less time than Gao Xianji to retake many cities in the blink of an eye. In just 2 months, Mo Yike retook all 44 cities. Furthermore, he spent most of his time traveling. The horrifying speed made the people of the two dynasties and sects panic. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty's invasion this time was too ferocious. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty's people did not even have time to catch their breath. It was too fast, practically sweeping through everything in its path. At this moment, Gao Xianji also worked hard, even using violence to curb violence. She wanted to complete Gu Hai's orders as soon as possible to atone for her past sins. Although Gu Hai did not blame Gao Xianji still felt very guilty. The more guilty she felt, the more she worked. The people of the two dynasties immediately suffered. Gao Xianji now held the absolute advantage. She no longer took cities one by one. Instead, she went straight for the root of the problem. She led 100,000 soldiers to descend the heavenly palaces and charge for the dynasty's capital. What did it mean to have 100,000 heavenly palace soldiers, especially from an ordinary dynasty? It was like when Ao Shun led the Dragon Race army to descend on 9-5 Island in the past. Gao Xianji was not like Ao Shun back then, getting carried away. However, she was much more clear-headed now. Even though she fought a dynasty, she did not let down her guard. The ruler of the dynasty gathered the power of luck. Her strength rose to the peak of the middle heavenly palace or even higher. Gao Xianji was not a match. However, Gao Xianji could still hide. She used the strategy of advancing when the enemy retreated and retreating when the enemy advanced. When the sovereign mobilized the power of the dynasty, Gao Xianji retreated. When the power of the nation was depleted, Gao Xianji sent out more troops. When the sovereign mobilized the power of the nation again, Gao Xianji immediately retreated. After going around in circles 5 times, Sovereign King Yihui could not take it anymore. It was not the sovereign who could not take it but the citizens. The citizens just lent you their strength. Now, they just recovered their strength, and you want to lend them again? You are not doing anything? You just rested, and you want to lend them again? You just rested, and you want to lend them again? Do you think we are hens laying eggs? The citizens were in an uproar, and fewer people lent strength. After 5 times, the citizens nearly collapsed. However, Gao Xianji's army was brimming with energy. The army's advantage grew. Gao Xianji sent out troops with all her might. How could Mo Yike not do the same? Mo Yike had Qin Zibai, a peak middle heavenly palace expert, and countless subordinate. Mo Yike had planted countless spies in these sects back when he was in the Daewon Imperial Dynasty. This time, the Daehan Imperial Dynasty advanced and attacked the 5 factions in the name of taking revenge, vowing to make an example out of them. The 4 factions sensed the danger, but no one came out to help. This was because everyone could see Gu Hai's determination. Similarly, they could not figure out Gu Hai for now. How much accumulations did the Daehan Imperial Dynasty have? Apart from these 2 armies, there was also the 500,000 Demon God Army. How powerful was this Gu Hai? Why did Supreme Feng Yu and Ao Xing flee when they saw Gu Hai? Why did Long Aotian lose instantly when he had the Zombie Emperor? All kinds of thoughts led to this battle. There were no helpers. More importantly, Gao Xianji sent out troops too quickly. There was no time to react. Mo Yike's movements were very gentle, but each time, he hit the 3 sects' weak spots. In just a month, he recruited a lesser sect without shedding a drop of blood. With the first, there was a second and a third. During this time, the providence above the infinite celestial capital kept pouring in. This morning, inside the soaring palace, Gu Hai wore a black dragon robe with golden threads and a flat imperial crown. He sat on the dragon throne with his hands on the armrest, looking down at the officials. The officials stood respectfully on both sides and kept reporting what was happening in various places. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the sky. A huge surge of providence rushed over. Reporting. The Protector General Day 1 reports that the Reliance sect is willing to surrender to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty and submit. We ask for your Majesty's permission. An official rushed into the soaring palace and reported joyfully. Boom! Another surge of providence gathered from the horizon. Reporting. The Protector General Day 1 reports that the Nightshine Imperial Dynasty has been destroyed. Sovereign King Nightshine has been beheaded. We ask for your Majesty to send civil officials to assist in taking over the Nightshine Imperial Dynasty's major cities. The good news came. The entire court was silent. Permission granted, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations to the Dahan. Chen Tianshan immediately laughed excitedly. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations to the Dahan. The officials also congratulated happily. They finally got their revenge. These imperial dynasties and lesser sects used to be so arrogant. In just a few months, they were all swallowed up by the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? His Majesty is wise. Now that His Majesty is back, everything is different. On the dragon throne, Gu Hai said with some satisfaction in his dignified voice, reporting to the Protector General Day 1 and the Protector General Day 1. From now on, I allow the two marshals to start recording their contributions. If they make more contributions, they can enter the Book of Contributions. When they return, they will be rewarded together. Chen Tianshan suddenly looked up. Gu Hai's meaning was clear. At this moment, he finally forgave Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. He could record their contributions now. Your Majesty is benevolent, Chen Tianshan said respectfully. This news quickly spread to the front lines. When Gao Xianji received Gu Hai's order, she laughed happily to the sky for a long time. Mo Yike finally showed a relieved smile on his face. Chapter 739. Attacking the 3 sects and 2 dynasties was extremely fast without any accident. Most importantly, the other 4 powers didn't interfere, allowing Gao Xianji and Mo Yike to report back to the infinite celestial capital time and time again. The gap between imperial and sovereign dynasties was still huge. Imperial dynasties and sovereigns were all above the Middle Celestial Palace, and there was even a group of Middle Celestial Palace officials in the imperial court. Just like Shiyu the Great in the past, if Shiyu the Great had interfered, the Dahan army would have been defeated again and again. Now, the 4 powers had just received news of Gu Hai's return, and were still unsure of the Han dynasty's situation. Moreover, the Heaven Realm was infamous. Now that he had returned, he would make an example out of anyone who interfered. The imperial dynasties and middle sects didn't get involved either. Although the Han dynasty had a huge lower celestial palace army, there weren't many peerless experts above that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been forced into the infinite celestial capital by the 3 powers several months ago. Gao Xianji's method was to use violence to curb violence, and after a few exchanges, she killed the sovereign of the imperial court. Mo Yike's method was to use soft knives. If the sect masters of the sects chose to accept the amnesty, then so be it. If they didn't, then the spies Mo Yike planted in the past would sow dissension within the sect. The Reliance sect accepted the amnesty, and the Blue Cloud sect resisted with all their might. However, after Mo Yike sowing dissension, they actually killed each other internally. The Blue Cloud sect's sect master even went crazy and slaughtered a group of elders. In the burning Xiang Valley, Mo Yike killed a batch of people, recruited another batch, and escaped. In a short half a year, the 5 powers were completely annihilated. Streams of fate continuously flowed into the infinite celestial capital. After destroying the 3 sects and 2 dynasties, Gao Xianji and Mo Yike immediately returned to the imperial court. As for the following matters, the 2 didn't need to do it personally. The other imperial courts and sects naturally had their own Dahan officials who wanted to perform. The two didn't need to do it, and they could also share some of the credit with others. Rumble. The destiny of the infinite celestial capital continued to increase. Soaring Palace Hall. Mo Yike and Gao Xianji returned. Country Protector Day 1 Marshal, 1st Army Commander Gao Xianji, has rendered meritorious service in conquering the border, vanquishing the Yi Hui Sovereign King and the Yongjing Sovereign King. He is hereby conferred the title of 3rd-grade Country Protector of the Han Dynasty and rewarded with 100 million high-grade spirit stones. An attendant announced, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Gao Xianji took a deep breath and smiled. Day 1, Grand Marshal of the 4th Army, Mo Yike, has rendered meritorious service in conquering the border. He has recruited the Reliance sect, annihilated the Blue Cloud sect, and destroyed Fenxiang Valley. He is conferred the title of 3rd-class Grand Duke of the Han Dynasty and is rewarded with 100 million high-grade spirit stones. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Mo Yike also said respectfully. A series of rewards were announced. Some of the officials who had contributed greatly in opening up the new territory were rewarded one by one. With the rewards, it meant that Gu Hai had forgiven the mistakes of the officials in the past. "Your Majesty, the Country Protector Duke and the Country Protector Duke have taken back many cities and opened up many new territories. Now, our Dahan Imperial Dynasty has reached 300 cities. Among all the imperial dynasties in the world, we are one of the top few," Chen Tianshan said with a smile. 300 cities? However, it is not peaceful. The people's hearts are not stable, and the country's prestige is not right. We need to appease the people and carry out good governance. Gu Hai sat on the dragon throne and said after a moment of silence. "Yes." The officials nodded. "Chen Tianshan," Gu Hai said. "Yes, Your Majesty. From today onwards, you will be in charge of appeasing the people of the cities and supervising the implementation of good governance. Quickly let the people who have just entered the Dahan cities accept the Dahan Imperial Dynasty from the bottom of their hearts and turn their wandering hearts into hearts that are loyal to the Han. The hearts of the people are the will of the heavens. They cannot be scattered, suppressed, respected, and loved." Gu Hai instructed. This official obeys. Chen Tianshan replied. "Your Majesty, the Assistant Minister of Rights, Lord Li, is a conscientious man who serves the country and the people. In the past, he even helped to clear the grievances of the citizens of Mending Sky City, and was conferred the title Li Qingtian by the people. Today, the embroidered uniform guards broke into his house, and a large number of his family members were captured and thrown into the embroidered uniform guards' prison. Those who resisted were all executed. Your Majesty, Lord Li has been wrongly accused. This subject will jointly impeach the commander of the embroidered uniform guards, Meng Tai, for abusing his power and harming a loyal subject. This official agrees. Your Majesty, please punish Montez and let him face the music. This official agrees. This official agrees. Immediately, many officials stood up and criticized Montez of the embroidered uniform guards. On the dragon throne, Gu Hai lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest as he looked at Montez through the beaded curtain of the flat imperial crown. Montez walked out. Your Majesty, the embroidered uniform guards have received news that the Assistant Minister of Rights, Lord Li, colluded with the Yongjing dynasty and had his son open the gates of Heaven Mending City. They worked with the Yongjing dynasty and betrayed the country for glory. In the end, the Lord of Heaven Mending City and his family were forced to die in the Lord's mansion. The embroidered uniform guards conducted a thorough investigation and entered the Li mansion. Lord Li resisted stubbornly and did not repent, resulting in a battle. This is the evidence of the crime. Your Majesty, please take a look. Montez respectfully took out a thick stack of documents. Let my beloved officials examine it. Gu Hai said calmly. Yes. Montez held the documents and handed them to the officials who had just jumped out to impeach him. The officials took them blankly and looked at them carefully. At first, they thought that Montez had done it deliberately, but as they looked at them, they were shocked. The evidence was irrefutable. The officials broke out in cold sweat. "Your Majesty, I was deceived by a villain and misunderstood Lord Meng. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was deceived by a villain and almost misunderstood Lord Meng. Your Majesty, please forgive me." All of a sudden, the crowd of officials changed sides and began to beg for forgiveness. "Those who don't know are not guilty," Gu Hai said calmly. The officials immediately returned to their positions and were ashamed. Today was just the beginning. The bloody purge of the embroidered uniform guards had just begun. One by one, the officials were found to have colluded with foreign enemies and caused chaos in the imperial court. Kill, kill, kill. For a time, the impeachment memorials floated like snowflakes to the study. However, Montez had collected enough evidence this time and suppressed everything. The embroidered uniform guards were also completely covered by the evil reputation of the demon army. For a whole month, the officials of the Dahan felt that they were in danger. Fortunately, a month had passed and everything was fine. The embroidered uniform guards no longer killed people. Gu Hai also needed a stable political environment. Everything in the Dahan imperial dynasty went back to normal. Now that it had just become an imperial dynasty, there were a lot of things to do. Fortunately, Gu Hai approved policies and decrees quickly. Decrees after decrees were passed down, allowing the Dahan imperial dynasty to quickly get on the right track. The officials also worked hard and did their best to pacify the 300 cities of the Dahan imperial dynasty. During this time, the four powers also sent envoys to build good relations. Gu Hai also asked the Ministry of Rights to send envoys to other countries. For a time, the Dahan imperial dynasty seemed to be like a normal imperial dynasty, resting and building up strength. Until half a year later, a guest came to the Dahan imperial dynasty. Guanjiu, the former 9th young master of the Sky Chess Pavilion, once played chess with Gu Hai on 9-5 Island and helped Gu Hai. Later, he was invited by the Long Zhangua to start the Thousand Sage Conference. The 9th young master was in charge of chess. The 9th young master came alone. Gu Hai was still quite friendly to him. They did not meet at the national ceremony but instead held a family banquet, just Gu Hai and the 9th young master. A group of attendants was in charge of pouring wine and adding dishes. 9th young master, it has been a long time since we last met. What wind blew you here? Gu Hai smiled and raised his cup to toast. The 9th young master no longer had the arrogance of the past. Instead, he drank a cup of wine bitterly and said, "Congratulations to the ancient emperor. The Dahan imperial dynasty is flourishing." Gu Hai smiled and looked at the 9th young master, as if waiting for the 9th young master to continue. "Guqin is the son of the ancient emperor. Sigh, he should have been the one to come. However, he came with Feng Yu last time, which can be considered as having bad relations with the Dahan imperial dynasty. That is why I am the one running the errands," the 9th young master said with a bitter smile. "Bad relations? He is my son after all. There is no such thing as bad relations. However, I am rather puzzled about Guqin's current state. Is he Guqin?" Gu Hai stared at the 9th young master. The 9th young master nodded and said, "He is indeed Guqin. He has inherited the Pavilion Master's legacy and has the Pavilion Master's mark. No matter which of the 9 sons of Guanxi dies, their 3 souls will be transferred to the Sky Chess Pavilion and their bodies will be reconstructed. He is Guqin. However, he no longer has his 7 emotions and 6 desires. He is only loyal to the Pavilion Master." "Oh? He is really Guqin?" Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. "Yes. Not only Guqin, but the Qing Emperor is also the same. He is only loyal to the Pavilion Master. Therefore, it is normal for Guqin to have some unusual offending." The Sky Chess Pavilion revived him. He is only loyal to the pavilion master, the ninth young master explained. He is only loyal to old man Guanxi? His 7 emotions and 6 desires are gone? His past feelings are gone? Is there a way to recover? Gu Hai asked worriedly. No. Perhaps the pavilion master knows. However, there is nothing I can do, the ninth young master said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai's expression changed. After a while, he sighed softly and bowed to the ninth young master. Thank you for telling me. It's nothing. You will find out about this sooner or later. I am just telling you in advance, the ninth young master said as he shook his head. I wonder why the ninth young master is here? Gu Hai asked curiously again. The ninth young master flipped his hand and took out an invitation card. He passed it to Gu Hai. This is? Gu Hai took it curiously. The invitation card was half black and half white. On the white side, the words Resurrection Conference were written in large letters. Revival Conference? Gu Hai's expression changed. 1 year later, the pavilion master will be revived. The ancient emperor is invited to the Thousand Islands Sea to attend the ceremony. The ninth young master said solemnly. 1 year later, old man Guanxi will be revived? Revival Conference? Wasn't old man Guanxi killed by the immortal of the 6 paths? Gu Hai suddenly raised an eyebrow. The pavilion master has his own means to revive. Therefore, he has invited the leaders of the 2 sacred grounds, the 2 celestial dynasties, and some extremely powerful experts, such as the ancient emperor, the ninth young master said with a smile. Oh, 1 year later? Old man Guanxi reminded us early. Isn't he afraid that someone will come and ruin it? Gu Hai frowned. If someone came with good intentions to attend the ceremony, it wouldn't matter. However, if someone came with bad intentions and ruined the revival process, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? If it were him, he would definitely carry it out quietly. Why announce it to the world? The pavilion master's revival this time isn't as simple as that. He will also bring back the heavenly souls of all those who died in the past 800 years. The ninth young master explained. What did you say? Heavenly souls? Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank. Yes. The pavilion master failed in the heavenly battle and died? No, the pavilion master planned his entire life and always had a backup plan. Back then, the pavilion master fought the heavenly battle to retrieve the heavenly soul of his wife, Murong Yen. In the end, even though he had failed and died, the cabinet leader had done it on purpose. He had gone to the place where the heavenly spirits were and had gone to look for Murong Yan's heavenly spirit. He had probably found it. This time, he had not only brought back Murong Yan, but also all the heavenly spirits who had died in the past 800 years. All the major powers have people who can be revived, right? Family, friends, and heavenly souls will follow the pavilion master back to the Thousand Islands Sea. Therefore, no one will ruin it. Instead, they will stand guard for the pavilion master and await his return. The ninth young master explained. Heavenly souls? Heavenly souls? Doesn't that mean? Gu Hai's heart skipped a beat and he was overjoyed. Chen Xiener? He was most worried about the heavenly souls. Now, they were going to return? Chapter 740. Chen Xiener's heavenly soul? A glint flashed across Gu Hai's eyes. Ancient Emperor, you have a close relative who died before you, right? Chen Xiener? The ninth young master looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. He looked coldly at the ninth young master. Although the ancient emperor was very careful in hiding this, did he forget? Your son, Guqin, knows about this, and it's no secret to the Sky Chess Pavilion. Perhaps Chen Xiener's heavenly soul will be a weakness that the Sky Chess Pavilion can use against the ancient emperor? The ninth young master said with a smile. Oh! Gu Hai's face darkened. Guqin leaked the information? Guqin was the one who knew the most about him. Chen Xiener? Guqin would use Chen Xiener's heavenly soul to threaten him? Gu Hai frowned and looked at the ninth young master. Ninth young master, why are you telling me this? The ninth young master looked at Gu Hai and smiled bitterly. I'm here to ask the ancient emperor for a favor. Gu Hai looked at the ninth young master. Back at 9-5 Island, did the ancient emperor owe me a favor? The ninth young master looked at Gu Hai. That's right. During the internal strife in Elite Hall, the ninth young master did help me once. Gu Hai will remember this favor in his heart. Gu Hai nodded. All right then. I hope I'm not wrong this time. The ninth young master sighed. Ninth young master, please speak. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ancient Emperor, do you remember that I was willing to pass on all the legacies of the Pavilion Master to you, as long as you were my substitute? The ninth young master looked at Gu Hai. It has something to do with Old Man Guanxi's revival? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Ninth young master took a deep breath and sighed slightly before nodding. I'd like to hear the details. Guanxi's 9 sons. You put it nicely. They are the 9 personal disciples of Old Man Guanxi. We are waiting for the legacy of Old Man Guanxi. Others may seem impressive, but we are just a shell of Old Man Guanxi. There was a tinge of fear in his eyes. Old Man Guanxi's revival is to choose one of the 9 of you for possession? Gu Hai asked solemnly. The ninth young master nodded. That's right. Possession? We have accepted Old Man Guanxi's legacy. After cultivating that legacy, it is only to meet the needs of Old Man Guanxi for possession. The 9 of us will be molded into spirit vessels for Old Man Guanxi. He will then choose one of us for possession. So, although you are one of Guanxi's 9 sons, you don't want this identity? You have received Old Man Guanxi's legacy, but you are afraid of Old Man Guanxi? If that's the case, why? Gu Hai frowned. It's useless. Once I accept the legacy, I can't stop. Besides, Old Man Guanxi's subordinates are also watching me. I have to do as he says. The ninth young master sighed softly. That's why you want to find a substitute? Let him learn everything you know and cultivate his physical body to meet the needs of Old Man Guanxi. In the future, you can push him to Old Man Guanxi. Give up on possessing you and use your substitute? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Yes, but it's a pity that it won't work. I understand now. Everyone who is chosen is destined. I have his imprint in my body. It's useless. The ninth young master laughed bitterly. Then you want me to? Please help me, ancient emperor. The ninth young master said solemnly. Help? Gu Hai looked doubtfully at the ninth young master. That's right. I don't ask for much. I just want the ancient emperor to help me to the best of his ability during the revival assembly and not let me be chosen. The ninth young master said solemnly. Why me? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Because I only trust the ancient emperor now. The ninth young master pleaded. Looking at the ninth young master, Gu Hai nodded. I'll do my best. Gu Hai's reply delighted the ninth young master. He stood up and bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Many thanks to the ancient emperor. Ninth young master, you don't have to thank me. You helped me before. It's only natural that I help you. Besides, you brought me such important news. Gu Hai shook his head. News? What other news does the ancient emperor need? Just tell me. I'll tell you everything I know. The ninth young master said solemnly. The banquet lasted an entire night. The two also chatted throughout the night. Throughout the night, Gu Hai and the ninth young master asked many questions and learned many things. 1 year? There wasn't much time left. At that time, the 2 celestial dynasties, the 2 holy lands, and the absolute experts of the world would all head to the 1,000 Islands Sea to participate in the revival assembly. As for Gu Hai's cultivation, although he wasn't the best, he had shone brightly in the heaven domain in the past. An exception was made for him to be invited. After chatting for an entire night, the ninth young master didn't dare to stay in the limitless celestial capital for long. He left in a hurry the next day. The Sky Chess Pavilion had appeared. No one would have expected that Old Man Guanxi had made many arrangements back then. There were even some secret forces that had been monitoring the divine continent. Now, Old Man Guanxi's eyes and ears were everywhere. The ninth young master's trip was also under surveillance. Before the ninth young master left, he left a scroll for Gu Hai. After the ninth young master left, Gu Hai opened it slowly. There was a picture on the scroll. On the leftmost row, there were 9 big words, 32 Heavens and Earth Chess Game. When the chess game was opened, Gu Hai's eyes lit up. During the Thousand Sage Assembly, he had battled a group of chess sages. Although Gu Hai's chess skill had reached the level of 32, it was still not enough. In the end, he didn't know the complete 32 Heavens and Earth chess game. Gu Hai studied it carefully. Looking at the chess game, Gu Hai suddenly seemed to see the chess pieces moving quickly. Gu Hai seemed to see thousands of troops and horses in the chess game. What a powerful chess game! No wonder the ninth young master said that he didn't have the ability to understand it. Even Guanxi's 9 pieces couldn't understand it. If it wasn't for my chess skill being close to it, I would have been dazzled. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Gu Hai closed the chess game. He carefully put it away. Gu Hai walked to a place in the palace. At this moment, Mosquito Daoran was sitting in the pavilion, seemingly reading a book. However, the book was held upside down. Mr. Mosquito Daoran, what do you think of the revival assembly? Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoran with a smile. Mosquito Daoran pretended to have just seen Gu Hai and said, "Ah, Mr. Good, when did you come? What did you just say? I don't understand." Gu Hai smiled bitterly. "Earlier, when I was talking to the ninth young master, I saw a mosquito lying on the ninth young master's collar." Mosquito Daoran's expression froze, and he smiled embarrassedly. "Mr. Mosquito Daoran, what do you think of the revival assembly? I don't know much about Old Man Guanxi. Do you know what his goal is?" Gu Hai said solemnly. Daoist Wen remained silent for a while before replying. In the past, there were 4 great sects in the world. Solar Divine Palace, the 10,000 Lifespan Taoist sect, the Spiritual Mountains Holy Land, and the Heavenly Go Pavilion. Of the 4 great sects, the Heavenly Go Pavilion was the only place where I suffered a loss. That Old Man Guanxi is extremely difficult to deal with. He knows how to calculate. In the past, when I was near the Sky Chess Pavilion, Old Man Guanxi would strangely be able to wait for me at my destination in advance. I have never fought with him, but in front of him, it was as if I was naked. Even if I avoided him, he would know instantly if he wanted to find me. It was as if he knew everything about me like the back of his hand. No, it was as if he knew everything about everyone. He knew everything that he wanted to know. Sometimes, I feel that he is even scarier than the immortal of 6 paths. Mosquito Daoran said with a bitter smile. Old Man Guanxi? Calculate? Gu Hai was puzzled. That's right. Old Mr. Guanxi's Go Dao is impressive, and so are you. Can the Go Dao be divined? Can you calculate the past and the future? Mosquito Daoran asked curiously. No. Gu Hai frowned. I don't want to go to the Resurrection Conference. Old Man Guanxi is too strange. You have to be careful. Last time, he even tricked the immortal of 6 paths. Everyone around him is his chess piece. Mosquito Daoran said with a frown. It can't be that bad, right? Gu Hai frowned. If Long Zhangguo and Old Man Guanxi are together, I would rather offend the Long Zhangguo than the Guanxi. Mosquito Daoran immediately shook his head. Gu Hai fell silent. Was Mosquito Daoran so afraid of Old Man Guanxi? Very well, since you don't want to participate, I won't invite you. I just want to ask you one thing, Gu Hai said solemnly. Mosquito Daoran said with a puzzled expression. There's still 1 more year to go. I have a feeling that the Resurrection Conference won't be that simple. Moreover, I have to steal something from Old Man Guanxi, so I have to prepare. Gu Hai said solemnly. Steal something from Old Man Guanxi? You really dare? Mosquito Dauren said with a stiff expression. I have to leave the limitless celestial capital for a while. If there are experts coming to attack the limitless celestial capital, please help me repel them, Gu Hai said in a low voice. That's the second thing? Mosquito Dauren's eyes lit up. That's right. The second thing is within your ability, right? Gu Hai said with a smile. Ha 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 ha, don't worry. I'll stay here until the resurrection conference. I won't leave. Mosquito Dauren said excitedly. It was within his ability. That was too easy. Please. Gu Hai nodded. At the limitless celestial capital, Gu Hai called over Chen Tianshan, Gao Xianji, and Mo Yike and gave them some instructions. This time, Chen Tianshan would continue to supervise the nation. However, Gao Xianji and Mo Yike also had the right to make suggestions. Some matters that did not affect the nation's foundation could be decided by the three of them. Although everyone was confused about why Gu Hai was going out, they did not ask. Gu Hai took out a copy of the 32-line pair World Go puzzle and handed it to Mo Yike. Then, he gave some instructions during the court assembly and set off. The flying ship carried Gu Hai out of the limitless celestial capital. A group of vampires stood on the flying ship. The leader, Chong Ming, looked at Gu Hai and asked, Your Majesty, where are we going? Go to the Silver Moon Sea first and save Shangguan Hen. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Whoosh! The flying ship quickly flew to the Silver Moon Sea. Dahan's national beast, Shangguan Hen, the prime of the Xuanwu race, had been trapped in the Silver Moon Sea for some time already. Previously, he did not have the ability. Now that he had, he naturally had to rescue Shangguan Hen immediately. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had just learned about Shangguan Hen's situation from the 9th young master. He knew his enemy as well as himself. After giving directions, Gu Hai entered closed-door cultivation alone. With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai took out the 32-line pair World Go puzzle and carefully studied it. Chapter 741. The 32 Heavens and Earth Chess Game. The Go game was incredibly complex. During the Thousand Sage Conference, Gu Hai's Go skills had already reached 32. However, that was only the beginning. The Go Dao was not like other cultivation. The Go Dao required opponents. One's potential was unlimited. The Go Dao required a continuous stream of strong opponents to hone one's Go skills. Gu Hai's opponent was Old Man Guanxi. Furthermore, Old Man Guanxi's Go game started from 28 to 29, 30, 31, and 32. It was a progressive process, which allowed Gu Hai to see opponents of different Go skills. Gu Hai had now reached 32. However, he had just entered. Now that he had completed the Go game, Gu Hai's Go skills could break through again. The complete 32 was indeed extensive and profound. Gu Hai kept breaking down the Go game in his mind and simulating the game. For a moment, his mind was immersed in it. The 400 Go souls in his forehead were also continuously comprehending. Gradually, they seemed to have gained something. Suddenly, the Go board under him merged into 4. Clap! The 4 Go boards merged into a huge Go board. The 4 Go souls merged into 1. Immediately, the Go board became more condensed. Smack! 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 The other Go boards also continued to merge, faster and faster. In just 7 days, boom! All the chessboards were successfully merged, forming 100 chessboards that were 4 by 4. There were only 100 chess souls left. As he watched, another 5 days passed. This position shouldn't be like this, right? Gu Hai suddenly looked at a position on the 32 Go board. Buzz! Gu Hai shivered. He seemed to wake up. Old Man Guanxi filled in the wrong pieces? No, he didn't do anything wrong, and I didn't change anything wrong. The way he played was his style, and the way I played was mine. In the past, I imitated his Go skills, but I did not lose my style. I have my own path. 32? This can only be used as a reference. It is my opponent, not my imitation. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Just as Gu Hai came to a realization, a voice rang out. Ka! A large Go board suddenly shrank in Xiao Chen's forehead. After removing some unnecessary parts, it slowly turned into a small Go board with 19 lines. The chessboard had shrunk, but it was more complicated. Ka 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 ka. One chessboard after another appeared. Soon, there were 100 large chessboards. It was as if Gu Hai had a sudden epiphany. In just 5 days there were 100 small chessboards. A hazy white gas slowly spread out from the 100 chess souls. Gu Hai's Go skills improved again. After digesting the 32 vertical and horizontal chess game, although Gu Hai's chess skills differed from Old Man Guanxi's, his chess skills had truly reached the level of 32. Zhou Tian 7? Haha. The cycle saber technique continuously improve. Unfortunately, with my current strength, I can only last until Zhou Tian 5. Even Zhou Tian 6 is extremely harmful to my body. How unfortunate! Gu Hai revealed a bitter smile. The cycle saber technique was based on Gu Hai's Go skills. Now, his Go skills improved again. Unfortunately, he could not execute them. Never mind. An increase in Go skills is a good thing. The 32 vertical and horizontal chess game? He already grasped all of it. Old Man Guanxi's Go skills are really incredible. However, I wonder how he honed his Go skills? One needs an opponent to improve their Go Dao. Does he have an opponent? Gu Hai revealed some doubt. However, he could not figure it out. After thinking for a while, Gu Hai still could not figure it out. However, he flipped his hand and took out another map. In the past, my Go skills were not good enough. Comprehending more would hurt my mind. Now, it is about time. Gu Hai carefully unfurled that map. It was a map. A sea map of the 1,000 Islands Sea. 1,000 islands were clearly and accurately arranged on this sea map. To others, this was just an ordinary map. However, to Gu Hai, these islands seemed to be moving. This map contained the fury of thunder. Boundless lightning, storms, and tsunamis rampaged in this map. The 33 horizontal world ritual array? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The sea map of the 1,000 Islands Sea was an unfinished game of Go between Old Man Guanxi and the immortal of the 6 paths back then. Just as Gu Hai was about to delve into it, the sea map suddenly changed. Your Majesty, we have arrived at the Silver Moon Sea. Chong Ming's voice came from outside the hall. Gu Hai looked at the sea map in his hand before carefully putting it away. Then, he stepped out of the hall. The flying ship flew very high. Through the clouds, one could see a vast sea region before them. However, at this moment, large amounts of clouds floated in the sea region, making it look extremely hazy. Prime Shangguan Hen is on that island in the center. Your Majesty, do we need to fly over? Chong Ming asked. Fly over? What you see is fake. This is the 32 horizontal world ritual array. No, it's just a simplified version. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The 32 horizontal world ritual array? Chong Ming's expression changed. That's right. It's just an illusion. Follow my instructions. Fly the flying ship inwards. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, the vampires answered. The flying ship circled around the clouds and began to fly. After circling around an area, boom! Suddenly, a strong wind blew, torrential rain fell, and tsunamis soared into the sky. The Silver Moon Sea in front of them suddenly changed dramatically. Your Majesty, did we trigger the formation? Have we been discovered? Chong Ming asked worriedly. It's just an illusion. Continue flying and follow my instructions. Gu Hai pointed in another direction. Whoosh! The flying ship flew over. Suddenly, the torrential rain disappeared. The sky was clear, and then snow began to fall. This is? Is it really an illusion? Chong Ming said in shock. 32? Can already form its own world. Be careful. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. The flying ship flew slowly. Silver Moon Island. Shangguan Hen sat in a small courtyard. Outside the courtyard was a turtle-shaped barrier. Inside, a large number of Xuanwu were continuously activating the turtle-shaped barrier. Outside, a group of black-robed people and Xuanwu were standing. They seemed to be destroying the turtle-shaped barrier. Shangguan Hen, open the barrier and follow me to the Sky Chess Pavilion, a cold voice shouted from outside. It was Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu. She looked at the turtle-shaped barrier with a gloomy expression. A group of black-robed people from the Sky Chess Pavilion followed behind Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu. There was also a large number of Xuanwu. They seemed to be trying to break the turtle-shaped barrier. Shangguan Hen sat in the small courtyard. Miao Chen and the other upright elders of the Xuanwu clan were beside him, looking worried. I am living quite well in Silver Moon Island. I don't want to leave. You can go. I will stay here. Shangguan Hen said indifferently. You are waiting for Gu Hai, right? Haha, Gu Hai will not come. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty has just been established. There are many things that have not been dealt with. Why would he come? Furthermore, the Xuanwu you sent have already submitted to me. They will only tell Gu Hai that you are fine and that he does not need to come. Gu Hai will not come. Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu said with a cold smile. Sky Chess Pavilion's 10th elder. Back then, the Xuanwu clan did everything they could for Old Man Guanxi. They did not hesitate to sacrifice a prime and nearly extinguish the divine flame of the Xuanwu god. Now, your Sky Chess Pavilion wants to repay kindness with enmity? Shangguan Hen said coldly. Outside, a black-robed man beside Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu sighed softly and said, Shangguan Hen, you are mistaken. We will not harm you. We just want to invite you to the Sky Chess Pavilion. The Pavilion Master instructed us to do so 800 years ago. It will only benefit you. Old Man Guanxi instructed us to do so? Instructed us to do what? Shangguan Hen said coldly. He instructed us to invite Xuanwu God into the Sky Chess Pavilion before reviving the Prime Minister. He instructed us to help the current Prime recover his peak cultivation 800 years ago, the 10th elder said. What if I am unwilling? Shangguan Hen said coldly. It is up to you whether you are willing or not. However, this is the Pavilion Master's instruction. Sorry for offending you. The 10th elder said in a low voice. Shangguan Hen looked depressed. Supreme Feng Yu, are you stupid or crazy? Can't you see that going to the Sky Chess Pavilion will be the end result? End result? You are the stupid one, Shangguan Hen. The Xuanwu clan and the Sky Chess Pavilion have already been bound together. This was confirmed 800 years ago. This time, you and I will be able to reach our peak cultivation 800 years ago. Why are you still standing there like a fool? Come with me. If you don't, my cultivation will be limited, Supreme Feng Yu said in a low voice. Go to the Sky Chess Pavilion, recover your peak, and fight against the immortal of the 6 paths? You may want to die, but I don't, Shangguan Hen said coldly. You think you are all grown up? You reached the heavenly palace today thanks to me. Now, you want to use the profound tortoise ritual array to block us? Shangguan Hen, today you have to go, even if you don't want to. Even if I have to break your profound tortoise ritual array, I will bring you there. Supreme Feng Yu said with a glare. Shangguan Hen's face sank. Also, the 10th elder has already laid a ritual array in the Silver Moon Ocean, isolating it from the outside world. This Silver Moon Ocean has already become a world of its own. You can forget about asking for help. Today you have to go, even if you don't want to. Continue breaking it. The profound tortoise ritual array has a flaw. Only I know about it. I will break it later. Supreme Feng Yu said. Yes. Boom. The Xuanwu clan immediately attacked the profound tortoise ritual array with all its might, breaking the exterior and repairing the interior. Shangguan Hen's expression turned sullen. Supreme, we can't spread the news. The zither figurines are isolated. Miao Chen said worriedly. Break. Supreme Feng Yu suddenly tapped the profound tortoise ritual array. Boom. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the profound tortoise ritual array's barrier, and the crack slowly grew bigger. 10 days. This profound tortoise ritual array can last for 10 days at most. Let's see if you still want to go with me. Supreme Feng Yu said coldly. The 10th elder looked at Supreme Feng Yu and said, This Shangguan Hen has always been disobedient. Why don't we rebuild his physical body like Guqin's when we reach the Sky Chess Pavilion, so that he will only be loyal to you? That's good. We will leave in 10 days. Supreme Feng Yu said with a cold smile. The group of experts was destroying the profound tortoise ritual array, but they didn't notice that Gu Hai's flying ship had already stopped in the sky above them. Gu Hai stood on the flying ship and coldly looked at everything below. What a coincidence. In 10 days, Shangguan Hen will be in trouble. Gu Hai said coldly. Your Majesty, why can we see and hear them, but they can't see or hear us? Chong Ming asked in surprise. That 10th elder only knows a little about the 32 great formations. He only knows how to set them up, but he doesn't know how to use them. Naturally, he can't see us. Gu Hai said indifferently. Your Majesty's ghost skills are admirable. Chong Ming nodded and praised. Chapter 742. Gu Hai was not far from Supreme Feng Yu and the 10th elder. However, the two of them could not find Gu Hai. It was as if Gu Hai was standing in another time and space. Your Majesty, they can't see us. If I attack them from behind, it will definitely be effective. Chong Ming's eyes turned cold. Chong Ming was now at the peak of the Middle Celestial Palace, and he had the Chaos Pearl. If he attacked from behind, even if Supreme Feng Yu did not die, she would be seriously injured. It's not that easy. The 32 great arrays form a world of their own. They can't see us because it's an illusion. When we get too close, they will definitely sense danger. Gu Hai shook his head. But it will still be useful. Chong Ming frowned. No need. Gu Hai shook his head. As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept up in the void around them, blowing a large amount of fog. What's wrong? Supreme Feng Yu frowned and looked around. However, apart from this sudden fog, there was nothing else. Maybe it's because of that magic treasure. It's okay, continue. The 10th elder shook his head. Will it work if you use that magic treasure to set up the 32 heavens and earth great array? Will something happen? Supreme Feng Yu asked in a low voice. I'm not sure. Nothing has happened. Besides, everything here is under our control. What are you afraid of? Continuing to break the great array is the key. The 10th elder said in a low voice. Okay. Supreme Feng Yu nodded. Boom, boom, boom. A group of people was quickly attacking the boundary of the great array. However, Gu Hai led Chong Ming off the flying ship. Suddenly, he circled around everyone and flew to the other side of the black tortoise ritual array. Gu Hai and Chong Ming were wrapped in white fog, but at this moment, the 10th elder and the others seemed to be blind and could not see at all. After Gu Hai settled down, Gu Hai's expression changed. At this moment, the Xuanwu in the Xuanwu tortoise formation suddenly opened their eyes wide. As supreme, that is. Elder Miao Chen's eyes widened in shock. Silence. Shangguan Hen glared at him and shouted. All around, all the Xuanwu who were about to scream immediately covered their mouth. How is this possible? Was that Gu Hai? Why didn't Supreme Feng Yu and the others see it? Shangguan Hen's face also darkened. Was it true? Silence? Shangguan Hen, is it useful for you to keep quiet now? Ha 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 ha. In the outside world, Supreme Being Feng Yu laughed coldly. I'm not going to argue with you. From now on, no matter what the people outside say or how they provoke us, all Xuanwu are not allowed to speak. Shut up and let them slowly break the Xuanwu tortoise formation. Shangguan Hen snorted coldly. Yes. All the Xuanwu in the Xuanwu tortoise formation answered. Shangguan Hen's eyes were filled with uncertainty. He looked at Gu Hai, then at Supreme Feng Yu and the others not far away. Supreme Feng Yu really did not see Gu Hai. Was that really Gu Hai? Shangguan Hen stepped to the edge of the formation. When Gu Hai saw Shangguan Hen, he smiled faintly. This smile caused Shangguan Hen's face to stiffen. This was because Shanghai Hen had confirmed from Gu Hai's eyes that it was really Gu Hai. But, outside the formation, Gu Hai stretched out his hand and drew in the air. It condensed into 3 large red words of magic. Follow yours truly? The moment the 3 big words appeared, Shangguan Hen's face lit up and he nodded his head. Gu Hai drew in the air once more. Yours truly has already activated the formation to create an illusion. From this position, they will not be able to see you guys. The moment the words appeared, Shangguan Hen's eyes lit up and he nodded his head immediately. But all he saw was Shangguan Hen stretching out his finger and drawing a line on the Xuanwu tortoise formation. Suddenly a crack appeared. With a call, Shangguan Hen led the group of Xuanwu out in a single file. Under the lead of Chang Ming, countless Xuanwu followed a peculiar path and flew towards the flying ship in the sky. Soon, all of the Xuanwu had boarded the flying ship. The crack closed again. Gu Hai led Shangguan Hen and slowly flew away from Silver Moon Island. While flying away, Shangguan Hen looked down. Shangguan Hen, do you think you can do it just by not talking? Ha ha ha, I can already feel that your Xuanwu tortoise formation is weakening. Are all of you out of energy? Previously it would take 10 days. Now, 3 days. I can break your Xuanwu tortoise formation in 3 days. Supremacy Feng Yu suddenly laughed heartily. Shangguan Hen was speechless. On the flying ship not far away, 3,000 Xuanwu. We came out just like that? Why couldn't they see us? Go, fly in the direction I pointed. Gu Hai pointed in a direction. 3,000 Xuanwu still didn't dare to speak. The flying ship flew quickly. Soon, they circled around and flew out of the 32 great formations surrounded by clouds. Is this a case of being too smart for your own good? The 10th elder used a Dharma treasure to set up a formation, but he wasn't good at formations. Instead, he was used by His Majesty? Ha 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 ha, how satisfying! I wonder how they will feel when they break the Xuanwu tortoise formation in 3 days and see that there is nothing inside? Ha 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 ha! When the Xuanwu elders who followed Shangguan Hen understood the situation, they immediately laughed heartily. Shangguan Hen looked at Gu Hai. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn. He said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." 3,000 Xuanwu's expression turned solemn. He followed Shangguan Hen and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Mr. Shangguan, I have let you suffer all these years." Gu Hai smiled as he helped Shangguan Hen to his feet. Shangguan Hen had followed Gu Hai for a long time. In the past, in order to protect Gu Hai, he threatened to commit suicide to threaten supremacy Feng Yu. Wronged? Not really. When I was in the Silver Moon Sea, my cultivation went straight to the Heavenly Palace. It's a pity that I am not on the same side as supremacy Feng Yu. Shangguan Hen smiled. Thank you for your persistence, Mr. Shangguan. Gu Hai solemnly bowed. Your Majesty, you don't have to do this. The Xuanwu clan still needs Your Majesty to save us in the future. There is no point in thanking you. Shangguan Hen said with a smile. That's right. Mr. Shangguan won't let the Dahan down. The Dahan will do his best to assist supremacy Shangguan. Gu Hai solemnly said. Shangguan Hen nodded. He lowered his head and looked at the Silver Moon Sea that was gradually disappearing. He sighed. Old man Guanxi really has a big plan. He started 800 years ago. Being destroyed by the heavens was only the first step of his plan. I have never seen old man Guanxi before, so I don't dare to accompany him in his madness. That is why I am not willing to accept the gift from the Sky Chess Pavilion. Your Majesty once told me that there is no free lunch in this world. He, Old Man Guanxi, helped me to reach the peak of my cultivation, and he did everything for free? I don't believe it, and I don't dare to go. We still have to go to the resurrection ceremony, Gu Hai said. Shangguan Hen frowned slightly and nodded. I heard that the limitless celestial capital was attacked from 3 sides a year ago. We were guarded by the Sky Chess Pavilion in the Silver Moon Sea, so we couldn't go. We could only inform the world. I don't know, Shangguan Hen said with a frown. Because of your news, I was able to rush back to the limitless celestial capital as quickly as possible. There was no delay at all. Gu Hai nodded. That's good. Unfortunately, I couldn't help at that time, Shangguan Hen said regretfully. What are the cultivation levels of your Xuanwu? Gu Hai looked at the 3,000 Xuanwu. 6 middle celestial palaces. Among them, Elder Miao Chen has already recovered to the peak of the middle celestial palace. In another year, he will be able to recover to the upper celestial palace level. Shangguan Hen looked at the group of Xuanwu. The Xuanwu clan's residence in the limitless celestial capital is still there. Why don't Elder Miao take the 3,000 Xuanwu back to the limitless celestial capital first, and summon all the Xuanwu who are loyal to you back? Gu Hai arranged. Shangguan Hen's expression changed. He guessed that Gu Hai had a plan. He nodded and said, Okay. Shangguan Hen turned to Miao Chen and said, Elder Miao, I'll have to trouble you from now on. I have something to do with His Majesty. You will immediately take the Xuanwu clan and head to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. If you need anything, do your best to help. Yes. Miao Chen answered. Gu Hai took out a flying boat and gave it to Miao Chen. The group of Xuanwu clan members boarded the flying boat and quickly headed for the limitless celestial capital. After sending the 3,000 Xuanwu clan members away, Gu Hai looked at Chong Ming and said, Blood-robed guards, aside from you, the others should go back to their positions as well. Chong Ming's expression changed, and he nodded. Then, he gave the order to the group of vampires. The group of vampires instantly flew off in all directions, quickly leaving. Only Gu Hai, Shangguan Hen, and Chong Ming remained on the flying boat. Your Majesty, do you have any plans? Just the 2 of us? Shangguan Hen asked, feeling confused. Although Chong Ming had been poisoned by Shangguan Hen in the past, Shangguan Hen knew about Chong Ming's capabilities. Furthermore, Shangguan Hen also knew that Chong Ming had consumed the Bat Ancestor and now commanded all the vampires in the world. Shangguan Hen's strength could not be underestimated. The 3 of them were the strongest. What did His Majesty want to do? Gu Hai took out the invitation card. Revival Assembly? Isn't there still a year? Shangguan Hen asked doubtfully. Yes, there's still a year. However, in a year, I will be heading to the Thousand Islands Sea for the assembly. Although the Dahan Imperial Dynasty can suppress the evildoers everywhere, it is still a relatively weak Imperial Dynasty. It has yet to reach the peak of the Imperial Dynasties. Furthermore, there is still the Celestial Empire, the Holy Land, and even Old Man Guanxi's Sky Chess Pavilion. Gu Hai said solemnly. The 2 of them listened to Gu Hai in silence. I have a feeling that the Revival Assembly in a year's time will definitely not be that simple. Old Man Guanxi might have set up a new deadlock. In a year's time, the Dahan will have to face the strongest group of people in the world. Therefore, in this year, I need the Dahan Imperial Dynasty to become strong enough to survive this revival assembly. Gu Hai said solemnly. What do you mean, Your Majesty? Shangguan Hen's expression changed. Recruit soldiers and buy horses. Gu Hai said solemnly. Recruit soldiers and buy horses? What does Your Majesty want to do? Shangguan Hen asked doubtfully. First, rescue Ao Shun. Then, enter the Holy Land of the Western Holy Mountain and capture the victorious Fighting Buddha. Gu Hai said solemnly. Huh? Yes. The 2 of them answered. This operation needs to be fast. Therefore, quality is more important than quantity. From now on, the three of us will move as fast as we can. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, the two of them answered. Gu Hai took out a black robe and put it on himself. Chang Ming and Shangguan Hen followed suit and put on a black robe. The flying ship's speed is only the same as when we descend from the celestial palace. It's too slow. Let's go. Gu Hai put away the flying ship. The three black-robed men, led by Gu Hai, instantly turned into three streaks of light and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 743. In the Thousand Islands Sea, where 95 Island used to be, 95 Island flew away and turned into the boundless celestial capital. At this moment, another huge island landed. This time, it was Solar Divine Hall's Lu Yacheng. Without the fiends guarding it, Lu Yacheng settled in the Thousand Islands Sea. Everything appeared extremely peaceful. At the center of the island, the former deity palace changed its name to Ao Shun Palace. A group of guards patrolled the surroundings, respectfully guarding this place. In Ao Shun Palace, Ao Shun had already woken up from closed-door cultivation. At this moment, he acted like the master of this place, receiving a guest. It was a golden-robed man. Ao Shun sat on a chair in the center of the hall as some guards served him fragrant tea. After taking a sip of tea, Ao Shun looked at the man before him with narrowed eyes. Ha! Shi Jinzi, you are really capable. I am temporarily residing in the Thousand Islands Sea, but you managed to find me. The golden-robed man smiled faintly and said, Crown Prince Ao Shun's name resounds throughout the world. It is not difficult for him to find you. Back then, when you last showed yourself to Lu Yacheng, I heard that Lu Yacheng was filling in the Thousand Islands Sea, so I followed him here. Unexpectedly, Crown Prince Ao Shun is really here. Ao Shun looked at Shi Jinzi coldly and said, You are looking for me? You want me to go and conquer your Western Sea? If not for Imperial Father's order to spare your life in the previous battle, would you still be standing before me today? In the past, my Western Sea Dragon race had some misunderstandings with Crown Prince Ao Shun. However, Shi Jinzi explained. Wait, Western Sea Dragon race? It is the Western Sea Flood Dragon race, not the Western Sea Dragon race. Ao Shun said. However, we have already turned into the dragon race. Shi Jinzi argued. Dragon? I admit that you have all transformed into dragons, but please don't insult the name of the West Sea Dragon clan. 800,000 years ago, the West Sea Dragon clan was exterminated, but that doesn't mean that you can replace them, Ao Shun said solemnly. Shi Jinzi's expression turned sullen, but he remained calm. Alright, tell me. West Sea Flood Dragon King, why are you here? Ao Shun asked in a deep voice. Crown Prince Ao Shun, the Lord is the Dragon King. Shi Jinzi refused to back down. Ao Shun revealed a cold smile. Don't talk nonsense, what did Sakura ask you to do? Doesn't he hate to see me? My lord has sent me here to invite Crown Prince Ao Shun to the west and reopen the Dragon Palace. Solemnly, Shi Jinzi said. Reopen the Dragon Palace? The West Sea Dragon Palace? Ao Shun suddenly raised his eyebrows. Yes, Crown Prince Ao Shun, please enter the West Sea and reopen the West Sea Dragon Palace. What does Di Shi Tian want to do? You want me to preside over the West Sea Dragon Palace? Ao Shun asked in puzzlement. Crown Prince Ao Shun may have misunderstood. It is my lord who is reopening the West Sea Dragon Palace, not Crown Prince Ao Shun. Crown Prince Ao Shun is only assisting, Shi Jinzi explained. Ao Shun's pupils suddenly shrank. Ha, Di Shi Tian, how dare you? Do you really think that he can reopen the Dragon Palace just because he joined the spiritual mountain and was conferred as the leader of the demigods and semidevils? Does he really think that he is the Dragon King of the West Sea? Ao Shun's face suddenly turned cold. Crown Prince Ao Shun, you can't say that. The West Sea Dragon race has been annihilated, so what if my lord reopens the West Sea Dragon Palace? Shi Jinzi said in a deep voice. 800,000 years ago, the dragon palaces of the four seas all had the surname No. Do you know why? Ao Shun said coldly. Dragon god? Shurgenzi looked at Ao Shun. It's good that you know. Ao Shun said coldly. The dragon gods of the four seas were all formed by my Ao clan's ancestors. They were the ancestors of the dragon race. Only my Ao clan can open the dragon palace. It is my Ao clan's ancestral property. Only my Ao clan can inherit the dragon god. Dishur Tian? A wild dragon dares to open the dragon palace? Invite the dragon race in the world? Declare himself as the overlord of the dragon race? What a joke! Shurgenzi was not in a hurry. He smiled and said, Ao Tianhuang is dead. The dragon god must have been killed by the immortal of six paths, right? Now that the dragon race has no leader, why can't it be my lord? Furthermore, how do you know that my lord has not formed a dragon god? Ao Shun suddenly looked at Shurgenzi coldly. It has been 800,000 years. Not only your Ao clan, my lord has also formed a new dragon god. Why is he not qualified to command the dragon race in the world? Once the West Sea Dragon Palace opens, the dragon race in the world will be invited. Furthermore, my lord has formed an alliance with the spiritual mountain's sacred ground. With the sacred ground's support, who dares to touch us? Shurgenzi smiled and said, Demigods and semidevils? Dragon tribe? Dishur Tian is really selling himself for a good price. 800,000 years ago, the West Sea Dragon Palace was destroyed because of the spiritual mountain's sacred ground. Now, Dishur Tian wants to reopen the West Sea Dragon Palace? To be the lackey of the spiritual mountain's sacred ground? And to invite me to reopen the palace? Ha 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 ha, what a joke! Ao Shun said coldly. Crown Prince Ao Shun, you have been expelled from the North Sea Dragon Palace. Why can't you join the West Sea Dragon Palace? My lord has promised that as long as you enter the West Sea Dragon Palace, he will allow you to be only below him and above all the other dragon race. Shurgenzi tempted. You want me to submit to him? What a joke, Humph. You want to borrow my hand to invite the dragon race? Borrow my blood to help him open the West Sea Dragon Palace? Dream on. Ao Shun said coldly. Now that my lord has formed a dragon god, it is not difficult for him to open the dragon palace, but he does not want to destroy the things inside. That's why he needs your blood. Crown Prince Ao Shun, my lord is sincerely inviting you to work together to create a great undertaking, to restore the dragon race's former hegemony of the demon race. Shurgenzi invited. The dragon kings of the four seas can only be surnamed Ao, never D. I will not shame my ancestors. Dishur Tian has formed a dragon god. I don't care, but don't provoke me, otherwise, don't blame me for not being courteous. Ao Shun said coldly. Crown Prince Ao Shun. Shurgenzi was anxious. Ao Shun glared. In the blink of an eye, a huge killing intent came out of his eyes and rushed toward Shurgenzi. Shurgenzi's hair stood on end, and he was shocked. Just as Ao Shun was about to send the guest off, a voice suddenly came from outside the main hall. Crown Prince Ao Shun, Elder Lin of the dragon race requests an audience. A guard outside shouted. Oh, Uncle Lin? Invite him in. Ao Shun's face lit up with joy. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in gray stepped into the main hall. Uncle Lin, why are you here? Ao Shun revealed a friendly expression. Crown Prince Shun, you have been staying here for a few years, but you are not willing to go back? Elder Lin smiled bitterly. I will go back, but not now? Ao Shun shook his head and sighed. Shurgenzi? Why are you here? Elder Lin's face darkened. Shurgenzi smiled. Elder Lin, how have you been? Dishur Tian is delusional. He wants to invite me to help him open the West Sea Dragon Palace? What a joke. Ao Shun shook his head. Elder Lin's face darkened. Dishur Tian is really bold. The dragon race's royal bloodline is not allowed to be messed up, and he dares to meddle? How presumptuous! Elder Lin, you are wrong. My motive is actually the same as yours. You invited Crown Prince Ao Shun back to the North Sea Dragon Palace, and I invited Crown Prince Ao Shun to the West Sea Dragon Palace. It is all for the bloodline of Crown Prince Ao Shun. Shi Jinzi smiled. What did you say? Elder Lin sneered. Elder Lin, didn't you tell Crown Prince Ao Shun? You have already pledged your loyalty to the new Dragon King, Ao Xing. Is that so? Shi Jinzi smiled. Dragon King? Ao Shun frowned and looked at Elder Lin. Crown Prince Ao Shun, Ao Xing has already succeeded the throne and is officially the new North Sea Dragon King. He is the new leader of the dragon race. Shi Jinzi explained. What North Sea Dragon King? Elder Lin, have you forgotten the rules of the dragon race? The North Sea Dragon King has to jump through the Dragon Gate. He Ao Xing. Ao Shun looked at Elder Lin. Crown Prince Ao Xing has already jumped through the Dragon Gate. The leader has fallen, and the North Sea Dragon God has been annihilated. However, a trace of divine fire was left on the Dragon Gate for the purpose of inheritance. Crown Prince Ao Xing has jumped through the Dragon Gate and obtained the divine fire to nurture the new Dragon God. Elder Lin smiled bitterly and nodded. Impossible. Jumping through the Dragon Gate? Even I might not be able to do it. How did he do it? Didn't he just enter the Sky Palace? Ao Shun's expression changed. Ao Xing did it in front of all the dragon race. According to the rules, all the dragon race must respect him as the king. Elder Lin smiled bitterly. Ao Shun frowned. Why? Why did his cultivation level increase so quickly? I don't know. But none of this is important anymore, isn't it? Elder Lin smiled bitterly. Actually, we are still looking forward to you becoming the new Dragon King. But, Sai, I hope you won't blame us. This is the dragon race's ancestral rule, I must. Elder Lin smiled bitterly. Ao Shun took a deep breath and nodded. Fine, if he wants to be the Dragon King, then let him be. Don't worry, I won't fight with him. After all, he is my younger brother. The Dragon King sent us here to invite you back. After all, you are his elder brother, and he will confer you the title of King Prince. You are all part of the Ao clan. Please go back and revive the dragon race. Elder Lin said expectantly. Go back? He wants me to go back? Ao Shun sneered. Speaking of which, I seem to have heard that Ao Xing dug up the ancestral tomb and devoured the dragon souls in the dragon tomb. That's why his cultivation level kept increasing. However, the power of the dragon souls was too strong. His bloodline power was unable to suppress them. That's why he needed Prince Ao Shun to go back and offer a blood sacrifice. Shi Jinzi suddenly laughed. Nonsense. Shi Jinzi, you dare to provoke the North Sea Dragon Palace? Elder Lin glared at Shi Jinzi. Ao Shun's face darkened. Isn't that so? Elder Lin, you want the North Sea Dragon race to return to its former glory, are you crazy? Ao Xing opened the dragon tomb and you are not going to do anything? Just because he is the Dragon King? Shi Jinzi sneered. Lies, I will kill you. Elder Lin glared at Shi Jinzi as if he was about to attack. Uncle Lin, stop. Ao Shun's face turned cold. He stood in front of Elder Lin and looked at Shi Jinzi with a cold expression. It was as if Shi Jinzi wouldn't be leaving if he didn't give an explanation. I'm spreading lies to mislead people? Do you think the North Sea Dragon Palace can hide from everyone? Did the North Sea Dragon Palace gain an army of skeletal dragons recently? An army of underworld dragons? Shi Jinzi sneered. That doesn't mean anything. Elder Lin glared at Shi Jinzi. Uncle Lin, is what Shi Jinzi said true? Ao Xing really dug up the ancestral tomb and opened the dragon tomb? Ao Shun's face darkened. Not only that, Elder Lin didn't come here to talk to you. If I'm not wrong, if you don't go back with him, he will take you away by force. Shi Jinzi sneered. Chapter 744. Thousand Islands Sea, Lu Yaqing's Island. Swish. 3 black lights pierced through the clouds and reached the sky above the island in the blink of an eye. 1. The 3 black-robed figures stopped in the sky. A strong wind blew past, but it didn't attract much attention. This was because the 3 black-robed figures were too high up, obscured by countless clouds and mist. The 3 black-robed figures were naturally Gu Hai, Chong Ming, and Shangguan Hen. Chong Ming lowered his head and said, "Your Majesty, it's here." Gu Hai looked down at the island below. After the Sky Chess Pavilion discovered Ao Shun, he didn't make things difficult for Ao Shun. On the contrary, he sent people to serve Ao Shun and changed the name of the Temple of All Gods to Ao Shun Palace. A year ago, His Majesty sent people to invite Ao Shun, but it seems that Ao Shun rejected His Majesty? Chong Ming asked in confusion. Ao Shun said that he had recently made a breakthrough and needs to cultivate near the sea. The boundless celestial capital is inland, so he won't be going there for the time being. Gu Hai said. Your Majesty, something's wrong. Shangguan Hen suddenly frowned. Oh? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Shangguan Hen stared at the surrounding sea. Your Majesty, look. Is there something in the sea? Shangguan Hen narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai looked down. The sea was extremely calm and even clear. Because of this clarity, one could see what was below. It seemed like a white dragon was hiding at the bottom of the sea. Let's go down and take a look, Gu Hai said. Swish. The 3 turned into 3 streaks of light and shot into the sea. Boom. The 3 quickly traveled through the sea and soon found the place Shangguan Hen had pointed out. Don't move. Shangguan Hen's face paled. He waved his hand and a water bubble enveloped the 3 of them. What is this? Chong Ming was puzzled. To prevent our auras from leaking out and blending into the sea, this is a divine technique. Shangguan Hen explained. Chong Ming nodded. The bubble enveloped the 3 of them as they approached a sea valley. In the sea valley, there were nearly 100 giant dragon skeletons piled up on the rock. The dragon skeletons were originally dead, but the eyes of the giant dragon skeletons emitted a faint blue light, as if they were alive. Caw 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 caw. One of the dragon bones suddenly began to move. It's fine. That brat Lin hasn't sent us any news yet. He's still talking with Ao Shun. One of the dragon skeletons suddenly said. Ao Shun brat, could he have escaped? Another bone dragon asked. Don't worry. All these years, the Sky Chess Pavilion has set up countless arrays on the island. He can't escape. Moreover, there's still us, another bone dragon said in a deep voice. Ao Shun? I heard from that brat Lin that Ao Shun's bloodline is the purest. Even his father, Ao Tianhuang, can't compare to it? It's even close to the ancestral dragons. Pure is the best. If a prime wants to suppress the ancient soul's aura, he must have a pure bloodline. The group of bone dragons whispered. Ao Xing? He dug up the dragon catacomb? Shangguan Hen's expression suddenly changed. Dragon catacomb? Gu Hai was puzzled. He really dared to dig up the ancestral grave? No wonder His Majesty said that Ao Xing's strength had reached Heavenly Palace. So that's why. The dragon catacomb, the burial ground of the dragon race, is a forbidden area of the dragon race. He dared to dig it up? He swallowed the human souls of a group of dragon race experts? He even refined the dragon bones into his own puppet. Ao Xing, how ruthless! Shangguan Hen's expression changed. These dragon bones are all the ancestors of the dragon race? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. You must be careful because those who can enter the dragon catacomb are only qualified to enter the dragon catacomb. Even if they are dead, their essence will allow their bones to reach the peak power of Middle Heavenly Palace, or even Early Heavenly Palace. I wonder how many human souls Ao Xing has swallowed and how many dragon bones he has refined. Shangguan Hen said with a gloomy face. These 100 bone dragons are here to capture Ao Shun? Gu Hai's face darkened. Just as Gu Hai was solemn, a bone dragon swam over from afar. Elder, I just saw a group of Yikshaws lurking on the other side of the sea. They seem to be targeting this island. Maybe they are also here for Ao Shun. The Bone Dragon said. Yikshaws? Why would Sakra's subordinates come here? The leader of the Bone Dragons said in a low voice. While the Bone Dragons were whispering, Gu Hai frowned slightly. Your Majesty, it seems that Ao Shun's place is not peaceful either. Chong Ming said with a smile. In that case, let's help Ao Shun deal with this group first. Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Bones? This emperor knows how to use bones too. Gu Hai said coldly. As he stepped forward, he stomped on the ground. Boom! The mountain walls around the sea valley suddenly changed color. The original seabed stones slowly turned into eerie white bones. What's going on? The Bone Dragons' faces darkened. Bone sea! Gu Hai shouted coldly. Countless bone spikes rushed out from the sea valley in an instant, forming a super-huge bone net that wrapped around the Bone Dragons. Boom! Bastard! Impudent! The Bone Dragons suddenly cried out in alarm. Cackle! 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 Countless bones firmly trapped the group of Bone Dragons. Break free from the bone spikes! The Bone Dragons roared. Crack! 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 Crack appeared on the bone spikes immediately, as if they were about to be broken free by the Bone Dragons. Roar! I don't care who you are. Today you provoked us. You must die. The leader of the Bone Dragons roared. Treasure, please turn around. At some point, a golden gourd appeared in Gu Hai's hand. In an instant, a golden light flew out from the mouth of the gourd. When the golden light appeared, it immediately pierced the entire sea. Cackle! The golden light went out quickly and returned even faster. In the blink of an eye, it shot back into the gourd. 100 bone dragon heads were thrown out. As they struggled, they rolled to the ground. Shangguan Hen and Chong Ming looked at Gu Hai in shock. They originally thought that there would be a fierce battle, but they did not expect that 100 heads fell to the ground in an instant. The bone dragon heads fell to the ground, and the blue light in their eyes disappeared quickly. Clearly, they were all destroyed. Crack! 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 The bone spikes on the ground also disappeared in an instant. Let's go and take a look at that group of Yikshaws, Gu Hai said indifferently. Ao Shun Palace. Ao Shun looked coldly at Elder Lin. Uncle Lin, is what Shizhenzi said true? Ao Shun looked coldly at Elder Lin. Elder Lin's face was awkward. Dragon Tomb? Ao Xing actually dared to break open the Dragon Necropolis? Is it Takashi Ryushin? Ao Xing does not have that ability. Ao Shun said angrily. Crown Prince Ao Shun, please calm down. This is only Shizhenzi's words. Moreover, isn't the establishment of the Dragon Tomb so that the Dragon Clan can make a comeback if they decline one day? Now, Elder Lin said softly. Bullshit. Ao Shun glared. Those are my Ao clan's ancestors. Also, as long as you are an elder of the Heavenly Palace, you are qualified to enter the Dragon Tomb. How dare you break open the Dragon Tomb? Uncle Lin, you have disappointed me. Ao Xing, that bastard, watch how I deal with him. Ao Shun said angrily. Then Crown Prince Ao Shun, you better go back and confront Ao Xing. Elder Lin said bitterly. Wait, go back? Hee. Did Elder Lin forget to mention that Ao Xing and Takashi Ryushin are not in the North Sea Dragon Palace? Shizhenzi suddenly laughed. There are spies in my North Sea Dragon Palace? Elder Lin's face changed. Crown Prince Ao Shun, if you want to see Ao Xing, why don't you come with me? I know where he is. Shizhenzi said with a smile. How dare you? Shizhenzi, Crown Prince Ao Shun will only go with me. Elder Lin shouted angrily. In Ao Shun's palace, the two of them suddenly started arguing, both wanting Ao Shun to go with them. Go with you? Ao Shun squinted his eyes. That's right, Crown Prince Ao Shun, come with me. The North Sea Dragon Palace needs you to take charge of the situation. Elder Lin said anxiously. Crown Prince Ao Shun, come with me, I can bring you to Ao Sheng. Shi Jinzi also shouted. While Ao Shun's eyes were filled with uncertainty, another voice came from outside the palace. Both of you, don't argue. Ao Shun will only follow me. An unquestionable voice rang out. Who? Elder Lin and Shi Jinzi's face darkened as they looked outside the palace. Stop! Outside the palace, a group of guards shouted angrily. Ao Shun's eyes lit up as he stepped out of the palace. Shi Jinzi and Elder Lin followed immediately. They saw 3 black-robed men standing in the square outside the palace. All 3 of them were wearing hats, and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. Only the black-robed man in the center lifted his hat. Gu Hai, it's you? Elder Lin's eyes widened. Gu Hai. Shi Jinzi frowned slightly. Ancient Emperor? No, Ancient Emperor, why are you here? Ao Shun was in a good mood. I'm here to ask for a favor. Crown Prince Ao Shun, please come with me and do me a favor. Gu Hai said with a smile. No. Shi Jinzi and Elder Lin shouted at the same time. Ancient Emperor, you are too kind. Ao Shun will not refuse. Ao Shun agreed immediately. Ao Tianhuang had allowed Ao Shun to get closer to Gu Hai. During the battle at Sun God Palace, Dahan had sacrificed his crown prince to save Ao Shun. Now that Gu Hai was asking for help, there was no reason for Ao Shun not to agree. That's great. There's no time to lose. Crown Prince Ao Shun, let's go. Gu Hai said with a smile. You're not allowed to leave. Elder Lin glared. Crown Prince Ao Shun, you're not allowed to leave. Shi Jinzi's face darkened as well. Ao Shun looked coldly at the two of them. Where I go is none of your business. Array. Sky Chess Pavilion disciples, activate the array. Ao Shun is leaving. Hurry, hurry. Elder Lin suddenly shouted anxiously. However, the surrounding guards were flustered. Elder Lin, our Go Dao Array's activation hub is missing. A guard said anxiously. Elder Lin's expression froze. How could an ordinary Go Dao Array hide from Gu Hai? Sky Chess Pavilion? Ah, so you were lying to me all along? You actually colluded with the great Emperor dynasty? Ao Shun glared and said angrily. No, you can't leave. If you leave, those little dragons of my North Sea Dragon Palace will be finished. They won't be able to suppress the ancient spirit. They will go crazy. Ancient elders, come out quickly. Ao Shun is escaping. Elder Lin suddenly shouted crazily. However, not a single bone dragon flew out from the 4 seas. Ah, you came prepared? Bone dragons? It looks like there are times when they are unreliable. Let me do it. Yaksha King, follow me and take down Ao Shun. Shi Jinzi roared. A cool breeze blew past. The 4 seas were calm. No one came out. Shi Jinzi was at a loss for words. Elder Lin was at a loss for words. Ao Shun was at a loss for words. Let's go. We don't have much time. Let's not waste any more time. Gu Hai looked at Ao Shun. Chapter 745. Ao Shun followed Gu Hai and left. Shi Jinzi and Elder Lin stood at the entrance of Ao Shun's palace and stared blankly for a long time. What's going on? What's going on? The two were shocked and furious. They quickly flew into the sea. West of the Divine Continent, there was a huge island in the sea. Countless flowers and fruits grew on the island. A large number of monkeys were playing on the island. There was a waterfall in the mountain. Behind the waterfall was a huge cave. Monkeys shuttled in and out of the cave happily. At this moment, an old monk in a kasaya stepped into the mountain. The monk had a benevolent look. He was thin and his face was full of wrinkles. How's the victorious fighting Buddha? The old monk looked at a monkey and asked. The great king has been sitting on the huge rock on the mountain peak recently. He doesn't play with us anymore. I don't know either. Past Buddha. A monkey said respectfully. The old monk was the past Buddha of the 3 generations of Buddhas. The past Buddha looked up at the huge rock on the mountain peak, not far away. Sitting on the huge rock was Sun Wukong, whom Gu Hai had summoned with the array formation in the past. Sun Wukong was wearing armor. The red cape behind him fluttered in the wind. He sat on the huge rock with a strand of foxtail in his mouth. He looked at the sea in the distance with a melancholy and blank expression. Amateus Buddha, mountain of flower fruit, beautiful monkey king, great sage equal to heaven, victorious fighting Buddha, Sun Wukong. What are you thinking about? The past Buddha took a step and instantly appeared beside Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong didn't look at the past Buddha. Old deaf, can you hear what I say? Aren't the 3 generations of Buddhas disabled? Deaf, mute, and blind? Sun Wukong said disdainfully. This poor monk may be deaf, but I can hear with my heart. The past Buddha smiled. Tsk, you can hear. Why are you pretending to be deaf? Boring. Sun Wukong ignored him. Victorious fighting Buddha, are you comfortable staying on Flower Fruit Mountain? You can tell me if there's anything you need. The past Buddha smiled. It's all fake. What's there to be comfortable about? These monkeys were arranged by you guys to spy on me? Heh, how can I have the time to play with them? Boring. Sun Wukong spat out the green foxtail grass in his mouth and said impatiently. In the past, the victorious fighting Buddha barged into the great strength hall of the mystical mountain. The Buddha was merciful. Not only did he pardon your sins, he even conferred upon you the title of victorious fighting Buddha. What is there to be dissatisfied about? The Buddha of the past smiled. Bah, Tathagata is all the same. I was tricked by Tathagata last time. Didn't he want me to stay here because he wanted to get information from me? Sun Wukong sneered. Tathagata? There was another Tathagata? Victorious fighting Buddha, where did you see Tathagata? The past Buddha looked at Sun Wukong curiously. Sun Wukong suddenly turned his head to look at the Buddha of the past. Hee, Buddha of the past, are you trying to trick me too? The Buddha of the past smiled bitterly and said, The victorious fighting Buddha is now a part of the spiritual mountain's holy land. There's no need to hide news related to the Buddha, right? There's no need to hide it? Are you willing to lend me the treasures of your spiritual mountain to play with for a few days? Sun Wukong sneered. What do you want? The past Buddha pondered for a moment. A 9th grade golden lotus, the reincarnation pool, and the glazed lamp of 8 directions. What do you think? Sun Wukong smiled. The past Buddha smiled bitterly and said, If it were anything else, of course, it wouldn't be a problem. These are the 16 great treasures of history, the cornerstone treasures of my spiritual mountain's holy land. If you don't want to give, then don't give. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Hurry up and leave. Don't affect my mood. Sun Wukong waved his hand to send him off. The past Buddha sighed slightly and nodded. Victorious fighting Buddha, the Buddha, and we want to help you. However, if you don't tell us the situation, how can we help you? Go, go, go! Sun Wukong waved his hand impatiently. The past Buddha sighed slightly and flew into the distance. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the past Buddha flew away. Soon, the past Buddha landed in front of an extremely majestic and huge palace. The name of the palace was Mahavira Hall. Around the Mahavira Hall, a group of monks were wandering around. In the center of the square, a group of monks were surrounding 2 figures. One of them was the golden-robed present Buddha. The other one was a woman in a white veil. Buddha, that Sun Wukong is still very tight-lipped and refuses to say anything. From the looks of it, the one who started the trouble should end it. Do we still need to ask Gu Hai? The past Buddha said with a frown. The present Buddha frowned slightly. It's a good thing that this monkey is not leaving. Don't force him too much. He will speak one day. Buddha, in my opinion, we should use force and use the golden hoop incantation to force him to submit. The white-clothed woman said with a frown. No. The present Buddha said solemnly. The present Buddha's mouth did not move, but a deep voice came out. The white-clothed woman asked, puzzled. The past Buddha said with a bitter smile, Southern Dragon Girl, you often stay in the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest. You have not seen this monkey wreaking havoc in the spiritual mountains' sacred ground. He has a fiery temper. The more we force him, the more he will explode. He would rather die than submit. He is a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. If not for the Buddha's policy of appeasing him and conferring him the victorious fighting Buddha, who knows how much more trouble he would have caused. This monkey possesses both Tao and Buddhism, which is very strange. However, it's good that he is a little greedy for vanity. He can only be stable if he cares about these empty titles. If we force him, we must not. The Southern Dragon Girl frowned slightly. If that's the case, we can only solve it from Guhai. There's no hurry. In less than a year, Old Man Guanxi's resurrection ceremony will be held. We will see Guhai. Let's start with Sun Wukong first. The past Buddha shook his head. All right. The Southern Dragon Girl nodded. At the same time, Sun Wukong looked at the distant sea on the peak of Mount Huagua and sneered. Purple Bamboo Forest, Southern Dragon Girl? Haha, why is there no Guanyin Bodhisattva? Is there no Guanyin Bodhisattva in this world? A dragon girl in her place? But that's right. This world is really strange. A bunch of old baldies want to scheme against me? I, Sun Wukong, have many monkeys and grandchildren. I used to worship six-eared macaque. Six-eared macaque can hear the 6 paths of the 3 realms. Although I haven't learned all of them, it's easy for me to listen to you baldies. Sun Wukong sneered. Sigh, I wonder if my sworn brothers have looked for me. Sun Wukong sighed. What Sun Wukong did not know was that after he disappeared, his sworn brothers had looked for him. Unfortunately, the Sun Wukong on Earth had been replaced. Six-eared macaque had transformed into a human form to investigate and put on a show of the real Sun Wukong. But the Tathagata of Earth had schemed against him. I, Sun Wukong, am greedy? Heh, an old baldy is an old baldy. I, Sun Wukong, am here to borrow your sacred mountain to help me find out what's going on. You have new news every day. Do you think I can't hear it? All I have to do is reveal a little bit and you guys will do your best to investigate. Hee, both Tathagatas are the same. Both are not good people. Don't blame me. Sun Wukong sneered. Sun Wukong sat on the boulder, still in melancholy. Poof, poof. All of a sudden, a bat flapped its wings from the forest and flew to where Sun Wukong was. Crack! Sun Wukong squeaked, as if trying to scare the bat away. The bat did not seem to be afraid of Sun Wukong. It circled around Sun Wukong for a while, and then landed in Sun Wukong's hand. It only landed for a short while before it flew away. Sun Wukong frowned. He clenched his fists and watched the bat disappear from his sight. After a while, Sun Wukong opened his right hand. There was a piece of paper in his right hand. Sun Wukong's expression changed when he read the first sentence. Mount Lingtai Fangsuan, Cave of the Slanting Moon and 3 Stars. Sun Wukong almost jumped to his feet when he saw the words. This is? His eyes flashed with excitement. This was the residence of his Sifu, Grandmaster Bodhi. He had never told anyone about it before. Then came the next sentence. You are being watched. Be careful. 3 million miles north, there is an island filled with black rocks. Come and find me. Sun Wukong's eyes darted around as he read the note. Piak. The note in his hand was crushed into dust. Sun Wukong continued to look at the sea. After looking around for a while, he stretched his back and walked down the mountain. Great King, we made a dance. Can we dance for you? A group of monkeys immediately rushed up eagerly. No need. I want to rest for a while. Don't disturb me. Sun Wukong said indifferently. Oh. The group of monkeys nodded. Stepping into the water curtain cave, Sun Wukong hid in a room and fell asleep. The other monkeys did not dare to approach. After the monkeys went out, Sun Wukong stretched out his hand and turned a rock into his appearance. Sun Wukong turned into a mosquito and slowly flew out. He slowly flew out of the Flower Fruit Mountain Island. After leaving the Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong turned into his original form. A look of urgency flashed across his face. With a somersault, he instantly flew 108,000 miles away. Then, with another somersault, he quickly flew toward the northern sea. There was a sense of excitement in his eagerness, as if he had finally found his organization. Not long after, Sun Wukong found the Black Rock Island. "Master? Is that you? Master?" Sun Wukong called out anxiously. However, Grandmaster Bodhi did not come out. Instead, 4 black-robed men walked out from a group of rock. The one in the lead lifted his hood and revealed a faint smile. "Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, long time no see. It's you? Gu Hai?" Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows and glared at him. "It's me. This place is near the sacred ground of the spiritual mountain. Although you came out secretly, it's hard to avoid accidents. Why don't we find another place to talk?" Gu Hai smiled. Sun Wukong stared at Gu Hai for a while, and a trace of wariness flashed in his eyes. Although he did not see much of a threat from Gu Hai, the fact that he could save him from the Five Fingers Mountain was a threat in itself. Hence, Sun Wukong did not ask Gu Hai for more details. "Let's go," Gu Hai called out. "Humph." Sun Wukong snorted coldly, but he did not refuse. The group of people quickly flew away from the island and towards another shore. Soon, they arrived at an extremely remote mountain forest. However, Gu Hai had tidied up a pavilion here. Gu Hai led the 3 black-robed men into the pavilion. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's eyes shot out a beam of golden light and scanned the surroundings. "Fiery eyes of gold? Don't worry, I did not set up a formation here," Gu Hai said indifferently. Chapter 746. Eyes of Fire and Gold? Don't worry, I didn't set up a formation here, Gu Hai said calmly. I'm used to it. Don't blame me. Sun Wukong laughed. Although his words were polite, Sun Wukong still looked carefully. After confirming that there was no ambush or trap, he landed in front of Gu Hai. "This is the best wine of the Dahan. Great Sage, would you like to try it?" Gu Hai smiled. I quit. Let's talk. Sun Wukong scratched his itch and looked at Gu Hai with a smile. Quit? Gu Hai knew that Sun Wukong had not quit drinking, but was wary of him. "You have something to say?" Great Sage, how did your investigation go? Did you find the Gautama Buddha?" Gu Hai smiled. Sun Wukong stared at Gu Hai, a strange look in his eyes. "I didn't find him, but you brought me here. Gu Hai, can you explain this to me?" "Explain? You must have realized that this place is different from what you imagined. Now I can send you back. I wonder if the Great Sage is willing?" Gu Hai said solemnly. "Send me back?" Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly darted around. "What? Do you have any ideas?" Gu Hai asked doubtfully. "I heard Baldy Buddha say that he guessed that my previous world was a small immortal dome, like the Warring States' immortal dome of the Long Zhangua, right? Buddha and the others have always wanted that kind of small immortal dome. Do you have one?" Sun Wukong stared at Gu Hai. Sun Wukong did not answer Gu Hai. Instead, he raised his doubts. Clearly, he was a monkey. "No." Gu Hai shook his head. "No? Then where did I come from?" Sun Wukong frowned. "Where did you come from? Won't you know when you go back?" Gu Hai said solemnly. I just wanted to know where I came from. I didn't say that I had to go back. Gu Hai, you don't look like a capable person. Tell me clearly, what's going on? How did I get here? I remember that I was crushed under the Five Fingers Mountain. You brought me here, so you must know what happened, right? Sun Wukong stared at Gu Hai. You've never thought of going back? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Sun Wukong didn't want to go back? That would be extremely troublesome. Now that I'm here, I know more. Hey, go back? You must be joking. How big is my world? From the Dongsheng Divine Continent to the Aparagodania continent, I only needed to flip a few somersaults to arrive there. What about this world? When I first came to the sacred ground of Mount Numinous, it only took me 3 months. The two worlds are completely different in size. How big is my world? You want me to go back? I, old son, am not stupid. Why would I do such a stupid thing? Sun Wukong stared at Gu Hai. Big might not be good. Where you came from is where you belong. Gu Hai said solemnly. Don't try to lie to me. Where is my home? If what the present Buddha and the others said is just a small immortal dome, then aren't you the master of the immortal dome? Then I'm still at your mercy. Sun Wukong sneered, but his eyes were fixed on Gu Hai. Sun Wukong was also very smart. He directly pointed out the doubts in his heart. He did not need Gu Hai to say the answer. He could guess a thing or two from his expression. Unfortunately, Gu Hai, who was in front of Sun Wukong, did not change his expression. Sun Wukong frowned. He could not see anything he wanted. This world only produces a small immortal dome every 1,000,000 years. How can it be so easy? Besides, I've been to the Long Zhanggua's immortal dome. The present Buddha and the others must have seen the small immortal dome before. Can the small immortal dome give birth to such a strong great sage equal to heaven like you? Gu Hai looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows and his face sank. Indeed, the present Buddha also has doubt. What is going on? Or maybe I'm in the future world. Or the past world. Did I travel through time? Sun Wukong wanted to use his guess to get Gu Hai to agree, but how could Gu Hai be so easily led by Sun Wukong's words? How about this, I'll let you read a book. You can tell me if you want to go back after reading it. Gu Hai smiled. Sun Wukong's expression changed. Gu Hai took out a book. It was called Journey to the West. Journey to the West? Sun Wukong snatched it and quickly flipped through it. Walla-la-la-la. The number of pages flipping was extremely fast. As he read, Sun Wukong's expression changed. My birth? Nuwa's heaven-mending stone? It's actually recorded in such detail. Even my apprenticeship was included. Did you write this? Did you investigate? Sun Wukong's expression turned ugly. Anyone who saw their own information being recorded by someone else would feel uncomfortable. Create havoc in the underworld, the Dragon Palace, and the Heavenly Palace? Your memory is really detailed. Old Tathagata, you even wrote in such detail when you lied to me. How much did you investigate? Sun Wukong looked at Gu Hai unhappily as he flipped through the book. Only when he wrote about being crushed by the Five-Finger Mountain did Sun Wukong realize that something was wrong. That's not right. There's only so much. Why is this book so thick? Sun Wukong frowned slightly. He continued to flip through the book. Master Xuanzang? What is this thing? It's scared out of its wits when it sees a wild tiger? To be my master? Ha 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 ha, what a joke. Who made this up? Sun Wukong suddenly looked at Gu Hai with disdain. Gu Hai was very serious and did not speak. Sun Wukong continued to flip through Journey to the West. As he flipped through, Sun Wukong's expression turned ugly. Six-eared macaque? He's my sworn brother. Tathagata. Sun Wukong's eyes widened. Bull Demon King? He doesn't recognize me. That's right, this is not me. Old Bull must have noticed something unusual. What? Old Bull was also. Sun Wukong's eyes turned slightly red. I, the monkeys of Mount Huagua, am not allowed to reign? My brother, journey to the west? Along the way, I was the one who killed and captured all my brothers? Someone is impersonating me? Sun Wukong suddenly stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai had read Journey to the West before. Bang! Suddenly, Gu Hai crushed the book. Journey to the West instantly turned into powder. You disappeared, and Tathagata became a new Sun Wukong, slaying demons and devils along the way. To lure you out, Gu Hai said lightly. Ba Bulsh asterisk T Sun Wukong. What can that trash do along the way? He can't beat anyone. Using my name to kill my brothers. What a Tathagata, what a heavenly Buddha! Sun Wukong clenched his fists angrily. Do you want to go back? Gu Hai asked at the right time. Sun Wukong suddenly looked at Gu Hai coldly. I've only been here for a few years. According to the book, I should have been suppressed for 500 years. It's only been a few years. This book is all made up by you. You want to trick me into going back? Sun Wukong suddenly stared at Gu Hai. It's up to you to believe it or not, Gu Hai said lightly. Sun Wukong's face sank as he stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai had written everything clearly. His brother's habits, weaknesses, family situation, location, everything was written in great detail. If not for the lack of time, Sun Wukong would have believed it long ago. Even so, Sun Wukong still felt uneasy. That's the future? Right? My world is in the future? Sun Wukong stared at Gu Hai and asked. You will know when you go back. Gu Hai also refused to say. Go back? If you want me to go back, you have to show me what you're capable of. I don't believe you. Do you have little Xianxiong or some other reason? If you can beat me, I will go back with you. If you can't beat me, tell me everything and eat my staff. Sun Wukong suddenly pulled out the Jingu Bang and attacked Gu Hai. Bastard! Shangguan Hen shouted behind him. He waved his hand and a huge tortoise-shell shield suddenly appeared. Boom! Sun Wukong's staff hit the tortoise-shell shield and a large number of cracks appeared on the shield. The Jingu Bang paused. Tortoise-shell? Let's see if you can come out. Sun Wukong's face turned cold and attacked again. Impudent monkey, how rude! Ao Shun shouted and punched out. Roar! A fist in the shape of a dragon head suddenly appeared in the void and whistled towards Sun Wukong. Dragon tribe? When I, old Sun, defeated the dragon kings of the four seas, you were nowhere to be found. Sun Wukong glared and swept the Jingu Bang in his hand. Boom! The dragon head fist was instantly shattered by the staff. What? Ao Shun's face changed. Not bad. The dragon kings of the four seas are no match for you. Sun Wukong snorted. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, countless bats flew out from the surroundings and swarmed towards Sun Wukong. Vampire bats? I, old Sun, have the invincible Vajra body in the furnace of 8 trigrams. Come, let's see if your teeth are harder than my skin. Sun Wukong sneered. Rumble! Suddenly, the staff swept across a large area. Countless bats were blown away, but they could not bite Sun Wukong. Even if one or two of them did, it was useless. Sun Wukong was born as a stone monkey and was extremely hard. Moreover, he had the invincible Vajra body. Boom! Shangguan Hen, Ao Shun, and Chong Ming surrounded Sun Wukong. The four of them rushed into the sky and immediately engaged in a fierce battle. A dragon-shaped chain appeared in Ao Shun's hand. Immediately, the chain split into 4, then 16. As the number of chains increased, they formed the shape of a large net and rushed towards Sun Wukong. A saber appeared around Shangguan Hen. A saber manifested, and countless saber lights surged towards Sun Wukong. Around Chong Ming, in addition to the endless bats, there were also black beads circling around, constantly shooting towards Sun Wukong. Boom! Sun Wukong was fighting 1 against 3, but he did not show any signs of defeat. Wherever the Jingu Bang passed, even the 3 experts were beaten back. The 3 of you are not qualified. Again. Sun Wukong sneered. Boom, boom, boom. Sun Wukong was like an invincible god of war. Wherever the Jingu Bang passed, Chong Ming, Shangguan Hen, and Ao Shun were sent flying. However, when the 3 of them attacked together, they were sent flying in the blink of an eye. The battle continued. It's a pity that Grandmaster Bodhi was unwilling to help me write a letter to Sun Wukong. Grandmaster Bodhi? I know what you're thinking. You love your disciple dearly. Since Sun Wukong is here, there's no need for him to go back. However, it's a loss for me if Sun Wukong doesn't go back. Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Gu Hai reached out and a golden gourd appeared in his hand. Chapter 747. A golden gourd appeared in Gu Hai's hand as he coldly stared at the distant Sun Wukong. If you go back, you will just be changing places. Perhaps you will be able to return soon. If you don't go back, Dahan and I might be wiped out this time. The last hope of Laozi, Sakyamuni, and Jesus would be dashed. Sorry for the offense, Gu Hai said sternly. As Gu Hai spoke, he stomped on the ground. Buzz! The ground below quickly changed. Large amounts of dirt and rocks turned into bones. Deep underground, the boundless spirit stones that Gu Hai had placed earlier rested. At this moment, the bones were moving through the ground, quickly placing the spirit stones in their designated positions. Laying the ritual array. The immortal slaying gourd was only used for defense. The true weapon against Sun Wukong was the Go Dao ritual array. Unfortunately, it required too many spirit stones. Gu Hai used his treasures to provide some energy at the nodes, slightly altering the Go Dao ritual array. Gu Hai's current Go skills were enough to alter the ritual array. However, it still drained too much energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The surrounding land turned bone-white as strands of energy gathered at the center. Suddenly, a region of white fog appeared under Gu Hai's feet. Then, a black hole slowly formed in the white fog. Suddenly, a transparent energy rope emerged from the black hole and shot at Sun Wukong in the air. Sun Wukong fought alone against 3 experts, Shangguan Hen, Chong Ming, and Ao Shun. The 3 had already done their best, but they were still inferior to Sun Wukong. Ha 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 ha. That's all. Explode. Sun Wukong struck the tortoiseshell shield that Shangguan Hen was on. Boom. Shangguan Hen's shield exploded with a loud bang. Blard. Shangguan Hen vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back. Explode again. Sun Wukong struck the staff at Chong Ming again. The Jingu Bang was too powerful. When the staff struck, it tore through space, creating a sonic boom. Oh no! Chong Ming paled. In a hurry, he had no choice but to summon a black ball of light to protect himself. Boom! Chong Ming was blasted away along with the black ball of light. The ball of light was unharmed, but Chong Ming, who was inside, spat out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! Chong Ming was at the peak of the Celestial Palace. He could participate in this battle because of the Chaos Essence Bead. Although the Chaos Essence Bead was unaffected, Chong Ming was shaken to the point of vomiting blood. And you, explode for me. Sun Wukong's expression was ferocious as he swung his staff at Ao Shun. Ao Shun threw out hundreds of chains, which rushed towards Sun Wukong like hundreds of dragons. Rumble! The power of the Jingu Bang was too great. The chain dragon exploded in an instant from the head to the tail, straight towards Ao Shun's face. Not good! Ao Shun's expression changed, and he punched out with all his might. Hong! Pooh! Ao Shun spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. The right hand that he used to punch was lacerated, and blood splattered everywhere. It was as if his entire body had gone limp after being hit by the staff. That's all. Gu Hai, your subordinates aren't that great either. Ha ha, is it your turn? Sun Wukong looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Whoosh! Suddenly, a transparent rope locked onto Sun Wukong's shoulder. What? Sun Wukong's expression changed. Whoosh! A strong force pulled Sun Wukong towards Gu Hai. The force was so great that it made one's heart palpitate. No. Sun Wukong's expression changed. He realized that the ground below had become a land of bones. He activated his eyes of fire and gold. Instantly, the fog cleared, and Sun Wukong saw countless spiritual stones and magical treasures scattered in all directions. They were arranged in a super array, and Gu Hai was at the center of the array. In front of Gu Hai was a foggy area. Although others couldn't see what was inside, his eyes of fire and gold could see it clearly. There was a black hole that emitted a breathtaking aura. That black hole made Sun Wukong's heart tremble. The way back? Sun Wukong reacted instantly. That was the way back. Gu Hai wanted to send him back? The black hole seemed to have opened its mouth and swallowed him, and the transparent rope on his body could be seen clearly by his eyes of fire and gold. The rope that came out of the black hole was going to drag him in? Sun Wukong shuddered, and the thought of charging towards Gu Hai disappeared in an instant. He wanted to escape. Boom! At this moment, hundreds and thousands of transparent ropes came out of the black hole and covered Sun Wukong like a huge net. Gu Hai, how dare you! Sun Wukong immediately fled in fear. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Capture Gu Hai? Capture your grandmother? It was already good enough that he could escape. Sun Wukong was terrified. However, that wasn't the case in the eyes of others. Others couldn't see the transparent rope. They could only see Sun Wukong fearful of Gu Hai and fleeing for his life. Go, Autumn, go, chess Dao, erase longitude and latitude line. Gu Hai shouted. The transparent ropes moved even faster. Sun Wukong tugged at the rope on his body and used the somersault cloud. Roar! Sun Wukong roared, and his body suddenly expanded. One! A beam of golden light came out of Sun Wukong's head. It was as if a huge Tongtian monkey had appeared. The god of the monkey tribe? Ao Shun wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and said in shock. Break! The god of the monkey roared, as if he was giving Sun Wukong endless power. Boom! Sun Wukong immediately tore the transparent rope on his body. Sun Wukong didn't dare to delay and soared into the sky, because there were countless ropes rushing over behind him. Gu Hai, I will take revenge. Just you wait, just you wait. Roar! Sun Wukong roared angrily and soared into the sky. The god of the monkey instantly shrank back into his body. Sun Wukong wanted to leave this trap immediately. Escaping, Gu Hai's face darkened. Sun Wukong ran away. He was really a monkey demon. Stop! Ao Shun was covered in blood. He seemed to be chasing after Sun Wukong. At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from the direction Sun Wukong was escaping. Hong! It was like the collision of two fists. Under the huge force, Sun Wukong's body suddenly stopped. He even moved back a little and stopped in the air. Who are you? Sun Wukong suddenly glared and said angrily. There was someone else? Gu Hai's face darkened. He looked over. He saw two men standing in the sky in the distance. The former Dragon Crown Prince, Ao Shing, Ao Shun's younger brother, the current North Sea Dragon King. The other one, Takashi Ryushin, the third Crown Prince of the Long Zhangua. In the past, it was just a clone outside. Now, was this his real body? Takashi Ryushin was dressed in a golden dragon robe and looked down coldly. Ao Shing slowly retracted his fist. It seemed that the punch just now was made by Ao Shing. Sun Wukong stared at Ao Shing. He was the one who stopped him. Ao Shing blocked Sun Wukong's path with a punch and turned his head to look at Ao Shun, who was covered in blood. Heh, big brother, I didn't expect to see you here. Ao Shing sneered. Ao Shing. Ao Shun wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and said in surprise. You can injure such a monkey to this extent? And you joined forces with two people to attack this monkey? Heh, big brother, this is not like you. Weren't you proud of the dragon race in the past? Why are you so weak now? Ao Shing sneered. You! Ao Shun's face turned cold. Below, Gu Hai reached out and retracted his hand. Who? The ground of bones in front of him disappeared. The fog on the ground also disappeared. The array was removed, and everything returned to normal. The black hole was gone. Sun Wukong was also paying attention to Gu Hai. With his fiery eyes of truth, he saw Gu Hai remove everything. But even so, Sun Wukong was still wary of Gu Hai. He's your big brother? From your tone, you don't seem to be on the same side. If you're not on the same side, why are you stopping me? Sun Wukong snorted and was about to leave. Did I say you could leave? Ao Xing's figure flashed and appeared in front of Sun Wukong. Roar! Sun Wukong glared and swung his Jingu Bang. Boom! Previously it was a hurried punch, now it was a full-force strike. Naturally, the power was different. With a strike of the staff, a burst of air appeared in the void as it charged straight at Ao Xing. Ao Xing's face changed. Suddenly, black gas appeared on his face. The black gas seemed to take the shape of a dragon. Roar! Countless giant dragons cried out in pain from Ao Xing's body. Accompanied by these painful roars, Ao Xing punched towards the Jingu Bang again. Die! Sun Wukong roared. Break! Ao Xing roared. Boom! A super loud collision sounded in the sky. Huge air currents rushed in all directions. Sun Wukong was forced back 3 steps. Ao Xing was also forced back 3 steps. Their strength was about the same. Just that was enough to explain everything. Ao Xing's current strength was much stronger than Ao Shun's. Ao Shun's face darkened. Sun Wukong's face turned ugly when his Jingu Bang didn't work. Can't I escape today? Most importantly, there was still Gu Hai below. It didn't matter how long he fought with Ao Xing. Didn't he fight with Erlang and Yang Jian for a long time? Most importantly, Gu Hai was here. If he launched a sneak attack, although he couldn't kill me, I would have to go back. I have to hurry. Little snake, take another hit from old Sun's Jingu Bang. Sun Wukong suddenly roared. Little snake? Hairy monkey, you're really unreasonable. Ao Xing looked at Sun Wukong with a gloomy face. Ao Xing grew up in the shadow of his big brother, Ao Shun. Everyone around him praised his big brother. Whether it was his father or all the dragons, they all worshipped Ao Shun. They ignored him and introduced him as Ao Shun's younger brother. Therefore, Ao Xing was extremely jealous. He wanted to prove himself. Since he was young, he wanted to prove that he was stronger than his big brother. He wanted to snatch the crown prince position. As long as he could prove that he was stronger than his big brother, he would do anything. He wanted to destroy Sun Wukong to prove that he was much stronger than his big brother. However, this monkey didn't cooperate and even dared to scold him. He was courting death. Ao Xing punched again. However, Sun Wukong's previous words were just to deceive Ao Xing. Sun Wukong wanted to leave, not to fight with Ao Xing. He just wanted to attract everyone's attention by scolding. Sun Wukong instantly rushed toward Takashi Ryushin. This was because other than Takashi Ryushin, Ao Xing had sealed off all the other places. Get lost! Sun Wukong swung his Jingu Bang at Takashi Ryushin. Ao Xing's face stiffened when he swung his Jingu Bang at Takashi Ryushin. It wasn't anger but astonishment. You monkey, are you courting death? Indeed, the swinging Jingu Bang at Takashi Ryushin infuriated Takashi Ryushin. Impudent monkey, you are courting death. Takashi Ryushin's eyes turned cold as he extended his palm. Boom! Sun Wukong was sent flying like a cannonball. He fell from the sky and smashed into the ground below. The ground shook violently, and a palm-shaped crater appeared on the ground. Sun Wukong was crushed in the crater. You! Sun Wukong crawled up from the crater and felt his entire body go soft. He looked at Takashi Ryushin in horror. One slap? He couldn't even withstand one slap? Takashi Ryushin stared coldly at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was shocked by the murderous intent in his eyes. Gu Hai's face suddenly sank. Chapter 748. Takashi Ryushin had defeated Sun Wukong with a single palm strike and sent him into the palm-shaped crater. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly recalled the scene of him being suppressed by the Five Fingers Mountain. Had he fallen for the Tathagata's trap? Perhaps the Tathagata was really that powerful? And this person before him was as strong as the Tathagata? Had he underestimated the people of this world? Takashi Ryushin looked at Sun Wukong coldly, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Gu Hai, the ancient emperor? Takashi Ryushin suddenly looked at Gu Hai. Third prince? Martial emperor? What a coincidence. May I know how you found us? Gu Hai looked at Takashi Ryushin solemnly. Takashi Ryushin also looked at Gu Hai strangely. His father had favored Gu Hai greatly in the past. It was clear that Gu Hai was not an ordinary person. Moreover, this monkey actually fled in panic because of Gu Hai. Although the monkey was not as strong as him, his strength was undeniable. How could he be afraid of Gu Hai with such strength? Could it be that Gu Hai had something that he could not see? As for Gu Hai killing Long Zhanghua, Takashi Ryushin was not too concerned. Based on the news from the Heaven Domain, Gu Hai was probably just freeing Long Zhanghua. I'm also curious. What's so special about this monkey? Why did you travel billions of miles to the west to catch him? Takashi Ryushin looked at Gu Hai doubtfully. I'm just fated with this monkey. However, we are secretive and have chosen this secret location. You. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with doubt. Before Takashi Ryushin could speak, Aoshing laughed and said, Secret? Ha 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 ha, we were just in the vicinity of this sea region. If not for your huge commotion, how would we have discovered you? Gu Hai's face darkened. Is it nearby? What a coincidence. With a change of expression, Gu Hai turned to Ao Shun and asked, Ao Shun, is this place near the West Sea Dragon Palace? In the sky, Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. I don't know. The location of the West Sea Dragon Palace is a secret. In the past, other than my father, no one knew about it. Ao Shun shook his head. How did you know? Ao Shing's expression darkened. Was he really close to the West Sea Dragon Palace? Gu Hai felt depressed. He had really chosen a good place. Had he chosen to face Takashi Ryushin? Originally, this emperor wanted to invite Crown Prince Ao Shun, but today, it seems that this is the will of the heavens. You came yourself? Takashi Ryushin said calmly. What do you want to do? Ao Shun's expression changed. Big brother, lend me some of your blood. Ao Shing sneered. Takashi Ryushin and Ao Shun teamed up. With just these two people, they already had the absolute advantage. It was as if there was nowhere to run. Ao Shun was extremely proud of himself, but Takashi Ryushin was staring at Gu Hai, paying attention to Gu Hai. Lend me some of your blood? Ao Shun, you just opened the North Sea Dragon Burial Ground. Now you want to open the West Sea Dragon Palace? Have you forgotten your ancestors' teachings? Ao Shun glared at Huang Xiaolong angrily. Forget? How could I forget? However, isn't it too much of a waste to leave my dragon race's inheritance there? It's been 800,000 years, 800,000 years. That strand of divinity above the West Sea Dragon Palace's Dragon Gate might have reformed into a new god. Ao Shun laughed. Didn't you already jump over the Dragon Gate? Ao Shun asked sullenly. Ao Shun's face sank. The North Sea Dragon Gate? Humph, are you talking about this dragon god? As he spoke, a black light suddenly appeared behind Ao Shing's head. As the black light appeared, it instantly condensed into a huge black dragon shadow. As soon as the black dragon shadow appeared, it emitted a terrifying dragon's might. The North Sea Dragon God? Ao Shun said with a sullen expression. If the old dragon does not die, a new dragon cannot be born. Only when Royal Father's dragon god dies can the new North Sea Dragon God be revived. However, this new dragon of mine cannot be revived. It is just a puppet without spirituality, which means that it does not have a godhead. Although the divinity accumulated to form the dragon god physique, it does not have a godhead. It is just a puppet energy source. So, I want the West Sea Dragon God. Ao Shun said with a frown. Ao Shun suddenly narrowed his eyes. Ao Shun also had a North Sea Dragon God. When Ao Tianhuang died, a strand of divine sense helped him awaken the Dragon God. A dragon god with a godhead? Because his dragon god was revived, Ao Shun's dragon god would never be able to form a godhead? Ao Shun did not say it out loud. On the other side, Ao Shun was still depressed. Martial Emperor, how much of Ao Shun's blood do you need? Gu Hai asked. Huh. Ao Shun was slightly stunned. I'm not sure. Maybe just the blood. Takashi Ryushin said sullenly. How about that? This one will accompany you to open the West Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Shun will cooperate. However, how about leaving this monkey to this one? A living Ao Shun is more convenient for you to enter the Dragon Palace than a pile of blood, Gu Hai said solemnly. Takashi Ryushin pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. Gu Hai turned to look at Sun Wukong, who was not far away. Sun Wukong's expression changed. He immediately shouted, Gu Hai, you want to take me back? Don't even think about it. Whoosh. Sun Wukong immediately turned into a beam of light and shot into the sky. You think you can escape, you rascal? Takashi Ryushin's eyes turned cold. He reached out to grab Sun Wukong again. Takashi Ryushin's energy palm was huge. It looked like it could envelop the sky and instantly enveloped Sun Wukong. 5-Finger Mountain? Sun Wukong's expression changed. He seemed to have seen the scene of the Gautama Buddha's 5-Finger Mountain. His expression changed. While Sun Wukong was still in shock, a fist suddenly appeared and collided with Takashi Ryushin's energy palm. Hong! The energy fist was huge. When it collided with the energy palm, the void shook violently. There were ripples in the void. The ground below shook continuously. The surrounding seawater rolled up torrential tsunamis. Sun Wukong escaped because a golden-robed man suddenly appeared in front of Sun Wukong. The man had a broad face. His white hair was combed back. His eyes were extremely sharp. A murderous aura surged in all directions. It was the man in front of Sun Wukong. His fist was on par with Takashi Ryushin's energy palm. Sakura? Ao Shun's expression turned cold. Oh? Crown Prince Ao Shun? I sent Shurjinzi to invite you. I didn't expect you to come by yourself. Sakura suddenly laughed out loud. Humph! Ao Shun snorted. Sakura looked at Takashi Ryushin coldly. Hee, Martial Emperor, you have good means. It's one thing to fight with me for the West Sea Dragon Palace, but you also have the time to catch this monkey? Sakura sneered. Sakura, it's none of your business whether I catch the monkey or not. Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Yes, it's none of my business. However, the West Sea Dragon Palace isn't yours, right? This Crown Prince Ao Shun might be looking for me. Who knows? Crown Prince Ao Shun? Sakura suddenly looked at Crown Prince Ao Shun with a smile. Clearly, Sakura could see that Ao Shun was restrained. Sakura? You think too much. We have already formed an alliance with the Martial Emperor. It has nothing to do with you. Gu Hai suddenly interrupted. Sakura's face darkened as he looked at Gu Hai. Turning around, Sakura looked at Ao Shun and said, Crown Prince Ao Shun, you have to think carefully. Takashi Ryushin and Ao Shing have excavated the Dragon Tomb of the North Sea, and now they are going to excavate the Dragon Tomb of the West Sea. You follow me. I promise that Takashi Ryushin won't be able to do anything to you. I will not open the Dragon Tomb, and I don't want the Dragon God of the West Sea. I only want a portion of the Earth Spirit Essence in the West Sea Dragon Palace. How about it? Although Sakura had just arrived, he could see that Ao Shun was very eager to get rid of Takashi Ryushin. Ao Shun looked at Gu Hai, then shook his head and said, No need. This is my Ao clan's matter, it's none of your business. You don't know what's good for you. Sakura's eyes turned cold. Sakura? Why did you save me? In the past, I've killed countless of your demigods and semi-devils' disciples. Sun Wukong frowned as he looked at Sakura. Smelly monkey, don't think too highly of yourself, quickly get lost and return to your mountain of flowers and fruit. If it wasn't for the Buddha asking me to save you, I wouldn't care if you die. Sakura said coldly. Sun Wukong's face stiffened. Not far away, Gu Hai and the others' faces also darkened. It seems like their group was exposed. Not only did Takashi Ryushin discover them, even the spiritual mountain's sacred ground knew about it. However, why didn't the 3 reincarnations Buddha come out? Only Sakura came out? What was the 3 reincarnations Buddha planning? Ao Shun, go! Gu Hai shouted coldly. Gu Hai brought Ao Shun, Shanghai Hen, and Chong Ming, the 3 of them, and slowly flew towards Takashi Ryushin. Ao Shun, have you thought it through? Sakura revealed a trace of anxiousness as he grabbed towards Ao Shun. Presumptuous! Takashi Ryushin shouted as he punched over. Sakura's face changed as he greeted with a punch. Boom! Both of their fists once again created ripples in the void. It was as though the void where their fists collided was unstable. The ripples spread out and crushed dozens of mountains. No one could do anything to the other. Sakura's face darkened as he looked towards Ao Shun. Unfortunately, Ao Shun and the rest had already reached Takashi Ryushin. Sun Wukong, who was at the side, saw this and his face sank. Swish! He somersaulted and instantly flew towards the distance, disappearing into the horizon. This place wasn't suitable to stay for long, since Sakura had already said so much, there was nothing more to say. Sun Wukong left, but Sakura looked at Takashi Ryushin coldly. Takashi Ryushin didn't give in at all and sneered. Sakura, do you want me to make you stay here today? Takashi Ryushin, wait and see. Sakura snorted coldly. Swish! Sakura also took a step and instantly flew into the distance, plunging into the sea. Your Majesty, that Sakura shouldn't be willing to let this go. Ao Shun frowned. So what if he won't let this go? Humph, the Buddha also wants to reap the benefits without doing anything? Let's see who will have the last laugh. Let's go. Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. West Sea Dragon Palace? Although he didn't catch Sun Wukong, Gu Hai felt that this West Sea Dragon Palace wasn't simple. He temporarily followed Takashi Ryushin to avoid being caught red-handed by the Buddha. Sun Wukong could only plan for the long term. The group quickly flew to a place not far away. Bang! Everyone flew into the sea and disappeared. Far away, Mount Numinous Sacred Ground, Great Strength Hall entrance. The present Buddha, past Buddha, and South Longnu were looking at a scene condensed from fate. In the scene, it was the battle at Gu Hai's place. Gu Hai is here, Buddha. The past Buddha frowned. He even tricked Sun Wukong? Why did he want to capture Sun Wukong? South Longnu frowned. Wait until the Dragon Palace opens, then take him down together. Ask clearly. The present Buddha said solemnly. Chapter 749. Gu Hai followed Takashi Ryushin and the others into the sea and quickly rose up. 2 hours later, they stopped at a huge sea valley. There was a formation barrier around the sea valley. A group of officials and some dragons were standing inside the barrier. Your Majesty! The officials greeted respectfully when they saw Takashi Ryushin. How is it? Takashi Ryushin asked in a deep voice. We used many formations. Only the Spirit Destruction formation was slightly useful. However, Ao Supreme's blood might be a little lacking. One of the officials said respectfully. Takashi Ryushin looked at Gu Hai. How much do you need? Ao Shun frowned. A small cup is enough. The official's eyes lit up in surprise. Ao Shun frowned and forced a small cup of blood out of his body. Enough, enough, the official said excitedly. The official was satisfied when he received Ao Shun's blood. Gu Hai and the others watched as he set up an altar. The altar was activated, and traces of colorful light rippled from it, pouring Ao Shun's blood into it. Buzz! A red beam of light shot out from the altar. Bang! The beam of light shot out of the barrier and into the depths of the sea valley. Just as it was about to hit the stone wall, it paused strangely, as if it had hit a transparent wall. Rumble! From the point of collision, huge blood-red ripples suddenly spread out. As soon as the ripples appeared, the surrounding seawater suddenly surged and shook. On the other side of the transparent wall, a huge palace complex could be faintly seen. There were countless night-luminescent pearls in the palace complex, illuminating the world. So it's the West Sea Dragon Palace? Takashi Ryushin's face flashed with joy. The location is correct. Ha ha ha, this sea area is the territory of the West Sea Dragon Palace. I found it. Ao Shun's eyes flashed with excitement. Ripples appeared. The other side of the world could be seen, but the entrance still couldn't be opened. Takashi Ryushin stepped forward and threw a punch at the ripples that had appeared. Hong! Finally, there seemed to be a landing point for his punch. The surrounding seawater separated from Takashi Ryushin's palms, and the West Sea Dragon Palace's barrier trembled as if a crack had appeared. However, when Takashi Ryushin withdrew his right hand, the ripple returned to normal. It can heal itself? Takashi Ryushin's expression darkened. Your Majesty, use the life array melting technique. It won't take more than a few days. An official said excitedly. Takashi Ryushin looked at him. Alright, you've been learning from Baiming Shou for decades. Let's begin. Yes, the official replied. Then, as the official waved his hand, a black gas suddenly rushed out of a jade box and rushed toward the transparent wall. Zzzzzzz. A violent corrosive sound was heard. It was the black gas corroding the transparent wall. The transparent wall kept vibrating, trying to recover. However, the corrosive power of the black gas was too strong. It was too late, and the corrosion was getting worse and worse. At the same time, a group of small fishes swam around the barrier. The small fishes swam for a while and shot into the distance. In the distance, in another underwater barrier, a group of Dragon Clan experts stood behind Sakura, and they were looking at the distance coldly. The small fishes swam to Sakura and blew a bubble. In the bubble was the scene where Takashi Ryushin was. Sakura sneered. West Sea Dragon Palace? Haha, Ao Shun's blood is indeed pure. No wonder Ao Tianwang was so close to him in the past. Humph. Supreme, what should we do now? A subordinate asked worriedly. Sakura reached out his hand and pinched a golden ball into the small fish's mouth. Go, we've planted a dragon in the North Sea Dragon Palace. It's time to do something, Sakura said coldly. Swoosh. The small fishes swam back again. In the barrier where Takashi Ryushin was. Because it would take a few more days to corrode the barrier of the West Sea Dragon Palace, everyone stayed for the time being. Takashi Ryushin had his own palace. Only Takashi Ryushin and Ao Shing were in the main hall. They listened to some affairs of the great Emperor dynasty through the Guqin figurine. Guqin figurine? It's indeed a good thing. Gu Hai is indeed extraordinary to think of this. Unfortunately, that Yunmo is stubborn. How good would it be if the great Emperor dynasty had this Guqin figurine alone? Takashi Ryushin sighed. Your Majesty, don't you care about Gu Hai and the rest? Why don't you seal their cultivation? Ao Shing frowned. Our goal is to enter the West Sea Dragon Palace. If we don't touch them, Gu Hai and the rest will cooperate. Takashi Ryushin shook his head. Moreover, this Gu Hai is quite strange. Now that we have entered the Western Spiritual Mountains sacred ground area, the Buddha is watching us from behind. It's not good to make enemies on all sides. With Gu Hai and the rest, we can distract most of the Buddha's attention. Gu Hai and the rest are a group of scourges. Takashi Ryushin sneered. Distract most of the Buddha's attention? Will they? Ao Shing asked worriedly. Definitely don't underestimate Gu Hai. This person has a deep mind and is extremely shrewd. If I seal him by force, it may cause him to retaliate strongly. He has a lot of backup plans. If he is angered and quarreled, Sakura and the Buddha will benefit. Since that's the case, why do we have to do it again? Entering the West Sea Dragon Palace is the key. Takashi Ryushin said lightly. Yes, but I'm worried that he will escape? Ao Shing said worriedly. Escape? He won't. Takashi Ryushin chuckled. Why? Sakura has already made it clear that the Buddha is watching from outside. What does the Buddha want to do? Isn't it just to enter the West Sea Dragon Palace? They want us to break the Dragon Palace's barrier in front while they reap the benefits from behind? Gu-hai should have heard it too. He won't leave us. Takashi Ryushin said confidently. Is that so? Aoshing frowned slightly. Moreover, I'm still watching. In the palace where Gu-hai was. Aoshun, are you serious? Gu-hai's eyes lit up. Yes, the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas is a small world created by the Ao clan's ancestors. The Ao clan's dragon gods can naturally enter. They can also bring people in. Aoshun smiled. That's good. Gu-hai's eyes flashed with joy. But I'm worried that Takashi Ryushin has been watching us. With Takashi Ryushin's strength, Aoshun said worriedly. Don't worry, there will be a chance soon. Gu-hai smiled. A day later. Boom. On the other side of the sea, there was a sudden loud noise. Takashi Ryushin's face darkened. He stepped out of the palace and asked, What's wrong? No, I don't know, it's in the sea where Sakura is. A subordinate said blankly. Not good, there's also the aura of the West Sea Dragon Palace there. Sakura noticed it too? Aoshing's face changed. What's going on? The West Sea Dragon Palace is hidden in the Shumi small world. It can't be touched, not even Aoshing's blood. Sakura shouldn't be able to touch it, unless it's Aoshun's blood. Takashi Ryushin's face darkened. He suddenly looked at Aoshun, who stepped out of the palace not far away. Gu-hai's face changed. Aoshing, were you the one who sent the dragons to ask Aoshun for blood? I didn't. Aoshing's face changed. Who? Takashi Ryushin's face turned cold. Supreme, little E is missing. Supreme, I saw little E rushing out. Aoshing's subordinates immediately shouted. Traitor? Aoshing's face changed. Takashi Ryushin snorted and rushed towards Sakura. Ha 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 ha, Long Shenwu, you're busy with your business, I'm busy with mine, what are you doing at my place? Sakura's laughter suddenly came from the distant sea. Boom. With a loud sound, the surrounding sea water suddenly surged. Aoshing's face darkened and flew out. After the two experts left, Gu-hai smiled. Now, isn't there a chance? Aoshun, let's go. Taking advantage of the chaos, Aoshun brought the three of them and flew towards the transparent wall. What are you doing? The surrounding people's faces changed. They saw that Aoshun had already arrived at the transparent wall and waved his hand to wrap Gu-hai and the other two with a bubble. Buzz. The bubble strangely merged into the transparent wall. The four of them seemed to have the ability to pass through the wall and strangely entered. Not good, come out from me! The surrounding people exclaimed. Boom. With a loud sound, Takashi Ryushin and Aoshing instantly flew back. Your Majesty, they have entered. Aoshun brought them in. A group of officials exclaimed. Impossible, apart from the dragon god of the four seas, no one can enter. I have a dragon god, but even I can't enter. How can Aoshun enter? Aoshing's face changed as he exclaimed. Takashi Ryushin's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Perhaps Aoshun has a real dragon god. Impossible, how can he have one? Unless Imperial Father was back then. Imperial Father? Imperial Father is really biased, really biased. Aoshing's face suddenly revealed a sinister anger. Huff. Sakura brought a group of subordinates and also came close. Ha ha ha, it seems that we have all been schemed against by Gu-hai. Sakura suddenly sneered. Takashi Ryushin looked at Sakura coldly. If it wasn't for you, how could Gu-hai slip away under my eyes? What's the use of saying so much? Takashi Ryushin, you and I have fought for half a day, but Gu-hai and Aoshun took advantage of us. If you are uncomfortable, will I feel comfortable? You still want to fight now? Sakura sneered. I want the West Sea Dragon God, Dragon Necropolis, and Earth Spirit. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. I have already given you all the benefits, what do I want? Humph, after entering, we will use our own methods, Sakura said solemnly. Takashi Ryushin was silent for a moment. All right. Since you have agreed, then let's start cooperating. Men, set up the array, Sakura shouted coldly. Immediately, a group of subordinates set up the array, and a golden aura poured into the transparent wall. TSS, 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 TSS. Like the black aura, it was corroding the transparent wall. Let's attack together, Sakura shouted. Takashi Ryushin and Sakura attacked at the same time towards the corroding transparent wall. Hong! With a loud sound, the transparent wall trembled and a large number of cracks appeared. However, the cracks quickly recovered. However, with the corrosion of the gold and black aura, even if it recovered, there would be a trace of scar. With this speed, we will be able to break it in at most half a day. Continue, Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Hong! Sakura and Takashi Ryushin attacked at the same time again. Chapter 750. Gu Hai, Ao Shun, Shangguanhen, and Chongming stepped into the West Sea Dragon Palace and fell. Bam! The four of them landed on a huge square. Lifting their heads, the four of them looked at the sky. Rumble! Instantly, they saw Takashi Ryushin and Sakura working together to attack the sky. Cracks appeared at the opening of the sky, and it seemed like it wouldn't last much longer. Ancient Emperor, we seem to be in a desperate situation? Ao Shun said with a wry smile. Outside, Takashi Ryushin and Sakura must hate us to the core. Further outside, there are the three Buddhas watching. How are we going to get out? Shangguanhen said with a wry smile. Don't worry. It's not difficult to leave this place. I just don't want to leave. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh. The three of them looked at Gu Hai doubtfully. One for each of you. Keep it carefully. Gu Hai handed out a golden core to each of them. This is... The three of them asked curiously. 8-9 Mystic Arts Pill. Sun Wukong can transform into 72 transformations because of the 8-9 Mystic Arts Pill. It's a pity that this martial art has strict requirements. Unless you give up your martial art and start from scratch, you will lose more than you gain. However, I have obtained these 8-9 Mystic Arts Pills. They can transform into shapes for a short period of time, but the quantity is limited. Keep it carefully. When you leave, swallow the pills and transform into a fish, then you can swim out stealthily. Gu Hai said calmly. Oh? Transform? The three of them were taken aback and kept the pills carefully. This was one of the treasures that Gu Hai had obtained from Earth. This was the first time he had taken it out. 8-9 Mystic Arts? Your Majesty, what martial art is that? Ao Shun was taken aback. The 8-9 Mystic Arts is a martial art that combines Buddhism and Taoism. After mastering it, you will have 3 heads and 6 arms, 72 transformations, and an invincible Vajra body. It's a pity that you have to start from scratch. Don't even think about it. Gu Hai shook his head. Yes. The three of them nodded blankly. Don't worry. When we go back this time, I will teach you some special cultivation method. Although they are not too strong, they are still strange and can help your race's talents improve. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. The three of them were overjoyed. Ao Shun, they are about to enter. What does the Dragon Clan have in the West Sea Dragon Palace? Let's go get it quickly. Gu Hai said solemnly. The Western Sea Dragon Palace has a Book of Knolls. There is also a trace of the Western Sea Dragon God's divinity above the Dragon Gate. It has been 800,000 years. It should have grown a little. Ao Shun's eyes flashed with anticipation. No one has come to the West Sea Dragon Palace for 800,000 years? Is it a small world? Gu Hai asked curiously. Yes, the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas was established by the ancient ancestor dragon. It is very difficult for ordinary people to find it, and it is impossible for them to enter. Ao Shun nodded. The spiritual energy here is abundant. Could this be the Immortal Dome? Chongming, who was at the side, asked, feeling suspicious. Of course not. The Immortal Dome is rare. The Immortal Dome is a world of its own and is self-sufficient. However, this small world needs to absorb the spiritual energy and nutrients of the outside world to survive. How can it be the same? Ao Shun smiled. The Western Sea Dragon Palace was extremely large. The palaces were scattered everywhere, even larger than Gu Hai's limitless heavenly capital. Fortunately, Ao Shun had the Northern Sea Dragon God's inheritance and was familiar with this place. The group quickly moved through the palaces. Some were underground and some were in coral. After making many turns, the group arrived at a large hall. Earth Soul Hall. Shangguan Hen's eyes lit up. This is the place. I hope the knolls are still the same. Ao Shun said worriedly. Bang! The four of them pushed open the door of the large hall. In an instant, a cloud of dust rushed in. The group waved their hands and the dust dispersed. They saw that the large hall was empty except for a high platform in the northernmost part. There was nothing on the platform. It's gone. Ao Shun's expression changed. Knolls? What's that? Chongming asked, puzzled. It's a book. It was placed here in the Northern Sea Dragon God's memory. Did it escape? Ao Shun's expression darkened. Escape? What do you mean? Gu Hai asked, puzzled. What's a knolls? Shangguan Hen was also puzzled. It's a book that can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own. As long as it has a trace of spiritual energy, it can track down the location of the Earth Soul that leaked the spiritual energy. It seems to have its own thoughts. In the past 800,000 years, no one collected the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that it absorbed. Could it be that it accumulated a certain amount of spiritual energy and had the power to leave? Ao Shun's expression darkened. Absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own? Chongming was shocked. Spiritual energy? Is it the spiritual energy of the Middle Celestial Palace? Gu Hai's expression turned serious. Yes, the three souls cultivate spiritual energy, and spiritual energy. The lower celestial palace cultivates spiritual energy. The human soul needs to cultivate and absorb the divinity of heaven and earth until it reaches perfection. The middle celestial palace cultivates spiritual energy. The earth soul needs to cultivate its own spiritual energy until it reaches perfection. Cultivation is difficult. However, there are some shortcuts in this world. The knolls are one such shortcut. They can capture the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and provide it to the cultivator. They can increase the speed of their cultivation. Ao Shun explained. Oh? What about the speed? The knolls can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth very quickly? Chongming asked curiously. It's not that fast. It's just the speed of an extremely talented person cultivating spiritual energy. However, it's been 800,000 years. How much spiritual energy have they accumulated? Moreover, this spiritual energy of heaven and earth does not need to be refined. It's a great supplement for the Middle Celestial Palace. Ao Shun explained. While Ao Shun was explaining, Gu Hai's eyes lit up. He was just worrying that the Middle Celestial Palace's cultivation speed was too slow. In the blink of an eye, the heavens had sent him this? Ancient Emperor, the knolls should be in hiding. Why don't we go to the Dragon's Gate first? Find the West Sea Dragon God first? We'll look for them later. Ao Shun's eyes flashed with anticipation. No, we must find them. I need them. Chongming, can't you summon billions of bats? Find them for me. We must find the knolls. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with anticipation. Yes. Chongming answered. Boom. Chongming waved his hand. All of a sudden, countless bats appeared from all directions. TCH, 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 TCH. Countless bats quickly shot out in all directions, sweeping through the area in a carpet-like fashion. Knolls? 800,000 years of accumulation. I hope they can fill up my knolls. Gu-Hi's eyes flashed with anticipation. The four of them quickly flew towards the depth. Outside, Takashi Ryushin and Sakura attacked again and again. More and more cracks appeared on the West Sea Dragon Palace's enchantment. It was not far from breaking. Boom! Countless bats rushed into the sky from the West Sea Dragon Palace. They were so dense that they seemed to cover the entire West Sea Dragon Palace. Not good. This is the talent of vampires. Gu-Hi is going to carpet search? Take everything clean? Aoshing's face changed. Ha 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 ha, vampires? Good good good. But Dishir Tion suddenly laughed out loud. You can still laugh at this time? Aoshing said gloomily. Takashi Ryushin also revealed a cold smile. This means that Gu-Hi and the rest can't find what they want. Knolls? Or West Sea Dragon God? Dragon God doesn't need to be found. It seems that the knolls are hiding. Good. Continue, Dishir Tion said with excitement. Boom. The two of them continued to attack the enchantment's cracks. The cracks were getting bigger and bigger. It was not far from being completely broken. Countless bats searched everywhere for the whereabouts of the knolls described by Aoshun. Gu-Hi and the rest went straight to the West Sea Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate is a stone mountain area. Aoshun brought the three of them into this place and suddenly stopped. Be careful, the Dragon Gate is a lawless place opened by the ancestral dragon in the past. All the spells inside can't be used and the gravity has increased by 1,000,000 times. Aoshun explained. The three of them were slightly stunned. As Aoshun stepped in. Boom. The clothes and hair of the four of them instantly straightened. The quality of Chong Ming's black robe might not be good. Rip. The hat was instantly torn. Boom. The hat that was originally light fell to the ground and actually made a super loud sound. So heavy. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. We really can't use our magic power? What a strange area. Chong Ming also smiled bitterly. Everyone suddenly felt that their bodies seemed to be filled with lead water, and it was difficult to move. No, it was still light. Everyone felt that each of them was carrying a huge city while walking. It was difficult to walk with just their physical body. 1,000,000 times the weight? It's so strenuous. What kind of broken place is this? Chong Ming smiled bitterly. Taking a step forward. Boom. When they landed, it was as if two huge mountains collided. No, I feel that this Dragon Gate is an excellent place for cultivation, Gu-Hi said with a smile. Among the four of them, Gu-Hi's cultivation was the weakest. But at this moment, Gu-Hi seemed to be walking the most relaxed. Aoshun looked at Gu-Hi in shock. Your Majesty, don't you feel uncomfortable? It's a little difficult to move, but it's still okay. Gu-Hi smiled. Aoshun. The four of them slowly walked towards the center of the valley and listened to the sound of the waterfall in the distance. Aoshun said excitedly, We're almost there. It's just in front. Everyone quickly entered the valley. After everyone disappeared, outside the Dragon Gate area, there was a cloud of fog in a crack between the rocks. Hee hee, you want to find me? You want to steal my energy? Hee hee hee, a bunch of bats want to find me? It's been 800,000 years. I've eaten all the shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the West Sea Dragon Palace. Hee hee hee, we can finally go out. A terrifying voice came from the fog. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, a group of bats seemed to have discovered this place and rushed over to check. Whoosh. The fog turned and shrouded the group of bats. Bang, bang, bang. The group of bats seemed to be dead and fell to the ground quickly. When they fell to the ground, they turned into a pile of black gas and disappeared. The fog ignored the surrounding bats. Instead, it slowly followed Gu-Hi's group, drifting towards the Dragon Gate. Chapter 751. In the Dragon's Gate area, the four struggled to walk to a large river in the center of the mountain range. They could not use their magic power and could only rely on their physical bodies. Layers of white fog surrounded the river. Only by crossing the river could they see what was inside. This water is so murky and strange, Chongming said, raising his eyebrows. This is the weak water where goose feathers don't float. Even ordinary fish can't survive here. Even ordinary fish will not be able to use their strength in it. Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. A huge waterfall seemed to be falling from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw that the waterfall was 3 kilometers tall. There was a huge arched door at the top of the waterfall. There was a white ball of light above the arched door. That is the Dragon's Gate? Doubt flashed in Shangguan Hen's eyes. That's right. The Dragon's Gate has stopped countless dragons. That white ball of light contains the divinity of the Western Sea Dragon God. Perhaps there is already a dragon god there. As long as we jump over the Dragon's Gate, we can enter. Unfortunately, it is too hard to jump, Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. Let me try. Chongming jumped. Boom. Immediately, Chongming shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow. However, he only jumped up 1,000 feet. Bang! Chongming suddenly fell, splashing water everywhere. Not good. Not good. I can't float up. Chongming suddenly shouted. Ao Shun suddenly turned into a huge black dragon and swam to the front, dragging Chongming back. When they reached the shore, Chongming said blankly, "This weak water river is very deep. However, the water is the most depressing thing. When I jumped, the water dragged me down and prevented me from jumping high." "Why don't you try again?" Ao Shun said with a smile. Bang! Chongming dodged the weak water and jumped again. He could only jump 120 meters before falling. The water could not float, so Chongming slowly walked back to the shore. "I can't jump up. My body is too heavy. I can only jump this high. Dragon's Gate? Your dragon race's inheritance is really harsh," Chongming said with a bitter smile. "Yeah, I'll try too." Ao Shun frowned and nodded. Ao Shun took a step forward and leaped into the air. However, he only managed to jump 500 feet before he fell back down. Bang! The weak water splashed everywhere, but nothing was found. Ao Shun smiled bitterly. "Let me try." Shangguan Hen shouted. Bang! Shangguan Hen leaped into the air, but when he reached the height of 200 feet, he lost all his strength and fell to the ground. "It still won't work. Dragon Gate? Sure enough, it's not that easy to jump." Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. "Is there no other way?" Chongming asked blankly. Not far away, there was a cloud of fog hiding in the ordinary white fog, staring at the people jumping in the distance. "Ha ha, jump? Who can jump up there? Aside from the Western Sea Dragon King, no other dragon can go up there. This place is restricted by the dragon ancestor. You want to go up? Dream on." A cold laugh came from the cloud of fog. Just as the cloud of fog disdainfully jumped, boom! There was a loud sound and the water under Gu Hai's feet exploded. Then, Gu Hai shot into the air like a cannonball. "Your Majesty?" Everyone looked at Gu Hai in shock. However, Gu Hai's height surpassed Chongming's 120 meters, Shangguan Hen's 200 meters, and Ao Shun's 1,500 meters. He kept going higher and higher. 800 meters, 900 meters, 1,000 meters? He crossed the Dragon's Gate? Chongming exclaimed in shock. His Majesty crossed the Dragon's Gate in one jump? Impossible! The cloud of fog in the distance was stunned. Gu Hai had jumped over the Dragon's Gate and was about to come into contact with the white halo. Wait, His Majesty didn't slow down? Shangguan Hen exclaimed in shock. He didn't slow down? Everyone was surprised. As expected, Gu Hai didn't slow down. At 11,000 meters, he was still flying. 13,000 meters, 15,000 meters, 18,000 meters. Only when Gu Hai reached 1,800 meters did he stop flying and stop in the air. Ao Shun. The cloud of fog. Shangguan Hen was speechless. Chongming. Slowly, Gu Hai fell from a height of 1,800 feet, slowly falling into the white sphere of light. His Majesty's physical body is that strong? Chong Ming exclaimed in shock. Chong Ming understood from the previous high jump that one had to rely on one's physical body. Every 10 feet was extremely difficult. However, His Majesty had jumped 18,000 meters in one jump, and he had even jumped in water. Not only did the water not have any buoyancy, it would even drag him down. Even so, His Majesty had already surpassed the Dragon's Gate by so much? Ancient Emperor? Ao Shun's eyelids were twitching wildly. In the past, he had heard from his father that while Gu Hai's cultivation speed was fast, his foundations were extremely solid. In his memory, the only one who could compare was Long Zhanghua. Back then, he didn't think much of it. But now, His Majesty was only in the Sky Palace, right? He was actually in the Sky Palace? I got it. Shangguan Hen's eyes lit up. However, he saw Gu Hai reach out and grab that white sphere of light. He could bring the West Sea Dragon God down? Who? However, Gu Hai grabbed nothing when he was high up in the sky. What's wrong? Everyone was confused. Who? Gu Hai fell. Boom. He landed in the river and splashed the water in all directions. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Chong Ming asked curiously. I can't touch anything. Gu Hai frowned. You can't touch it? Shangguan Hen looked at Ao Shun in confusion. Ao Shun smiled bitterly. It seems like only the dragon tribe can touch it. In the past, the dragon tribe had to rely on their own abilities to gain the dragon god's recognition. Then what should we do? You can't jump up. Shangguan Hen said worriedly. I'll throw you up, Gu Hai said after some thought. Everyone's expression froze. Throw him up? Did he have that much strength? If it was anyone else, they wouldn't even think about it. How could they throw him up when he was so high up? Not only were they restricted, but everything seemed a million times heavier. Ancient Emperor, are you joking? Ao Shun said blankly. Come on, stop nagging. Takashi Ryushin and Sakura are about to enter, Gu Hai shouted. Alright. Ao Shun nodded with a conflicted expression. However, Gu Hai reached out and lifted Ao Shun. Ao Shun's expression froze. Was he the first Dragon Tribe member to be thrown up the Dragon Gate in history? If his ancestors knew about this, what would they think? Was the Dragon Gate for throwing? Go! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! Ao Shun was thrown up like a cannonball into the sky. 2,000 zhang, 5,000 zhang, 8,000 zhang, 10,000 zhang. He went up. Chong Ming exclaimed. The fog not far away was silent. Where did this freak come from? Throwing a Dragon Tribe member up the Dragon Gate? Was this a joke? Ao Shun was still conflicted as he flew. When he reached the Dragon Gate, he was no longer conflicted as he was already close to the ball of white light. 1. With a grab, Ao Shun was thrown into the air. Whoosh! Purring! He fell from the sky into the river, splashing water everywhere. What's going on? Gu Hai asked with a frown. The Dragon Gate seems to be able to check me. If I didn't jump up personally, I wouldn't be able to touch the Dragon God of the West Sea. However, I saw it clearly just now. It really is the Dragon God, and he has been successfully nurtured. Ao Shun said anxiously. Then what should we do? You can't jump up yourself, Shangguan Hen said worriedly. Those people outside should be breaking through soon. Chong Ming said anxiously. Let me try again. Ao Shun was also very anxious. Wait! Gu Hai shouted. What's wrong? Ao Shun asked doubtfully. When I saw you saving Chong Ming for the first time, you could swim in the weak water. Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Yes. Ao Shun said doubtfully. Then why don't you hit the water and swim upstream? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Swim along the waterfall? How do you swim? The waterfalls. No, the speed at which you hit the water is faster than the speed at which the weak water falls. You can hit the water, you can borrow it, and you can keep borrowing it, Gu Hai said solemnly. Hit the water faster than the weak water falling? But my dragon body is too big and long. It's a little difficult. I'll try using a human body. Maybe, Ao Shun said worriedly. I'll give you another 8-9 mysterious skill pill. You can try turning into a carp. I remember that carps have great strength to hit the water. Try it, Gu Hai said. Carps jumping over the dragon gate. Gu Hai had heard of this before on Earth. Could it be that the dragon gate on Earth was also like this? That's right. Carps have a strong tail in addition to a round body. Maybe it really works. Shangguan Hen's eyes lit up. Gu Hai took out another golden pill and gave it to Ao Shun. Ao Shun nodded and swallowed it. Shangguan Hen and Chong Ming were also curious. Did the 8-9 mysterious skill pill really have that magical effect? They saw Ao Shun swallowing the golden pill and thinking of the carp in his heart. Bang! In an instant, Ao Shun's body turned into a huge black carp. His tail flapped in the water, and suddenly the water splashed everywhere. He really changed? Chong Ming suddenly opened his eyes wide. 8-9 mysterious skill? It's really mysterious. Shangguan Hen's eyes flashed with expectation. Sprint in the distance, then jump along the waterfall, Gu Hai commanded. The black carp immediately swam downstream of the Ruoshui River and began to accelerate from a long distance away. Whoosh! The carp was like a sharp arrow. It was getting faster and faster, and rushed straight to the waterfall. When it reached the bottom of the waterfall, its huge tail slapped hard. Boom! Like a cannonball, it shot up into the sky and reached a height of 6,000 feet. It was 100 feet higher than Ao Shun's previous jump. At 6,000 feet, the carp's tail slapped the waterfall. But suddenly, the carp jumped another 10 feet. It's working! Shangguan Hen's eyes lit up. Pa 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 pa! The carp swung its tail crazily and slapped the waterfall again and again. Its speed was extremely fast, and its body was getting higher and higher. Soon, it reached a height of 9,000 feet. At this point, the dragon gate could be seen clearly. Ao Shun was so excited that its tail swung faster and faster. Boom, boom, boom! In the blink of an eye, it reached the bottom of the dragon gate. Go! Boom! With one last slap, the black carp leaped up the dragon gate and landed on the huge white halo. Boom! After the carp jumped over the dragon gate, it turned into a huge dragon and entered the white halo. It entered just like that. Roar! Roar! Suddenly 2 dragon roars came from the white halo. One was Ao Shun's roar, and the other was probably the West Sea Dragon God's roar. Chapter 752. Ao Shun transformed into a carp and jumped over the dragon gate. He entered the white ball of light and began to accept the West Sea Dragon God's inheritance. Gu Hai heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to look at the loud noises coming from the distant sky. The noises were getting louder. It meant that Takashi Ryushin and Sakura were destroying more and more violently. Your Majesty, there are cracks in the sky. The West Sea Dragon Palace's enchantment is about to be broken. Shangguan Hen frowned. Chong Ming also showed a hint of worry. At the same time, a ball of fog not far away stared at Ao Shun as he accepted the inheritance. How is that possible? Transformed into a carp? A carp jumping over the dragon gate? That's so troublesome. That strand of divinity has been accumulating for 800,000 years. I was going to take it. Humph, humph, forget it. I'll snatch it back later. The fog was gloomy. Then 2 eyes appeared in the fog. They suddenly stared at Gu Hai and the other 2. 3 of you? Possess one and eat the other 2. It's better than those rotten shrimps and crabs. Among the 3 of you, the Emperor in black? Humph, it's him. His body is strong. If I possess him, my strength will be strong too. The eyes in the fog glowed coldly. After the fog made up its mind, it moved its body slightly. Bam! Suddenly, the fog around the Ruoshue River surged and quickly shrouded the three of them. Something's wrong. Be careful! Gu Hai's face darkened. Swish! Suddenly, a blue light shot toward Gu Hai. It was so fast that it arrived in front of Gu Hai in the blink of an eye. Your Majesty, be careful! Chang Ming's face changed. Bam! Gu Hai's body swayed and he dodged it. What's that? Gu Hai's face darkened. Ha 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 ha, you dodged it? What a fast movement technique! Roar! The blue light wrapped in the fog rushed toward Gu Hai again. Gu Hai reached out and slashed with the life extinguisher saber. Boom! Suddenly, the saber was drawn, and a huge saber aura suddenly appeared and slashed at the blue light. However, the blue light seemed to be illusory. Even if it was slashed, it did not touch. In an instant, it arrived in front of Gu Hai. Bastard! Gu Hai's expression turned cold as he punched out. Boom! The punch hit nothing. The blue light seemed to be illusory as it instantly engulfed Gu Hai's punch. It stuck close to Gu Hai's body and merged into it. Your Majesty! Chang Ming's expression changed as he rushed over. However, Gu Hai waved his hand and stopped everyone. His mind sank into his body. This was because Gu Hai had heard a wild laughter coming from within his body. Keek, good physical body, good physical body. This foundation is even better than the West Sea Dragon King's. Ha 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 ha. Lan Guang laughed. It went straight for Gu Hai's brain. How dare you! The fire god, water god, wood god, earth god, metal god, and even the spiritual mother supreme being attacked at the same time. However, they could not touch it at all. It was like a ray of light. The fire god was the closest. He could vaguely see the shape of a book in the blue light. The book had eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Its body was surrounded by a transparent blue light energy. It was very strange. There are words on the book. Earthly soul? The fire god was slightly stunned. Earthly soul. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Chang Ming had sent countless bats to look for the earthly soul. They had been here for a long time, but there was no news. Did the earthly soul come here on its own? He wanted to absorb energy for his own use, but the earthly soul came here on its own and went to the earthly soul in his sky palace? Gu Hai felt that this was ridiculous. Was the earthly soul crazy? Did it come here on its own to give away its energy? At this moment, Gu Hai's initial attempt to stop them slowly came to a stop. He stopped trying to stop it. Keek, wait till I refine your earthly soul and occupy the sky palace. Then, I will slowly refine your earthly soul and heavenly soul. When everything is refined, you will be my puppet. Ha 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 ha. The earthly soul roared excitedly. Whoosh. In an instant, the earthly soul stepped into Gu Hai's Naiwan Palace. The Naiwan Palace had opened up to 2 levels. On the first level, there was a palace that was 100 feet tall. No earthly soul could be seen inside. However, when the earthly soul saw Gu Hai's lower sky palace, the earthly soul was shocked. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? 100 feet lower sky palace? Is this the perfection stage? Did I pick up a treasure? Perfection stage. Ha ha ha, what a strong foundation. I thought I could only make the middle sky palace reach perfection. Who would have thought that this body would give me such a big surprise? Ha! The earthly soul was excited. Whoosh! The earthly soul passed through the lower sky palace and rushed to the middle sky palace. The moment he entered, the earthly soul. Another palace that was 1,000 feet tall? Is this the middle sky palace? The earthly soul was in the middle sky palace. He was a blue transparent ball that was 50 feet tall. However, at the entrance of the middle sky palace, a 64 feet tall earthly soul was standing. Gu Hai's earthly soul looked at the earthly soul from above. The earthly soul's eyes were wide open as if he was stunned. He thought that no matter how big Gu Hai's earthly soul was, it would only be 1 foot tall. However, the earthly soul in front of him was 64 feet tall. Taller than him? Aren't you in the Middle Sky Palace? The first level of the Middle Sky Palace? Why is your earthly soul so big? The earthly soul looked at Gu Hai's earthly soul in shock. Gu Hai's earthly soul looked at the earthly soul with surprise in his eyes. If I'm not wrong, other than the earthly soul book in the center of your body, the blue light on the surface of your body is all energy, right? The accumulation of 800,000 years of energy has condensed into a form? Whoosh! The earthly soul took a step back because he saw his own excited and greedy gaze from before in Gu Hai's earthly soul's eyes. What the hell? What the hell? Such a big earthly soul? You've only opened the Middle Sky Palace for 2 days. How can it be so big? How am I supposed to eat it? No, it's a good thing that it's so big. It saves me a lot of trouble. So what if it's big? I'll still eat it. The spherical earthly soul's eyes were ferocious. Boom. Immediately, the earthly soul rushed towards Gu Hai's earthly soul. He suddenly opened his mouth, and his body swelled up. His mouth became bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it was 100 feet wide. It was as if he was going to swallow Gu Hai's earthly soul completely. Kik, come, merge with me. I will refine you properly. After the shock, it turned into intense excitement and tried to swallow Gu Hai's earthly soul. A huge threat rushed straight towards Gu Hai's earthly soul. Gu Hai's earthly soul was not afraid. Instead, his expression changed slightly. In the past, the earthly immortal ancestor, Zhen Yuanzi, was an expert who specialized in cultivating the earthly soul. I once asked him for advice on the earthly soul's cultivation method. Although I didn't learn much, I learned the heaven and earth sleeve. Although my physical body is not suitable to use it, my soul is fine. Give it a try. However, he saw Gu Hai's earthly soul flick his sleeve. Whoosh! The sleeve condensed by Gu Hai's earthly soul seemed to produce a huge suction force. At the same time, the sleeve suddenly expanded. The earthly soul's mouth opened to 100 feet wide. Gu Hai's right sleeve expanded to 500 feet in an instant. Then, he saw an even bigger bloody mouth trying to swallow the gnome. The earthly soul was dumbfounded. Evildoer, save me! The earthly soul screamed in fear, and his figure quickly fled outside. Boom! The sleeve shrunk, and in one bite, 1,000th of the blue light on the earthly soul's body was bitten off. How can this be? How can this be? How can there be such a perverse earthly soul's cultivation method in the first layer of the Middle Heavenly Palace? If I didn't run fast enough, I would have been eaten by you. The earthly soul was so frightened that he was about to cry. He thought it was a fat pig that wanted to take a bite out of him. Who would have thought that just as he opened his mouth, it turned into a fierce tiger that wanted to eat him instead. I'm not eating anymore. I'm not eating anymore. The earthly soul turned around and fled in the direction he came from. Sigh, don't go. That was the first time I used the heaven and earth sleeve. I didn't use it well. Do it again, don't go. Gu Hai's earthly soul shouted. First time? Didn't use it well? Are you trying to scare me to death? Huff! In an instant, the earthly soul ran into the lower heavenly palace. Quang! The doors of the lower heavenly palace opened, and Gu Hai's earthly soul walked out. The earthly soul was 490 feet tall, and it immediately blocked the earthly soul's path. Scram or I'll eat you. I can definitely suppress the earthly soul. The earthly soul roared. Earthly soul, since you're here, don't leave. The earthly soul said in a deep voice. I'll eat you. The earthly soul suddenly opened his mouth again. This time, the earthly soul wasn't afraid because he knew that the heaven and earth sleeve could only be used by the earthly soul. The earthly soul was the divinity of cultivation and couldn't do it. Roar! Just as he was about to swallow Gu Hai's earthly soul, he saw Gu Hai's earthly soul flip his hand and take out a book. Earthly soul book? Why do you have it? The earthly soul shouted in shock. The Earthly Soul book instantly released a dazzling golden light. Boom! The Earthly Soul's mouth was blown askew. At the same time, his body flew backward and returned to the first layer of the middle heavenly palace. Why did I return? The Earthly Soul was so frightened that he was about to cry. He couldn't leave? The way back was blocked by Gu Hai's Earthly Soul with the Earthly Soul book? Gu Hai's Earthly Soul also had the Heaven and Earth sleeve technique. Was he done for today? Heaven and Earth sleeve. Gu Hai's Earthly Soul swung his sleeve again. Why am I so unlucky? The Earthly Soul roared in grief and indignation. He had waited for 800,000 years for an opportunity. Why did he encounter such a monster? The mouth of the Heaven and Earth sleeve opened again. The Earthly Soul revealed a look of despair. 800,000 years of loneliness and resentment suddenly erupted. Come on, I've saved up 800,000 years of energy, just to make a wedding dress for you? Dream on, even if I have to sacrifice my main body, I won't give it to you. Explode. The Earthly Soul roared in grief and indignation. Boom. The Earthly Soul self-detonated. The huge explosion sent Gu Hai's Earthly Soul flying. At the same time, his right sleeve also exploded. A powerful airflow exploded. Rolling blue light instantly shot out through Gu Hai's body. Not good. Gu Hai's expression changed. The Earthly Soul couldn't escape, but his energy could be released. Energy and divinity were formless and had no form. This was also the reason why Gu Hai's previous attacks couldn't touch it. Now, with the energy leaking out, Gu Hai couldn't do anything about it. In Gu Hai's Zhongtian Palace, there was only that book, Earthly Soul. The energy shot out of Gu Hai's body, but it carried the Earthly Soul's consciousness. Keek, I'm out. Unfortunately, only a part of my consciousness came out. Without my main body, it will dissipate soon. I need to find an Earthly Soul as soon as possible. I need an Earthly Soul to possess. Countless energy wrapped around that part of consciousness anxiously. It didn't dare to provoke Gu Hai anymore. Chong Ming was standing beside him. Offer up your Earthly Soul. I don't believe that you also know the universe in the sleeve. You also have the Mortal Soul book. With a rumbling sound, that part of consciousness, wrapped in boundless energy, rushed into Chong Ming's body. Chong Ming's expression changed. A pearl in his body suddenly released a dazzling black light. No, Chaos Pearl? F*CKU, why do you have the Chaos Pearl? If my main body was still here, would I still be afraid of you? TSS. Chong Ming's body let out a scream and the sound of something being annihilated. Chong Ming's body suddenly released a golden light. It was the Chaos Pearl that destroyed that part of consciousness and helped Chong Ming refine that surge of energy. Your Majesty, are you all right? Shangguan Hen asked worriedly. I'm fine. Gu Hai shook his head and looked at Chong Ming. Chong Ming, how are you? Gu Hai asked worriedly. Your Majesty, I'm fine. That part of consciousness was destroyed by the Chaos Pearl. Then, the Chaos Pearl absorbed all the energy into my Earthly Soul. Your Majesty, I haven't finished refining the Chaos Pearl. I can't extract this surging energy for Your Majesty. Chong Ming said anxiously. Ha, since it's in your body, you should absorb it well. This energy should be able to help you reach the Heavenly Palace. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Chong Ming nodded and sat down cross-legged to absorb this huge amount of energy. In Gu Hai's body, the heaven and earth in the sleeve tore off 1,000th of the energy. 1,000th was equivalent to the energy that an extremely talented person had accumulated for 800 years. If it was anyone else, they would have reached the Heavenly Palace. However, this 1,000th was only enough to fill the gaps between Gu Hai's teeth. Gu Hai's Earthly Soul was too big. The first level of the Heavenly Palace was still the first level of the Heavenly Palace. It didn't even rise by one level. However, the earthly soul picked up the book on the ground. Earthly soul? No, under the two words earthly soul, there was a small word book faintly discernible. Earthly soul book? Just as Gu Hai was looking at the earthly soul book in amazement. Boom! There was a huge explosion in the sky. Your Majesty, the enchantment is broken. Shangguan Hen's expression changed. Gu Hai Ao Shun, get out here. Ao Xing's roar came from the sky. Chapter 753. Boom! The enchantment of the West Sea Dragon Palace was shattered by Sakura and Takashi Ryushin. This time, the enchantment didn't recover. Furthermore, along with the shattering, the crack was still gradually getting bigger. Rumble! Rolling seawater instantly poured into the Dragon Palace from the West Sea. The West Sea seemed to be leaking, forming a super-huge whirlpool on the surface of the sea as it spun towards the center. Squeak, 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 squeak. Countless bats in the surroundings instantly dodged in panic. Takashi Ryushin and Sakura were on guard against each other, but in the end, they stepped into the West Sea Dragon Palace together. Rumble! The subordinates of both parties followed in. Gu Hai Ao Shun, scram out! Ao Xing shouted coldly. Takashi Ryushin and Sakura didn't shout, but looked around coldly. The West Sea Dragon Palace was too big after all. There were countless pavilions, corals, mountains, and rivers. At a glance, there were novelties everywhere, but they didn't know where to find what they were looking for. There were only billions of bats that were flying around. Dragon God! Sakura's expression suddenly changed. Boom! In an instant, Sakura flew towards the Dragon Gate. After all, Sakura was also a dragon and had condensed his own Dragon God. If his Dragon God swallowed the West Sea Dragon God, then his Dragon God would be even more powerful. Swish! The Dragon Gate wasn't far. Very soon, Sakura arrived. You guys are really here? Sakura's expression sunk. But where's Ao Shun? He raised his head and looked at the white light ball above the Dragon Gate. Sakura had a bad premonition. Sakura took a step and landed in the Dragon Gate area. Huff! His magic power dissipated and his body suddenly became 1,000,000 times heavier. At this moment, Sakura didn't have the time to investigate Gu Hai and the rest. He ran to the side of Ruo Shui River and stomped his feet. Boom! Sakura was like a cannonball as he shot towards the white light ball above the Dragon Gate. Not good! Shangguan Hen's expression changed. Because Sakura's speed was actually more or less the same as Gu Hai's. With this kick, he was actually about to reach the Dragon Gate. Sakura revealed a sinister expression, and he was worried that Ao Shun would seize the West Sea Dragon God. At this moment, he was thinking of thousands of methods to force Ao Shun to hand over the West Sea Dragon God. With his methods, Ao Shun would definitely not be able to defeat him. Just as he was about to reach the Dragon Gate. Bang! All of a sudden, a black shadow shot straight over. The speed was extremely fast, bringing along a sharp aura which made Di Tian's face sink as he turned his head to look. However, he saw a huge rock shoot in front of him like an arrow. Bastard! Di Tian's face turned cold as he slapped his palm over. Boom! Instantly, the huge rock was smashed into pieces by Di Tian. However, the trajectory of Sakura's flight was deviated by this huge rock and he instantly fell in another direction. Di Tian's face turned cold. Gu Hai, it's you? The huge rock just now was thrown by Gu Hai. Bang! Di Tian landed on the ground. Gu Hai looked at Di Tian coldly. Di Tian, you can go and look for other things in the West Sea Dragon Palace. The Dragon Gate has already been taken over by me. Taken over? What a big tone. It has been a long time since someone dared to speak to me like this. Gu Hai, do you want to die? Di Tian said coldly. He seemed to want to continue jumping. You can try. Next time, it won't be a rock. Gu Hai said coldly. Di Tian's face turned cold. Humph, ignorant thing. Since you are courting death, I shall send you on your way. Dishur Tian said coldly. While speaking, his body suddenly turned into a black arrow and shot over from afar. The black arrow was too fast, so fast that Shangguan Hen couldn't intercept it in time. Who was Dishur Tian? His strength was on par with Takashi Ryushin. He was the division leader of the mystical mountain's sacred ground, the demigods and semi-devils. He was equivalent to the existence of an imperial dynasty's great emperor. Was it very difficult to kill a rising star? Swish! In this place where every step was difficult, Sakra's speed was extraordinarily fast. He arrived at Gu Hai in an instant and sent out a punch. It was as though he wanted to shatter Gu Hai with one punch. Gu Hai's face turned cold. He took a step forward with his left leg and arched his right leg. He threw a punch forward. Boom! When the two fists collided, the solid black stone ground under their feet instantly shattered into countless rocks. The rocks flew in all directions and instantly shot countless huge holes in the surrounding stone forest. It was a head-on collision. Gu Hai stood at his original spot while Dishur Tian paused for a moment. You? Dishur Tian's face sank. This is a competition of physical body. My cultivation is not as good as yours, but your physical body is not as good as mine. Gu Hai said coldly. Ha ha ha, I am practicing the absolute fiend Tao. How can I not be as good as yours? Dishur Tian stared and attacked Gu Hai again. Boom boom boom. After a series of collisions, rocks flew in all directions. Even Shangguan Hen couldn't take it anymore and retreated with Chong Ming, who was in the midst of cultivation. Boom! Dishur Tian took another step back and stared at Gu Hai, who didn't take a step back. I said, I will take over the Dragon Gate. Gu Hai said coldly. Not only did Dishur Tian not retreat, his eyes flashed with battle intent. Once I admit that I am right, I will not back down. I have never backed down before. The absolute fiend heart cannot back down. Again. Dishur Tian roared with a sinister expression. Rumble! The two of them started to fight again. The sound of battle resounded in all directions. All the people who were searching in all directions were suddenly attracted over. West Sea Dragon God? Aoshing's eyes lit up. Swish! Aoshing instantly shot towards the Dragon Gate. Stop him! Gu Hai shouted coldly when he was fighting Dishur Tian. Yes! Shangguan Hen immediately rushed up. Humph, you dare to be distracted when fighting with me. Dishur Tian snorted and punched Gu Hai's chest. Dong! However, Gu Hai's chest was like an iron wall. It was actually hard, causing Dishur Tian's punch to fail. Dishur Tian, in the Dragon Gate, you are not my opponent. Get lost! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! Dishur Tian was instantly blasted away. Ha 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 ha! I will beat you up in the Dragon Gate. Dishur Tian didn't give in at all. Boom boom boom! The two of them started to fight again. On the other side, Aoshing was about to rush towards the Dragon Gate. Shangguan Hen instantly blocked in front of him. A huge tortoise shell in his hand slammed towards Aoshing. Haha, stinky tortoise, you want to stop me too? Last time, you couldn't even beat that monkey. You are really courting death. Aoshing slashed with his sword. Boom! Shangguan Hen instantly flew out. The long sword and tortoise shield shattered at the same time. Humph, ignorant! Aoshing immediately wanted to continue to rush forward. However, Shangguan Hen once again stepped forward to stop Aoshing. With me here, don't even think of walking over, Shangguan Hen said with hatred. Boom! Aoshing instantly punched again. In this place, it was all about the physical body. Although Shangguan Hen's movements were slow, his physical body was still considered strong. Boom, boom, boom! After being beaten back repeatedly by Aoshing, Shangguan Hen was covered in blood, but he was still unyielding. What a troublesome thing! Stinky tortoise, if you want to die, you should have said so earlier. If we were not in the Dragon Gate area, you would have been killed by me. Roar! Ao Xing immediately turned into a huge black dragon. He swung his tail towards Shangguan. Shangguan's expression changed, and he immediately turned into a huge black tortoise. Boom! The dragon's tail slammed onto Shangguan's tortoise shell. Again, Shangguan spat out a mouthful of blood and roared. Roar! The black dragon stretched out his body and immediately wrapped around the black tortoise. At this moment, both of them had lost their cultivation. It was best to turn into their original forms in terms of physical strength. For a moment, the two ferocious beasts were entangled. They were torn apart. The surrounding mountain rocks were in a mess from the collision. Gradually, the black dragon wrapped around the black tortoise, making it unable to move. Supreme Xuanwu? Ha 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 ha, you are just SOSO. Watch me bite your head. The black dragon revealed a ferocious expression and bit towards the black tortoise's head. At this moment, the black tortoise's entire body was entangled, and it could not move at all. It was extremely anxious and tried to retract its head, but it was firmly held by a dragon claw. The tortoise's body was hard, and ordinary swords and sabers could not pierce through it. However, the dragon's teeth were sharp, and it seemed like they would pierce through the black tortoise's head in an instant. Roar! The black dragon bit over. Shangguan could no longer fight back. Suddenly, a black ball collided with the dragon tooth with a loud bang. Boom! The dragon's teeth instantly shattered. Roar! The black dragon roared in pain. Not only that, but the black ball also hit the dragon's head, causing it to bleed. Xuanwu immediately dodged. It's you? Stinky Bat? The black dragon looked ferociously at Chongming, who had woken up not far away with a mouth full of blood. Thank you, Lord Chong, Shangguan said with a lingering fear. You are too polite, Supreme Shangguan. Leave the rest to me. Chongming said with a smile. Leave it to you? Roar, you are courting death. The black dragon suddenly swung its tail at Chongming. Be careful, Lord Chong. Shangguan's expression changed. The huge tail swung down, but Chongming was not afraid. He suddenly stretched out his hands and hugged the dragon's tail. Boom! The dragon's tail was hugged. Shangguan and Ao Xing were both stunned. Aren't you only at the peak of the middle celestial palace? Ao Xing said in surprise. Just now I have already broken through to the upper celestial palace, Chongming said with a cold smile. Buzz! A trace of blue light appeared on Chongming's body. It suddenly increased Chongming's strength by 1 point. Breaking through to the upper celestial palace? No, you have at least reached the 3rd level of the celestial palace. Earth Spirit? You absorbed all the energy of the Earth Spirit, 800,000 years of energy? Chongming's expression changed. That's right, too much energy. I only used 1/10 of it to break through to the upper celestial palace. The rest was used to refine energy into qi to help me break through to the upper celestial palace. Rise! Chongming roared. He suddenly exerted force, and the huge black dragon was instantly thrown up. Just as the black dragon was about to be smashed to the ground, the black dragon suddenly twisted its body and escaped. Roar! Rumble! The black dragon landed and ferociously crashed toward Chongming. Chongming's expression was ferocious as he brazenly punched. Hong! The man and the dragon both retreated 10 zhang before stopping. Refine energy into qi? Chongming is actually on par with Ao Xing now? Shangguan's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. The battle between Chongming and Ao Xing started. Shangguan smiled bitterly. It seemed that he couldn't intervene at all. Slowly, Shangguan retreated to one side. It's enough for Chongming to block Ao Xing. On the other side, Gu Hai and Sakura were also locked in battle. At this moment, Takashi Ryushin was looking at the center of the battlefield from the outside, but his eyes were slightly narrowed. Just entered the middle celestial palace? Gu Hai's physical body is actually stronger than Sakura's? To be valued by Long Zhanghua, he is indeed not an ordinary person. Dahan and Dar borders are connected. In the future battles, it will be essential. Today, I will make you stay. Takashi Ryushin's eyes turned cold. Bang! Takashi Ryushin instantly stepped into the land of the Dragon Gate. Like a sharp arrow, he rushed toward Gu-hai, who was in the center of the battlefield. Gu-hai was in a deadlock with Sakura. Their palms were facing each other, and it seemed that he was firmly suppressing Sakura. However, Gu-hai's back was wide open at this moment. Takashi Ryushin was about to approach in a flash. He was holding a long sword in his hand, as if he wanted to pierce Gu-hai's back. "Your Majesty!" Shangguan Hen was close by, and his face changed. Without thinking, the huge black tortoise jumped. Whoosh! The sword pierced through the black tortoise in an instant.